Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat on the way in. Whew. Okay. So I had to change the time, but I made it. Okay, let's just give y'all the backstory. So Mr. Z had a Z event to go to this morning. So a whole Z event. And it's funny because I just got my radiator changed and my thermostat and did a bunch of the new silicone hoses, and it's a thicker, wider giggity radiator. Um all of that, right? Just got that changed. The Z ate through a radiator hose like literally the day I got it. Had to get it towed. Okay, cool. Um and so I got the information about the Z cruise um last night. Talked to my girl. She wants to go. Cool. Okay. I'll wake up early. I'll go wash the car. I'll come back. I'll do the stream, and then we'll go. And then I'll come back, take a nap, get ready for work. Right. That's the plan. That's the plan. Mr. Z starts the car. Cool. Everything's good. Don't have no worries. And the Z car event, by the way, where we're supposed to be meeting up, is close to my mom's house. Great. I'll stop by my mom for an hour after the event, right? And then chill with her and whatever, because I'm taking care of her anyway. So yeah, right. So start the car, bring it to where I'm gonna wash it, and thank God I got out the car, right? Where I was, look down, and radiator fluid all over, coolant all over the damn ground, right? So for those of you with newer cars, your coolant is like a peach or orange color, right? Older people with iron blocks, so that's for aluminum block cars. That's what the engine block is made out of, by the way. For iron block cars, we're still rocking the green, right? The green radiator coolant. Um, look down, green radiator coolant all over the floor. Wow. So obviously my mechanic's not in today. And it's not, and where the car showed me the radiator fluid, it's not too far from his shop anyway, but still. So I either miss the show, wait a million hours for AAA to get to the car, or I baby the car emergency lights, because I keep radiator fluid. I keep the emergencies. I keep power steering fluid, radiator fluid, oil. I keep all of that in my trunk in a little like cubby thingy. And so I baby the car, and I'm just like I'm like eyeing the temperature gauge. I am like I'm making googly eyes with the temperature gauge because I'm so afraid that it's gonna go past and then blow the engine, and that's $4,000 for the engine and then install, and then you're looking at like 6 grand or something like that. So um I baby it. I get to another gas station. I let it cool down. I put more radiator fluid in it. I drive it up another 2 3 lights. I get in the left turning lane. Um um s- Turn it off again. Let the temperature come down. Tap it off with some coolant again. Get to the light before I turn in front of the crib. Turn off the car while the light's red. Right at the left lane. For those of you in Europe and whatnot, it's just it's the longer turn anyway. Get to the house. So I, because of my complex, like I park my daily where I park the Z so that I can always have that spot, right? So so I turn off the Z. I run to the daily, move it out the way, but kind of in a way where people know like I'm coming back for that parking spot, right? And so I hurry up, turn the Z back on, back it in real fast, while like, because you got to look back when you're backing up. Obviously, older car, no backup camera. Shout out to all of us that know how to back up without a backup camera. And parallel park without a backup camera. Shout out to everyone that know how to do that. Yeah. So hurry up, go for it, because the road that I'm on, the way the parking is, the parallel park, it's one way. So I I move forward and I back up like half a block to the parking space, hurry up, parallel park, and turn the Z off. And Monday morning, gotta call AAA to get the car towed to the mechanic for the second time in roughly a week. Um, Welcome to the life of Z. Right. By the way, this is like all of my all of my car heads, all of my car enthusiasts are like, yeah, this is what come with the territory. Like for all of us that like are car enthusiasts and our cars are like 25, 30, 35, 40. Shout out to all you brothers with like antiques like 60s and 70s because whoa. It's fun when it's working. You get all the compliments in the world, people stopping you at red lights, people talking to you. I've had so many conversations because of the car, right? People see me hop out the car. I've had conversations with middle-aged white women. Oh, I used to have one of those, or I used to have the older generation, and you have whole 20, 30-minute long conversations with them. Latinos, Asian guys, Caribbean guys, even some Black Americans. Like they just remember the car from the 90s. It's beautiful. But when it's not working, oh boy, right? When it's not working, oh boy, right? So it's just and so obviously I'm gonna miss the Z cruise. I already texted a couple of guys that I know, hey, I ain't gonna be able to make it. I literally like I was getting prepared to make sure because it starts at 12 over here Eastern time. 12 well, it's noon, so 12 noon, and yeah, and I'm like, yeah, about that. Yeah, I'm sorry, not gonna make it. So, and that's the second Z cruise I've missed in a row now, right? Well, the second Z event. The last one was all Z's, so like 240Zs, 260Zs, 280Zs, 300ZX, with the pop-up light. That's the Z31. 280ZXs, by the way, also. Yeah, Z31 300ZXs, Z32 300ZXs, which is the one I own. The 350Z, that's the Z33. The 370Z, that's the Z34. And then the new Nissan Z, which is like the Z34 dash, because if you don't know the new Z, they didn't completely change everything from the 370Z. So they don't call it a Z35. It's not another chassis, right? Even though they changed a whole lot. It's like the Z34 plus or something Z34. I don't know. Anyway, so yeah, that's why Mr. Z had to change his time from 8:45 in the morning. For those of you that were like, "Damn, Mr. Z ain't gonna make it," I made it. I made it. So that's why I changed the time from 8:45 in the morning for those of you on the East Coast, to 9:25 because I guessed how long it would take me with I just it was just a really good guess. That's all. It was just a really good guess. All right. So continuing the conversation from night before last night, right? So we were speaking about Myron Roll, fresh and fit. We were speaking about being black, whether they identify themselves as black or not, um, and how that would work, right? So I was I wasn't lamenting so much Myron's behavior as much because I already know I can already see that he's that type. To be to be frank, him doing all of that did give me pause, right? Um, I already pegged Myron as someone who, you know, he doesn't he tries to distance himself from all of the black whatever. He says he's black occasionally, just so y'all know, but you could tell he's one of his brothers like I ain't like them Negroes. Um, and so to see Myron, and for those of you that didn't see Myron, with the calling Abba and preach all type of monkeys and making monkey noises in his studio, and then later on going on the Sneakos channel on Rumble, and doing his best rendition of a KKK member or a Clayton Bigsby from um Dave Chappelle show. And yes, he even rocked the hood, the white hoodie, like he was a Klux Klan member. And yeah, and mind you, he did this in front of Just Pearly Things and Nick Fuentes. So yeah, yeah. And the thing with this is like I said before, I understand for my conservative brethren, I look, there is a space to call out racism and not be weak, right? There is a space for that, and not come off. And weak is not the word. Sensitive is the word that I was looking for the other night, and not come off sensitive. I think I think white men have black men that subscribe to a particular political and social ideology. I think conservative white men have them in a pincer move because they're going to say and do anti-black things, right? They're going to do it. It's going to happen. And they put you in the position where if you call that out, then you're no better than the liberals and the progressives on the left, right? You're another sensitive snowflake, social justice warrior. Um, and so what you have are some black people, black men and black women, but because we're in this case we're speaking about black men or people that people perceive as black men in Myron. Not so much Fresh. He clearly is a black man. Um, they play with certain racist, anti-black sentiments, iconography, um, words, et cetera, et cetera. And they do that in the very end. Well, I'm not soft like y'all. I ain't sensitive like y'all. It don't mean nothing to me, right? It it reminds me of the young lady that Dennis Sperling interviewed that popped up on Roger's show. What was that? Maybe a year ago now, maybe something like that, right? 10 months ago, a year ago now. That had the at that point she had the Cop Lives Matter or something like that mask on. When she was on Dennis Sperling's show, she had the Confederate flag mask on, right? Um and how she was like, "Oh, this doesn't mean anything to me. I'm not sensitive." Like she didn't. Did she use the word sensitive? She might not have used the word sensitive, but in that vein, right? I'm not. This doesn't bother me. It doesn't do to me what it does to other black people or to you blacks, right? And clearly, purposely attempting to be triggering, while saying, "Well, I'm not triggered. Y'all the ones this." And Myron engaged in that also, right? Myron engaged in that also, and it's very, it's interesting. It's a little jarring to see black people who go this far to stick their finger in the eye of other black people. We have other black people who call the black manosphere nigatube, right? Oh yeah, we're using profanity today. Because of their anger towards black men in the black manosphere, who they keep on claiming the black manosphere don't exist, and here we are doing numbers, making money. But okay, cool, getting views, changing things more than the white manosphere. Ooh, Mr. Z, did you just say that? I said it. Um, so that's what's very interesting, right? So be very clear. Mr. Z gets frustrated with black people sometimes, black men sometimes, definitely black women clearly. But there's a reason why I speak the way I do. I give myself the guardrails, right? The lines of no return, the lines I won't cross, right? I don't need society or the black community to give that to me. There's lines I won't cross because of some slight, some childhood trauma, some anger, some y'all don't appreciate me or any of that, right? You know, others, one slight, and they stick in their middle finger at the entire black community or a large segment of the black community. One slight or one perceived slight in their full-on neo-Nazi KKK members, right? One slight, and that to me is the jarring part, right? It's almost like you're not living the life you're living. Like you're like, wait a minute, I'm a black person too. I've been annoyed with other black people too. I've been mad at other black people also. I've been disappointed. I've been let down. I've been made fun of, right? Like I live amongst black people, I talk to black people, all the things that you've experienced, for the most part, I've experienced. So what is it about Z? I'm not special. I don't think I have any special abilities. What is it about Z where I can make the distinction between slights and even be able to explain to myself, man, you know where that lady come from, or you know where that man come from, you know why they talking like that or acting like that. What is it about Mr. Z who doesn't have the institutional education that I can calm myself down. I can see where this comes from and not engage in what is very easily accessible in America, which is an anti-blackness. Everyone can engage in anti-blackness in America. You're encouraged to, including other black people, right? So how is it that Z can control himself and these others can't? Whether they're trying to intellectualize their anti-blackness, whether they're turning it into jokes, whether they're straight up antagonistic about it, like overtly aggressive and antagonistic about it. How is this how do we have the Kim Foster's on one side, the Chrissy's on the other side, the Myron and Fresh on one side, the Donovan's on one side. Oh, Mr. Z, you said his name. Yes, I did. How do you have this, right? And these people, because they're not part of any other race or ethnicity, they really don't know what's going on in other ethnicities, right? They over romanticize. I am happy that Mr. Z was one of the people that walked in the door telling y'all, stop talking about these people like y'all know what's going on. Y'all don't know what's going on in their communities. All you know is they're doing slightly better than the black community, and you don't even know why, or you don't care to know why. That's the more important statement, right? The over romanticizing about Asians, the over romanticizing about the small hats. You mean the white ones that look white? They're not wasp, yeah, but you mean the white ones that look white? Yeah, that okay. All right, all right, all right. The over romanticizing about these different groups. Like once again, the Asians, you mean the ones that wish they were white? And even though their sons are like the earn the most out of any other group of men in America, their daughter's still marrying the white dude at, you know, an alarming rate. Yeah, that part. Mm-hmm. Y'all over romanticize these people. The Asians, once again, oh, we need to do it like the Asians do it. Y'all know that they gentrifying like 2 and 3 Chinatowns on the East Coast right now as we speak. Philly, for any of my people that live in the Philly area, how that Chinatown looking right now? Uh-oh. Yeah, but we got to be like the Asians, right? If only it was so easy to just have money and fix everything, right? So, you know, I'm bringing this back to say, look, what Myron engaged in was disgusting. And you can tell the pent up anger. This is what Myron is engaging in is before Abba and Preach. He been harboring those type of sentiments about black people way before there was an Abba and Preach, right? And then once again, like I was saying before, the dominant society encourages you to be anti-black, even black people to be anti-black. And this is why black people arguably are the most liberated people in America, and to a certain extent, not the surveillance, obviously, not the police brutality to keep you in your place, not prison, not any of that, not the way people no. You're free in one sense, one very important sense. And if I'm not mistaken, I think I'm not gonna pronounce her name correctly, so I'm not even gonna say her name. Zora Neale Hurston. Oh, did I do it? I think I might have did it. Okay. Um, I think this is what she was getting at when she said, black people like the freest people in America, right? Because you're the one group of people that don't have to consider what your people think, how they feel, especially if you get money. or if you're sanctioned by white folks, right? I would like to direct you to Gayle King and Oprah Winfrey. Kobe dies, the black community across the country, arguably in much of the diaspora, mourn his death. And Gayle King doesn't have to care about that because she's getting paid from white folks. So she gets to grill Lisa Leslie and try to make, let's be very clear, try to make Lisa Leslie give her one of those, yeah, Kobe was secretly a monster type stories. Why? Because she don't got to worry about what black people think, right? What did Don Lemon tell us? He don't got to worry about what black people think. Steve Harvey's told us that too. I don't got to worry what black people think. Eric, Ebony K. Williams says, I'm not leaving a soft place for you to land. I don't got to worry about what black. Charles Barkley, I don't got it. Stephen A. Smith, you have heard multiple black people, especially the ones with money, they get to be free from what the black community thinks. Now, this is the one thing Mr. Z was saying. Hey, other people ain't saying stuff like that. Y'all know I hate to say stuff like I hate saying well, the other people in other communities. Guess what? Because they have to care what their people think. Black people, not so much. Look at all these black people with money. The first thing they want to do is to give the black community the middle finger and tell you how they now I used to pretend like I cared. Now I'm gonna tell you how much I don't care, what y'all think, what y'all feel. Two middle fingers. I'm over here in Whitelandia in some suburb somewhere or some really nice elite gated community, exclusive gated community, right? I'm gonna send my kids to these white schools. My daughter and my son gonna come home with non-black people, and I'm gonna tell y'all how much I don't care how much what y'all think. While I every once in a while I'll throw a penny into the hood and tell y'all how I contributed. Right? Both black men and black women. What is Candace Owens telling y'all? Middle finger. Right? Didn't years ago Tariq Nasheed had a conversation with Kim Klacik before she tried to run for office? What pretty much white worshiping middle finger to the black community. All right? Why not? I wanted to do this anyway. Now white folks didn't give me money, or not married a white person that took me out of the black life. Really didn't take you out the black life, right? And now I can tell y'all what I really feel, what I've always been feeling, right? So, we see what Myron's engaging in, what other black people are engaging in. Let's take this moment, pause right here to talk about Fresh. As I said before, if Myron is overtly in your face, loud, cartoonish about his inferiority complex, Fresh less so. Fresh is quiet. He's he has he you can tell he's not confident. Even with the money right now. It's because of the stutter, it's because of his looks. Right? So Fresh allowed for Myron to do this. You can tell Myron is truly the talent. Whether Fresh is in the background making moves or he's writing certain things and he might be the smarts, he might actually have his own talent, but you could tell Myron's the talent. I would argue Fresh is even more insecure than Myron is. Or just two different faces of insecurity. Maybe I should say it like that. Fresh sat there. He made monkey sounds himself, but he sat there and let Myron say the N word, call, make monkey sounds. Well, Myron did that more on he said the N word and stuff like that more on Sneeko's page. But for Fresh, clearly black man, No matter who Fresh get with in the future, no matter what mixed kids he has with one of these racially ambiguous or non-black women, Fresh is clearly black. It don't matter what mixed kids he has. It don't matter who he marry in the future. It don't matter who he has holding his arm. It don't matter what type of woman he tries to use as a passport in Whitelandia. Um, Fresh is clearly black. And for him to constantly allow Myron to see the line, fly over the line at a zillion miles an hour, right? That Fresh, you got a lot of internal work to do, brother. A lot, right? And I see you being on. That's true. And being on says like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat, right? Being on didn't say that, but I'm saying like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. Um, being on says Fresh wasn't letting white men hug him under covers. That is true, right? Myron talking about keeping frame and all this other stuff. I mean, what would you think that show? But anyway, so for Fresh to be a very clearly black man, right? Clear black man. What's going on, Bruce? And for him to be engaging in this sort of activity, and it is an activity, you're allowing Myron to run around the studio making monkey noises. I doubt you made a phone call or, pull this coattail. Hey, bro, you on Sneeko? You over here doing the Clayton Bigsby unironically, right? Just to trigger people. And as I said the other night, you know, this is edgelord behavior that Myron is engaging in. And like edgelord behavior is really 12-year-old, 13-year-old, 14-year-old, young white boy activity. You would think a fully adult black man wouldn't engage in that and would understand the consequences of that as an adult black man in America, right? But when you think race don't matter, or you think other people are little snowflakes and you're trying to be anti-social justice warrior and you're trying to show us how not sensitive you are and how you pretty much like the white dudes, you'll engage in this, right? You engage in this, right? Straight neo-Nazi behavior and rhetoric, you know. And before I start bringing people on, the question still is, who are you people that's still rocking with Myron? Who are you? I'm talking about the black people. I know he got the white fans, the Latino and some of the Asians. I get it. I understand. Yeah, right. But for the black guys, whether you are black American or from the diaspora, how, I'm gonna ask you the same thing I asked FD Signifier about the feminists. How far does Myron have to go before you throw up your lunch? How far does Myron have to go before you get off the bus? Right? Where's your line? Do you have to be in Auschwitz before you're like, oh crap, oh okay, because I mean, pretty much you're in Auschwitz now. So do you have to be in the gas chamber? Right? You're in Dachau now. So do you have to be in the gas chamber? Or do you have to be lined up right before they start firing with the firing squad? Or do you have to look down into the mass grave and be like, oh, that's my fate? Where's your line that you're like, okay, all right, I get what Mr. Z is saying. Is your resentment that great? And Leon says a little bit behind, but maybe it's time to get a Toyota Camry V6. Well, Leon, that's the good part of having two automobiles. So lucky for me, the Z isn't my daily. I need a new daily, but the Z isn't my daily. So thank God. The only thing about it breaking down is the inconvenience and the time, not the fact that, oh crap, now I don't have a mode of transportation. Thank God for that. Cross fingers, yeah, right. So that's the beauty of yeah, owning two vehicles. But yeah. Oh, and obviously it's not burning a hole in my wallet. That's the beauty also of having two vehicles, is that when the Z breaks down, it's not super. I don't have to get it fixed right now, because clearly, I have another car. But yeah. Anyway, um, that was funny, Leon. Leon said maybe it's time for a V6 Camry, right? But it. Look, I get black. I'm gonna say the same thing I said the other night. I get black people's frustration with other black people. I get it. And I also understand how encouraged it is. How we're encouraged to sound this way, right? How you're encouraged to feel this way. How you're put in environments, right? I remember after the shooting at the store in Buffalo, right? Listening to Chrissy, and Chrissy saying, this is why I don't like gathering where there's a lot of black people, and I don't go to events where there's a lot of black people, and I stay away from black. And I'm like, yeah. So on top of your weirdo swirler divester rhetoric, now you're advocating for black people to be away from other black people. Do you understand how you damned if you do and you damned if you don't? So okay, black people are black people's greatest defense and also black people's greatest weakness. So you think being surrounded around a bunch of non-black people is going to save individual black people? How does this work? Right? So, so at the end of the day, it's black people's frustration about what it cost in America to come out the womb black, right? And so because you're primarily around black people, clearly your biggest frustration is with black people, right? Because you're mainly surrounded with black people, so you get to know obviously all of our intimate um um failings, and our whatever our issues are, our internal issues, and clearly obviously the fact that you have this skin color, this uniform color that you're stuck with, all of the outside world's perceptions of black people you have to walk around with. Now there are black people that say, yeah, I don't care what they think. There are black people that are like, I'm not going to exert too much energy showing them different. And then there are the other black people that spend every waking moment of their life trying to prove to non-black people, primarily white folks, how they're not like them Negroes over there. And it's not just getting a college degree or going to Ivy League or being Neil deGrasse Tyson or Cornell West or Robert Smith. No, it's also insulting other black people, allowing non-black people to insult other black people, right? Engaging in respectability politics heavy, right? Love bragging about the first black this and the first black that, and how I'm the only black. Shout out, rest in peace to Malcolm X. How I'm the only black person in my neighborhood. Yeah. Myron roll anyone. What he said, I don't play in the dark, or I don't night ride, or something like that, he said. Some weird 1950s racist comment. Right? 1960s racist comment. You're like, Myron, who the hell you been around? Who talks like that? I don't date black women. There you go. I don't night ride, or whatever, however he said it. Who does that? Right? But once again, that's not for black people and black consumption. That's white folks. That's Myron saying, I'm not like those Negroes. I don't even date black women. Right? Oh, he said, we're not night riders. We not night riders. Okay, thank you, better you. Right? Imagine that. So, this stream, it started off a little somber. Well, it actually started off about me talking about the Z, but a little somber, a little bit more grounded today. And Mr. Z is not surprised because I peg Myron to be this type of dude, and that's why I keep on saying to everyone, Myron is not from Dade County. I'm not saying that there are not Miami natives, Dade County natives, South Florida natives that do not think like this and feel like this. Yes, there are. But let's be very clear. Myron and Fresh are not from South Florida. Right? And I definitely understand being immigrant or child of immigrants coming to America thinking it's paved with gold. Your parents raising you that you could overcome anything, and you just keep your head down and keep your head in the books and study and don't get wrapped up with these black Americans. And then that weight of what it means to be black is sitting on your shoulders. And white folks are telling you nothing to see here. You're not. Oh yeah, the reason why we're talking like to you like that is not because you're black. The reason we're treating you like this is not because you're black, right? So it's the Myrons of the world are definitely understandable. That weight of what it means to be black in America. And obviously, this is where black people are black people's worst enemy, and the big people's are black people's biggest problem. And if black people would just move like this, is where you get all of that talk, right? This is where you get all of that talk because you just refuse to acknowledge and just own that this is about you being black in America. And yes, black people are definitely responding to white oppression and white supremacy inappropriately. Almost definitely. But be very clear, that's not the problem. That's a problem. Black people responding to anti-blackness inappropriately is a problem. It's not the problem. You know what the problem is? White supremacy, anti-blackness, race being class in America, black people being a permanent underclass, particularly ADOS FBA, permanent underclass of America. That's the problem. And a lot of brothers just, and black women, a lot of sisters, they just can't accept. And for Mr. Z, when I say accept these things, it's not be comfortable with it. It's know that's where you're starting. Own that so that you as an individual and then us as black people can move forward from that place. But the denial of it, the playing it off, right? The nonchalant attitude, My biggest issue is you Negroes. How's that working? Oh wait, it's not. Okay, yeah. Right? It's not working. Even for the Negroes with money, it's not working. Nas told you he was on a boat. He was enjoying himself. He saw Ralph Lauren. Ralph Lauren just assumed. I think he said Ralph Lauren. Ralph Lauren assumed that he was going to perform. Oh, you going to perform? What am I always constantly entertaining you? That's what you think I'm here for, right? Oprah getting G checked in Europe. Byron Allen, Diddy, Bob Johnson's ex-wife, they've been getting G checked in America. Oh, that's cute. You have the money to buy these things. Yeah, but no. Who was it? It wasn't a famous person. That said they had money to buy farmland, and the farmers were like, yeah, no, we're selling to someone else. I'm gonna pay you extra. Yeah, no, nope, thank you. Cute, no. Right? And what affirmative action is up for a vote? What, this month? Did it go? Did they go through with it yet? Did they decide? We already know by the way, most likely affirmative action out the door. Done. Right? So I say all that, and I'm about to drop the link. I say all that to say, look, no, it's not right. Right? No, it's not right. But when you go as far as Myron, the inward Tourette's, playing Clayton Bigsby in front of Nick Fuentes, right? Like Charlottesville organizing white nationalists, and that's being kind. That's euphemistic words just to say white supremacists, right? But fine, white nationalists, and then you also do this in front of Pearl. So Sneeko, Pearl, Nick Fuentes, and it's the well, I was gonna call him fully black. It's the most black presenting person who's throwing out all the racial slurs. Imagine that, right? You got the mixed Asian, you got the two white folks, you got the black presenting Arab black, whatever the hell, and the Arab black, whatever the hell, the most black presenting person in the room is the one throwing out the racial slurs and wearing the racist paraphernalia. Wow, right? Wow. And Oliver the Great, thank you for the super sticker, right? So, in other words, as BGS is, we send our kids to these schools, and there you go. Malcolm said it decades ago. BGS says it now, and you have the examples now. Playing down slavery, black kids engage in it. Playing down Jim Crow, black kids engage in it. Blaming the previous generation or two of black folks, younger black folks engage in it. Older black folks blaming younger black folks. And everybody doing that, yeah, 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 right, white supremacy, yeah, that's all cute. But the biggest issue, right? Yeah, 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 white supremacy, whatever that is, whatever. That's fake. Anyway, the biggest issue is you other black person over there on the bottom with me. Yeah, right. So, you know, yeah, I'm just the conversation um with Myron and whoever that white guy was in the studio, and that white guy throw out some monkey sounds too, or say the N word also, right? Didn't we see that also? You know, so if Myron is going to be the person, that many of you are okay with, then so be it. And so I just dropped the link in the comments, and there you go. And Giyogami and Neymar, I guess you guys could definitely come up. We'll just wait and see if BGS shows up. Yeah, and Charles. I said in Charles and DC. Why did I say Charles? It's the big Negroes. That's why. Um, but yeah, what's going on, AB?
What's going on, Z? I can't stay very long, but I just wanted to
Hmm.
get this out.
Go ahead.
I'm kind of indifferent for Myron doing this because I never really cared for Fresh and Fit in the first place.
Good
But
move.
as far as your point is, black people, having a hatred for other black people. Trust and believe, I have a ton of issues the way some black men operate and the way some black women operate, especially. I'm not going to suck up to a white person because of that shit. I'm just
Yeah,
not going to do it. I'm not going to do it. No, no. Especially when I know some of that behavior comes from them.
yeah,
And I'll tell dudes in a minute. You think a black strag's bag? You haven't seen a white one. They're
yeah,
called Karens.
yeah, yep,
They're
Yep.
called Karen. They had to come up with a name because they know they bad too. They called Karens for reasons. Karens are pretty much white strags,
yeah.
and much like the black strag, they come in all classes.
It,
Absolutely.
it's fascinating watching. Look, it's something that Zulu said on Roger's channel a couple weeks ago, maybe 3 or 4 weeks ago now, and
But
maybe it was even a little bit longer than that. And because we were talking about the Ebony K. Williams situation, and a brother was on, and he was like, "You don't see women in other communities kind of engage in some of this," and I'm like, "Oh, well, skirt, wait a minute, right?" And Zulu caught him and was
Yeah,
like, "No, no, nope. The camera is not in their face as much. So let's say they, and I'll kind of give the brother this olive branch and say, to a certain extent, he is correct. Maybe they're not engaging in some of this behavior as much, and it is discouraged in their communities,
yeah.
but they are engaging in this." And I would argue much of the reason why you don't see it is because it's not on camera, right? The
Mm-hmm.
microscope isn't on them. They're not the group of people that these other groups of people aren't the group of people that America has decided is the permanent underclass, and we are going to show you all of their dysfunction, right? We're gonna make sure that oh yeah, that group of people. Let me show you what's going on in the underbelly of their community. Let me show you their relationship dynamics. Let me show you all of their issues and their pitfalls,
Mm-hmm.
right? So in other communities, because the other communities don't have the camera on them as much, we
Also,
swear that they're better than us. And I'm like, yeah, I don't know.
also,
You know?
you got to think, you got to remember something. One thing I've noticed is, I noticed that there are a lot of white boys that go through what we go through, but the big difference is they usually have a leg up to get out of it.
Yeah, yeah,
They usually have somebody will help them out to get out of it.
yeah,
That's the biggest difference.
yeah. And that's definitely true.
I mean,
And
I,
it's
I
just
mean,
Jimmy G.
hold on, wait
give
a
me a
minute.
second, Naaman.
Uh,
Okay.
Name it
Sorry.
straight up. I've seen white dudes that go through the same gynocracy shit we go to. Mama's always in their business. Mama's trying to son husband them,
Yeah,
but the big difference is they have more help to get out of that than we do.
yeah. Well, they have the institutions, right? The
Yeah,
not just the political, but I'm talking about the societal institutions. They still have a slightly stronger family structure. They
right.
still have the church because, of course, a little bit more. Yeah, it's just a little bit more of all these things that add up to more of a structure to help them. But they're losing that also because
Yep.
their women are acting amok also, and the institutions are saying, yeah, you're still white, so you're still better than those black folks, but this gap in class is about to turn into a chasm.
Oh yeah, especially with AI coming in.
Yeah, this gap in class is about to turn into a goddamn chasm, right? So yeah.
But when I saw the because when you was doing your stream, I looked up what Myron did. I was like, oh, that's what he's
Yeah,
on. Okay.
yeah,
I never really
it's
cared for
bad.
Fresh and Fit to begin with, so I'm like,
Mhm. Me
okay.
neither. Me neither. I could maybe count on both hands how many times
Hmm.
I've never sat through a whole stream, so that's not a thing.
Me neither.
But how many times I've actually checked them out, and it was mainly when Kevin would call in, or stuff like that. Um, yeah.
Yeah.
So it's stuff like that. I mean, like I said, those dudes, and I've called them out since like a couple years ago on Kev's show. I called them out, right?
Uh,
Because they're go ahead.
Real quick before I get out of here, I have to ask
Mhm.
you your thoughts on Dr. Cornel West running for president.
I don't see Dr. Cornel West winning,
Of
right?
course not,
Clearly,
but
but I think him shaking up but I don't even think they're gonna let him get anywhere near a real debate with Joe Biden or whoever the Republican candidate's
probably
gonna be.
not.
There's not gonna be a three-way debate. It's just not gonna,
Hey,
because
hey,
quite
hey,
frankly, he's
see,
not good. Go ahead.
here's what I'm expecting because I know them. Everybody knows how the Democrat Party operates. Yes, I would prefer a Bernie Sanders like candidate, like a Dr. Cornel West candidate, or somebody close to RFK. I'm
Mhm.
just waiting to see how the establishment's going to screw us over this time.
Yeah, that part did. Let's see how they do it this time. Well, they're used to
Yeah,
marginalizing third party candidates, so that goes without. That's easy, right? But in a ideal world, he's debating Biden and whoever the Republican candidate is, maybe Trump.
right.
And even if he loses, he asks questions and makes statements that puts the rest of America in the position. You riding with the genocidal maniac, old geriatrics, right? Like
Hmm.
like let's make sure that you're not doing this and you have plausible deniability. No, you are voting for the warmongering corporatist a-holes. I just want you to, like, let's make sure you know that and you do it anyway. None of this like, no, I voted for the best candidate in our vote. No, 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 no. You voted for who you thought was the least worst candidate,
Yeah.
right? That's who you voted for. So,
Hence
and
why I
and
voted for Trump in 2020. I thought he was the least evil. Oh,
you're
it's
right,
time
the
for me to
least
go. I'll
worst.
catch you.
All right,
I'll
all right,
catch y'all later.
all right, all right. Go ahead, Nema, and then we'll get better you and then Gil Gami. Nema? Okay, I guess he dropped off. Okay, okay. Um, wait a minute. Okay, there he goes. Okay, we'll have him give his
What up?
intro. Go ahead, Nema.
Man. A little cranky, a little mess. Oh, by the way, before I start with everything, Gilgami, salut mon frère, comment ça va?
Ça va bien, ça va bien.
Gilgami?
Bien, très
Come
bien.
in? All right.
Tout est bon. Merci.
Okay, that's great. That's great. That's the only French I know. Oh, pardon moi. Um, by the way, Z, check your back check. I was doing some research on Myron and his background and everything.
Mm-hmm.
Apparently, the boy was born in Connecticut.
Yeah.
Went to he graduated. He either attended or graduated Northeastern. Now I was looking at what his real name is, and but some of the clips say he's Christian, but I found that hard to believe. They might have got that mixed up. I'm not sure.
Mm-hmm.
But I just gotta, before I continue, I just want to address somebody in the chat who said Minor is a typical Somali/Ethiopian. First of all, fam, no, he's neither. He is Sudanese. There's a big difference. Somalis are not like that. They're loud, they can be, but they're more confrontational. But that's another discussion for another time.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, one thing I can say about, like,
I love when Trell says this. Trell, give me a second name. And Trell said, "Hey, speak American." One time I was speaking Creole with
you.
somebody in the comments. I was speaking Creole with him, and Trell like, "Speak American, American, America."
Fuck
Go ahead,
yeah,
go ahead.
I'm not gonna
Right.
keep America. But yeah, hold on.
Actually,
I
let me
forgot
read this.
something.
Let me read this super chat real quick. Thank you very much. Spain Man said Sunday. tides, right? Shout out to my mom and her
Ties.
gap who can't get the th out to save her life. I love you, mom.
You got a gap between
But
the
all
teeth?
of you, no, my mom. I was saying shout out to my mom. She can't. Me and my younger sister make fun of her about that all the time. But yeah, that
Wait a minute.
th be killing y'all with gaps. Everybody I know with a gap, that th be killing y'all, right?
Yeah, she got a gap between the teeth. Okay, all right.
Yeah,
I know I
yeah,
once
yeah,
dated a
yeah,
chick with a gap between the teeth, but then again,
yeah,
she is a
right.
francophone for them all. She is a
Yeah.
francophone, and most Europeans that have a problem with the th sound. I mean,
Hmm.
my own
I
parents, for
confirm.
example,
I confirm. I
I
don't like
speak.
the TH. I hate
Yeah,
it.
actually, you know what? You know what? You know what?
Gil
You
Gabby
know
said,
what?
"Me too."
Gilgami. Yeah, Gilgami. No, Gilgami is accurate. The French, they can't
Hmm.
say it. The French, when they
Hmm.
try to do it, like the Germans, they replace the th with a z.
Mm.
Ethiopians and Eritreans, and some of us, like Sudanese, I don't understand why they get the t mixed up, the th mixed up, because there's the th in Arabic. The th is in
Mm.
Arabic, but sometimes they forget that. But Eritreans, Ethiopians, either we pronounce it as a z or we pronounce it as a t. So it just like in most Eritreans, we do speak English with Italian accents. So when my father speaks English, sometimes he has that problem. My mother, same thing, but I understand what they're saying. It's even worse in
Okay.
South Asians. I mean, because like Indians, Pakistanis, they get the V's and W's mixed up.
Go ahead,
Anyway,
Naima. With the stuff, because I
yeah,
definitely want to hear what you and Gil Gabby have to say about
yeah,
our
yeah.
our wayward East African
Yeah, but one
should
problem
I
here.
call him brother?
One,
What would we call this guy?
in my case, he would
Hmm.
be neighbor.
Hmm.
In some cases, rival, because
Okay.
we do have that. Because if you go to the first, you look at the history of the Nubians with the Axumites, they went to war at one time. And then,
Hmm.
of course, most people don't know about the Abyssinian Mahdi War that took place in the 1880s during the scramble
Okay.
for Africa.
Hmm.
And that was between John the Fourth, Emperor of Ethiopia, the only Tigrian emperor, and the Mahdi, the religious leader who led the Sudanese uprising against British rule. Well, that's another
Okay.
story for another time.
Hmm.
But in my case, I would, in a sense, I would say brethren, but Abba would be more my brethren if I knew what his ethnicity was, because I'd
Okay.
have to defend him, because common ancestors. If he is what I think he is,
Habisha.
but huh? No, no, no,
Uh,
no, no. You have to be specific,
okay.
Gilgami,
Okay.
because the problem is in Ethiopia, Eritrea, Somalia, Djibouti, Kenya, South Sudan, Tunisia, as I said, Tanzania, Uganda, Sudan itself. All the ethnicities that are in this region, you have to divide them into three major groups:
Hmm.
Afro-Semitic,
Hmm.
Nilo-Saharan, and then Cushitic. You
Okay.
understand? And then
Hmm.
the Nilo, and then each of them are divided into subgroups. Like for example, prime example of somebody who's Nilo-Saharan are the Nubians,
Okay.
or like in Kenya, like Lupita Nyong'o or Obama on his side, the ethnic Luo.
Okay.
Prime example of a Kushite would be Somali, the Kikuyus of Kenya. Um, there's an ethnicity in the eastern part of Sudan called the Beja, but they're also in parts of northern, northeast, northwestern Eritrea. They're Cushitic.
Okay.
I myself, I belong to the Semites. But by the way,
Okay.
Gilgami, you are from Central Africa though, right? The
Yeah,
Congo.
Central Africa. Yes. But the
Uh,
Congo,
DR.
we actually,
Wait,
yeah,
wait. Brazzaville or Kinshasa?
Kinshasa. But
All
I
right.
see it as a whole. So
Yeah. Okay. DRC, gentlemen, because people
So,
forget there's a Belgian Congo, French Congo.
uh, so Myron's people are
Sudanese,
Afro
but most.
Sudanese. So go ahead. Go ahead.
I'm not sure what he is exactly, because the problem is like when they claim they're Arab,
Hmm.
the problem is not all of them are actually Arabs. They are actually Arabized Nubians. You know what I
Yeah.
mean?
Yep.
Because they
And
were.
I'm guessing that's because that's where I was going. I'm guessing, right? Because we're just taking an educated guess because I don't think he's ever really said it. I'm guessing that's more the lineage right there.
Yeah, I mean, I
Yeah,
remember there was a
yeah.
yeah, there was I don't know if anybody might remember. There was a young lady, an English woman who was on who arrived on Charles's hangout one time. She went by the name of
Maybe.
Catherine. Khartoum Cat was her name. She was Sudanese. She was
I don't
Nubian.
remember that. Okay, yeah, I don't
This was
remember
like
that.
last year.
Yeah.
She showed up on Charles's hangout, and I immediately had to jump in because
Mhm,
one, she's English. Two, she's Sudanese. You guys are not equipped to deal with these three people. Nothing
mhm.
against them, but I know how to deal with them. I'm sorry.
I
It
can't.
is what it is.
I think I ran into that chick, man, and she was hurling all types of anti-black American jokes.
Yeah.
I think I might have.
Hey. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, what's up, Better You? Oh, how's the Bedside Baptist? I'm sorry we had to shut it down this morning, but they had to relocate the services to the St. George Ethiopian Orthodox Church that's down the street. But folks, please take off your shoes when you come in. Please take off your shoes when you come in. It's hollow ground. Our traditions, you take off your shoes when you come in. Men on the
Yeah,
left, women on the right, please. All right.
make sure you
Women
have your
cover your
covers,
head.
your covers and your pillows, and your your own.
No,
You come in
no
with your
pillows.
own pillows and covers.
No, you gotta come. No, the old folks, we got walking stick for you to lean on because the elderly when they do have to stand because in parts of procession we have to stand, so the old folks they can't stand. Mind the big
Oh,
drums
man.
because that's where the choir is going to be at.
Let me read this. Let me read this
Little
real quick.
culture.
And Detroit, thank you. And Detroit says church debate speaking.
Exactly.
Oh
Listen,
man,
wait.
but
Instead of you guys saying
okay. So
in the name of the Father. Okay, sorry.
let me ask you and Gilgami, and I'm gonna bring in Better You and 18th letter in a minute. But so
Hey, what's up,
where do
Art?
y'all think? So okay, what do you think animates where Myron's coming from? Like that angle. What do you think makes him think it's okay to run around the studio making monkey noises, making fun of Abba and Preach, who and Abba and in everybody else's mind, Abba would come from the same general area of the planet that
Right next door.
Myron
He's
exactly
next
that.
door.
So why does Myron think it's okay to like do this? Both to Preach, who
Gilgami.
I would understand a little bit because of the tribalism, like the distance tribalism. I guess even though because he's next door, that's tribalism also. But still, like why does he think that's okay? Is what I'm asking.
You have to understand, Gilgami, if you could bear with me, please, just because first of all, you have to understand the history of that region
Hmm.
and also our entire region, the whole East Africa. Now, West Africa, you guys had the Atlantic slave trade, correct?
Hmm.
East Africa, we had to deal with the Islamic slave trade
Yep,
Yep.
or
I was
Yep.
just gonna
pre-Islamic
Yep.
say
slave
that the
trade.
Arab slave trade. Yeah,
Pre-Islamic,
Which is longer
pre
and arguably worse
longer.
in many ways.
yeah.
Slaves were taken to as nearby as Egypt and as far east as India.
Yeah.
There is an
Yeah.
Ethiopian. There's an ethnicity in India called the Habshi. Habshi is a Hindu way of
It's,
saying Habasha, but I'm gonna get to
excuse me,
that
brother.
later.
I don't want to interrupt. I
Mhm.
just want to say I read about the Zanj rebellion in Iraq.
Yeah, me too. Me too.
Yeah,
Me too. Me too.
Yeah,
Yeah. Me too.
and,
I,
and
I wanted to mention it earlier. I thought I had an ace in the hole. You know when you're like, this is one card I have to be like, I know something. And the 18 level was like, no. The guy said it's
that
important. Yeah.
that word is kind of considered a bit of a racial slur, and I'm gonna explain that to y'all later
Hmm.
because the history of slavery coming from that part of the world, we do have a sense of colorism.
Hmm.
So the darker you are, the more you're most likely to be enslaved. In fact, there's certain terms we have for people with dark skin. Where I'm from, the word is actually I'm not going to mention that word but there was an Eritrean singer from the 80s. God rest his soul. That derogatory term was a nickname for him because he was dark skinned. But
Mm.
he rolled with it. He rolled with it because he was one of the greatest musicians and lyricists. His songs and one of his songs I still bump to this day since I was a little kid because I get nostalgic for home. But and so the colorism concept is still strong in us all, even though it's been bred into us. But the problem is like Myron, because he's supposedly of the Arab sense, or the Arab group, he would look down to non-Arabs, non-Arab ethnicities of Sudan in the same way as he was looking at Preach or something like that. Now understand, folks, he didn't go as hard with Abba like he would with Preach because he knew if he did that, if he went there with Abba in South Florida, you do have Habashas down there, and they hear about them doing stuff like, what the hell you say? And don't
Yeah,
be
but then
surprised
that's
that
even
Abba,
more reckless because Preach is Haitian and that these young Haitian cats will run
Yes.
up on Myron,
South
bro.
Florida,
And
yeah.
Yeah,
In
I
South Florida,
know, I
put it
know.
real quick, because I gotta say this. The Kodaks of South Florida will run up on and I mean, excuse me, run up on Myron, and
Myron.
Myron don't have enough guns. He don't know how to fight that good. I could tell. So
He doesn't know
he's
anything about
not ready
Haitians either.
for the Kodaks. He's not. Go ahead.
He don't know about Haitians either, man.
Yeah,
He
he
doesn't
don't.
know
Yeah,
about Haitians.
yeah, he
So
don't.
that's one thing. He does have misconceptions. He's got misconceptions. He's like I said, he's from the Northeast. He has
Didn't
he has certain misconceptions.
didn't Preach say that
What?
like when they beefed the year before, when didn't Preach was like, I got family down there. I'll be down. You want me to come down there? I'll come down there. Right? Like did he? I remember that was one of the threats, if I remember correctly.
Nigga, don't be surprised if Alba has family down in Florida. If not, at least maybe in Georgia.
Yeah, I
We
wouldn't
got
be
Habashas
surprised.
in Georgia.
Yeah, I
In
wouldn't
around the
be.
ATL, there's plenty of us. There's plenty of Eritreans. And inside Miami-Dade, I remember one of my dad. I remember one of my dad's is one of my dad's good friends from back in the day. He came home around the same time we moved back home. I got a chance to talk to him and meet him, and I asked him, "What was it like in Miami?" He told me this, that, and the third. And I said, "So where's that? So which area was that?" Because the only thing I knew about Miami was Little Havana, and he explained to me about Haitians, everything like that. But the thing
Wait a
is
minute,
like,
wait a minute, Pez. I gotta get to the money so I could show all the conservative
oh,
brothers that no, Mr. Z is not against money. Toxic masculinist. Check the link in the description. That's my Cash App. There you go. Cash App. There you go.
oh, by the way, I sent you
Yeah.
some links in the back chat, Z.
Oh yeah, I saw them. I gotta click them so I could keep them in my
Yeah,
open the link pretty much so I could have it for later.
yeah.
I definitely want to go through that.
But like I
Yep,
said,
yep, yep.
I'm not sure where Gilgami is right now, but when he gets back, I'll be waiting for him.
Gil
But
Gammy, you dropped off. Oh God, I wanted to hear when he said
shit
that to say
happens.
letter suit.
Shit happens.
Yeah,
Shit
yeah,
happens.
yeah.
But like I said, we've all like the legacy of slavery is still fresh in our minds because for many of us, slavery didn't end until colonialism came into existence for many of us. When the British came in to try to control Sudan, they shut down slavery.
Yeah.
Eritrea, when we were colonized by the Italians, they uprooted some of the social
But by
structures.
the
For
way,
example,
slight note for all my brothers and sisters: when y'all hear how the British ended slavery, they would jump starting capitalism. Don't think they just did it because hey, no, if we gotta pay for labor, you gonna have to pay for
mhm,
labor too. Ain't no free labor shit going on. That they used that to wage war against France, and they used that to pretty much block off the Americans from importing when the Americans got their independence to block off the Americans from importing slaves from West Africa. It wasn't out of the kindness of their heart. It was because we waging war against France, and this is a way of us thumbing them in the eye. And then also because if we're gonna start paying for labor, you're gonna start paying for labor too. Go ahead, go ahead.
and the industrial, not to mention the industrial revolution, and they needed
Yes,
the parts of African colonies as the sources of the raw materials for their factories in Europe.
yes,
That was the
yes.
arrangement. So they knew how to better exploit us that way. But
Hmm.
understand, I also realized they shut that attitude he has. Myron, being what he is, he doesn't have this just have that. He may not necessarily just have that attitude towards Ethiopians, Eritreans, whatnot. Because with us, they don't really shit on us like that because we all have common ground, whatnot. We don't really shit on each other like that, except when it comes to religion, maybe. But they know not to pick. Well, we don't pick fights with each other because we're all at war. Ethiopia is still technically still in a civil war. Sudan's got a civil war going on right now, and but his attitude towards fellow Sudanese from other regions with of different ethnicities, he may
Hmm.
harbor that kind of attitude as well.
Yeah.
We all have our animosity. We have our tribal rivalries.
Hmm.
I mean, Gilgami, where he's from, he can tell you among his tribe, they have ethnic rivals. Snake Man, our boy Snake Man in Germany, he's Nigerian. He's from the southeastern part. He's an Igbo. He can tell you that the rivalries the Igbos have with other tribes, and as far even with the Yoruba and everything, that it factors in it. So when they insult each other, they all know that they're black. We all know we black, but
Yeah.
we think ethnicity before blackness. It's just only blackness when
Yeah.
we come from
Ethnicity
Europe.
trumps.
Yeah.
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 Oh,
Yeah.
yeah.
When we come,
Have
yeah,
black
wait, wait,
people not let's right there, Naaman. Let's pause right there. I'm
okay.
gonna go down the list. Have people of color, and then African and African descendant people not realize yet
Mhm.
your ethnicity does not trump your race in this racial hierarchy system that we
Or
currently exist
nationality.
in. Or your nationality does not trump as much
Mhm.
as you want it to. I get look. Before you go, Namer, I get it, people. I get it. You're an individual, then you belong to a family, then you belong to a community, then you belong to a nation, and you have your race, and you I get it, right? I get it. Your tribe,
Mhm.
I get it. I get it, people, I get it. But white people say,
Mhm.
screw all that. We got guns and missiles and you over there.
And here's the
Right?
funny part. And here's the funny part.
Like, Jesus Christ. For the
Let me
life of me.
piggyback on that.
Go ahead.
Let me piggyback on that one. Because, like what I said, we're outside of Africa, we're black. And I'm going to tell you how it's not just in Europe and North America. I grew up in the
Mhm.
Middle East.
Yeah.
Myron, he would know. So if you go to the Middle East, especially like in the Arabian Peninsula, we all got it. We all got racially abused. They
Yeah.
were calling us all kinds of things. It behind our backs, of course. They wouldn't do it to our faces. Because
Mhm.
I know the estimate, I know what the racial slurs are in Persian,
Mhm.
Arabic, as well as in I think maybe Turkish.
They treating the
So
black
I'm
people in
aware.
India like crap, though. Like, name it. So I'm agreeing with
Absolutely.
you. I'm backing you up. I'm like,
Hell
Yeah.
they're
yeah,
The
they treating
descendants
them.
of slaves in India
Yeah.
get treated like
Yeah.
garbage.
Yeah. But
yeah,
not even them. I'm
yeah.
talking about like more recent African immigrants into India. I'm not even talking about the brothers and sisters from a few thousand years ago. I'm talking about like the ones that's coming in over the past couple decades are being treated like crap in India and getting hit with the same type of stereotypes as black people in Britain and America and Canada, the whole drug dealer thing, the
Anecdotal,
whole all of
uh-huh.
that. That's
Anecdotal,
yeah.
anecdotal. If I may,
Go ahead. Go ahead.
I got a few. I got some
And
partners.
after
You
this,
know, I got
we're
one.
gonna bring Gil Gami in, and then we're gonna
Oh,
go
I'm
to
sorry.
everybody else because other people, Yeah, go ahead.
I got some partners. You know, who has to know back in the day.
Hmm.
They went to university in India, so they had experienced some shit like that, one way or another. But there were
Hmm.
some who went to the Philippines and they didn't have that. They didn't have that problem
Yeah,
when they went there for university and such. So we know where to go and where not to go. But like I
that's
said, just
very
like
interesting
Myron,
that East Asians. I'm not gonna say they're not racist, but they're. It's a different brand, right? It's a different brand of racism.
mm-hmm,
Maybe in South Korea,
mm-hmm,
in Japan, in like you said, they went to the Philippines.
yeah.
I'm pretty sure, yeah, Guam, all of that kind of East
I got a
Asia,
cousin.
yeah.
I got a cousin. She's light skinned as hell. She passe blonde in a sense. And then
Yeah.
she's pure blood Eritrean. Passe blonde and a motherfucker. She went to Korea, and despite the fact she had dark hair and dark eyes, she talked about how Korean guys would try to hit on her just as much as they were trying to hit on her white friends when they went there as college students as for exchange and shit.
Mhm.
But oh, I'm sorry, Gilgami, s'il vous plaît, mon frère.
But
Yep.
yeah, go ahead, wrap up. I'm naming so we could,
Yeah. But like I said,
Mhm.
it doesn't surprise me his attitude and the way he says certain things. But the way he went hard
Mhm.
at Preet is not surprising because he got away with it, but he's also trying to, I guess, try to find acceptance with the out group because he has no acceptance within his group because he's basically you're a Sudanese dude in Miami, in South Florida. You're basically outnumbered.
Yeah.
I'm sure that you try to endear yourself
And
with Ethiopians
especially where
for
he is, him and they're in the Brickell area. Brickell, I could like, okay, there's
what is that
all of these
exactly? Can you
things
describe that
exist.
area for me?
Yeah. It's south of downtown Miami. It's pretty much downtown Miami. It's a little south of
Uh-huh.
downtown Miami. It's okay. So let me tell you, all of these things exist like down the street from each other practically. South Beach,
Okay.
Wynwood, that's our Archie
Mm-hmm.
district. If you ever came down South Florida, that's been popping for about a decade, a little bit over. It's South Beach,
Uh-huh.
Wynwood, downtown Miami, Bayside, Brickell,
Mm-hmm.
Cocoa Walk, which is where Vizcaya is. Well, Vizcaya is down
Mm-hmm.
the street from that. Vizcaya is the mansion that they filmed in Bad Boys 2. The one that the
Mm.
Russian guy had, the house that the Russian guy had, or was it the Russian guy? Or was it the
No,
Cuban
the
guy? The
Cuban,
Cuban guy. The Cuban guy.
the Cuban,
The Cuban guy. So that's Vizcaya.
because the
That's Vizcaya.
Russian guy is just yeah.
Yeah,
The
yeah.
Russian
So
dude was
that's
played by Free, by the way.
yeah.
He
So
was Swedish actually.
that's Vizcaya.
Mm-hmm.
So all of those things, they're not on
Mm-hmm.
top of each other, but they're like all of them are like 20 minutes away from each other, like back to back to back, pretty much 20, 30 minutes away from each other, back to back. And so Myron is down there in Brickell, right? So it's just like literally like downtown Miami. It's like you turn two corners and you're downtown. You turn two corners, you're Bayside. You go down the street, you're Wynwood. You take a bridge, you go the other way, you're South Beach. Like all of these things are like like little the basketball stadiums down there, the Heat Stadium, the Panther, not the Panther, but the baseball stadium, Marlin Stadium is down the street. All of those things are like literally everything I just described. The Miami airport is down the street. Like all of that is 20 minutes away, 20, 30 minutes away from each other, back to back to back.
Oh,
right. So Abba's down there. I'm not Abba, I'm sorry. Myron and Fresh are down there. Yeah.
I just got to add one more thing, because there's a partner of mine who I conversed with on another YouTube stream. He talked about how how African Americans sometimes dump on Africans and such, and we had a conversation about that. I have to bring up something that happened to me when I was a kid. This was when I was living in the Middle East. I went to an international school, so most of the kids there were children of U.S. servicemen and U.S. defense contractors and whatnot. There was a couple of kids I tried to interact with when they were ADOS. But the problem was, my complexion was different from theirs. I didn't have because my features are not like a typical Ethiopian or Eritrean. And I had curly hair, because the wintertime my parents would have me grow my hair out just to keep warm and shit. But I'd cut it down to a fade in the summer. But the black kids, who were very few, a couple of them would just look at me like, "Man, you nappy." I'm like, "What?" I never understood. You're 10 years old, and they calling you nappy. I'm like, "What are you talking about, nappy?"
But your hair is looser than theirs.
Yes, I know. But here's what happened. Then they started going using the bad boy phrase, but instead of saying bad boys, they say nap boy. What you gonna do when
nap? Kids are so mean and funny.
Here's what's fucked up. Here's what's so fucked up though, because we're all playing. Because it's just mostly white kids in the school, and there's plenty of South Asians too. The South Asians, they weren't messing with it, but the black kids, when they started teasing me, because there were some South Sudanese kids who I was cool with, some other Sudanese kids I was cool with. But to me, because I was me and my younger sibling were the only Ethiopian/Eritreans, when they started calling us snap boys and shit, when they made it okay, I'll get into it. Yeah. When they said they normalized, they kept doing it so frequently that it became normalized for the white boys to keep calling me nappy afterwards. They say, "Man, look what you with the nap."
Yeah. So we do got to be careful about that. That's why I have.
They didn't realize that.
Real quick. That's why I have an issue with not. Look, man. It's not only Myron did this. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Messed up as hell, and then in front of the white folks. Look, I am not about insulting black people in front of white people. Look, I even am careful on how I speak about black women in front of non-black people. As all the critiques, Mr. Z got a whole channel about their black women effery. And even though I know they don't have a code, I'm still careful on how I speak about,
Well, Myron doesn't care about black people.
No, he doesn't.
That's the simple answer of it. He's and I'm sorry to jump the line, but it's like that's the simple. I've seen this. We've all seen this growing up. I'm ADOS, or at least part ADOS, but I've seen this growing up. My whole life, where it's like you have kids that you come to this country, you join a new school system, you don't get, and this is even for ADOS people that go to a different school system. You might, grow up in one town, move to the next, you get ranked on by the black kids there, and then so you don't know how to handle it. You either don't know how to be witty and smart, and crack
them Negroes forever.
Exactly. I mean, you see this in Mr. Z, you're in the you frequent those Divester pages. This is usually their origin story.
Yep. The evil guy origin story.
And Myron doesn't care about black people. That's what it comes down to. There's a hierarchy of things that people care about in this country, and he's just sipping the Kool-Aid because black people come dead last. We come after dogs.
You know why that's so sad and funny and effed up in every way humanly possible. I put up a meme about that on my Instagram page maybe 7 years ago, maybe 8 years ago. Like it was a young black man and a dog, and I was like, one of these people, one of these entities matters more than the other, and everybody had an issue with me saying it, right? Like, and like, why?
It's the
Right? Like,
unspoken truth.
it's the exactly.
It's we all know it, and so with him, I think he played lacrosse or whatever. He's like, not saying that lacrosse is a strictly white sport. I mean, you had people like Method Man that played lacrosse in high school and things like that. But at the same time, it's like
a couple of members of Duke lacrosse were black.
Yeah. You're trying to
the Duke lacrosse case. A couple of members were black. Sorry.
You're trying to appease to the dominant class, the so-called dominant class. And that's what you do. You don't care about those that look like you around you, instead of, and that's just the story that, and unfortunately it is what it is. That's the simplest answer that I can come up with. He just doesn't give a damn. And so he can go in there and try to appease to these people. And then I'm sure,
the white manosphere, the racist sphere.
Yeah. And it's like, and then even with Fresh and Fit, like I've never watched the full stream. I've only seen clips of
Neither have I. Yeah, neither have I.
But at the same time, it's like, he's the dude. Him and Fresh are the type of dudes that, they were lame in high school. They were lame in college. They get they get a little bit of, they get some sex from some women and stuff. And now they think they're hot-ish. And it's like, like, you're still a cornball.
And that's the thing. They know they're Look, look, Mr. Z is square. I'm a L7, okay? All the way. Me and my girl talk about this all the time. But like, there's an anger and a rage that I feel that's weird when we're adults and we still are holding on to that.
You gotta,
like, to me, they say it's like Arrested Development. Like when I was the other night when I was saying like grow up, I'm like that was coming from a genuine place. I know what animates that, right? You see this with even entertainers. Drake still feels a certain way. You could Drake bro, you're like worth how much millions of dollars? You've been on top of the game for over a decade, but I could smell it on you, and everybody can, right? The insecurity, we could smell. You still the square nigga. You still Aubrey. And Myron is still name. Myron is still grappling with being the square dude. Gym workout don't matter. Sprayed on tape line don't matter. YouTube fame don't matter. He's still grappling with that. I could understand Fresh because Fresh has a stutter. He's a darker skinned brother, broader nose. What I can understand Fresh insecurity, and even that he's gonna have to work on. But Myron, it's like, bruh, like
he's from he's also from a lesser known island in the Caribbean.
Yeah, I get it with him, and I get it. So let's do this. So let's let Gil Gami go. And actually, let me read this comment. Get ready to send you a Cash App, $5. You do. How do you think they will dirty up Dr. West? The Me Too gambit like Herman Cain. Okay, so I'm gonna answer this a little bit. I'm gonna let people give their intros and stuff like that, and we're gonna continue with this conversation. I will not forget this. I will be addressing this in a little bit. Okay. All right. And thank you to the toxic masculinist. So Gil Gami, then DC. Actually, better you do you mind me bringing DC up in front of you?
Not at all, man. I'm pulling the U today. I'm getting this Bojangles in, bro. Go ahead.
Okay, the Bojangles breakfast. I'm jelly. Okay, so Gil Gami, then DC, and then we'll bring everybody else up. Okay, go ahead, Gil Gami.
First, greetings to everyone on the panel, Mr. Z, everyone in the chat.
What's going on, bro?
Salute. So my intervention is because I see things maybe differently than some of the FBA brothers are mentioning, especially with the concerning of Amour Fader, better known as Myron Gaines. Because some people, you said?
His name is Amru Fadl.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Fadl.
I'm such a compulsive.
No.
Fadl. Amru Fadl. Amru is an Arabic name.
No. Okay, Myron, we get it. We get it, Myron. Oh, we get it. And it's not a name to be made for. But Americans will make fun of your name. But your name is gonna get flamed. And don't let you go to urban school. Fire. Straight fire. But it's not a hate you like.
I think, but maybe there's a cultural disconnect, right? And I'm almost certain it's not a you're lesser than me like type of jonesing, right? It's a in many ways it's like a way of I see you, make fun of you. Like I don't know, and I guarantee you, Myron feel a certain way about that. But go ahead, Gil, get me. And yeah.
Okay. So Amo,
Mhm.
who called himself Myron, uh, maybe it's I think it has something to do with the so-called black classification in the United States and the psychology about it when it comes to perception. But as an African, I'm from Congo, I live in Montreal, Canada. The first time I saw Amrou on Fresh and Fit was when Kevin Samuels was on the panel.
Yep.
At not a single second, ever since I first saw him, look at him up to this day, have I ever even thought that he was a black man. And when I say black, I don't mean black American, black African, or whatever. I just look at him, I said, where is he from? And then I look at him and say, oh, that's an Arab. And then, I just look at him. So whenever
I agree. I understand.
I never actually, that's why when sometimes there were commenters in the chat, one of the panels in the Black Monotheist talking about, oh, there's a black man talking about that. Each time in my head, I said, what black? He's an Arab.
He's an Arab, yeah.
I'm just looking at, then I said, no, there's two black men. I said, and then I was looking at it, what do they see? I was actually confusing. And then last week I was on the brother Black Light Revelation, if you know about him.
Yeah.
Even he said he never understood why some black people in the FBA community were calling him black, because he's clear an Arab. And that's what I said. I said in the comments, no, he's an Arab. And because apparently he's dark skinned, and that black people in the United States have a broad definition of what is black, he's able to say the N word left and right. And then nobody mentioned it. I was looking at him every time he was saying nigga. I said, why do they let an Arab call you nigga?
That's even
I
worse.
was looking at I said, and then there's nobody, right? The only one who at first mentioned it on the panel was the brother, what's his name? The one who got kicked out because he wasn't the Fresh and Fit feud. He had what's his name?
Abba? You're talking about Abba?
No. There was a brother when the clash between Fresh and Fit came in.
Who, Tommy?
You talking about Bobby Gar?
No, he mentioned that when there was a story about Myron asking women about having sex with him, he left actually the panel. He said something about each time Myron was saying the word nigger, he felt that something was unnatural about it because he was saying it very often. And each time in my head I said, of course he's an Arab. I said, Arab are racist. Myron himself. Amrou said himself. Now, first off, I never heard him say he was black. I heard other people mentioning he was. Each time someone was
saying that, I've heard him say black. I've heard him. But
he called himself black. But he's Arab first and black second.
He said he's black, bro.
Yeah. He said it before. But I know where you're going though, and I want you to continue because Can I jump? Go ahead, DC, and then you and Gil Gammy, y'all got this for right now, and then they might fall back, and we're gonna give you and Gil Gammy like some space. So yeah. Go ahead.
Here's the problem, and this seems to happen. Greetings, brothers. I come in peace.
Okay? Thank you for coming up, by the way. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Because this gets confused because I think that when I think that people think that when I say blackness is a forced classification, that I agree with it. No, I don't even agree with you being called black, believe it or not. There are different tribes in Africa. There are different actual phenotypes all over the place. There are people that's in Nigeria that looks like Abba, that looks like Myron. The further east you go, because of the Arabian Peninsula, because of the slave trade, the Arab slave trade, all up and down that particular region, I am very familiar with the history, the Berbers, all of that, the Moors, the mixture of the Moors, those people, the Dinkas, the people that's in the South Sudan, those people are the darkest. Those are purple people. They're past black. There are not anybody that's in the
It's funny because it's true.
There's nobody in the United States that looks like them that are classified under the classification of black. When you're talking about black people in the United States, you are basically talking about mixed people. Do you guys know that?
Yes.
You're
We're
talking
aware of
about a fixed mixed group of European people. That's why we look different.
Mhm.
If you think that these people are not descendants, especially people that are Irish with big, fat, broad noses, it's too much evidence. Everybody white don't have slim noses. That's not true. That's a falsity. That's not
Look at
facts.
Sicilian.
That's not facts. The Irish, big noses. Some of the Swedes, big noses. Some of the Russians, big noses. Like West Africans. The difference, skin tone. Okay?
Yeah.
Now, when you get to the eastern side of the continent, right? The Arabia Peninsula, which is right outside of Sudan and Egypt and Eritrea and all that, okay? You're talking about neighbors.
Across the Red Sea.
Right.
Yeah.
10,000, 20,000, 30,000 years. These people mixed in, mixed out. They are very dark skinned, coarse, curly hair, straight haired people. But if you go north of them, you go north of them and south of them, even in South Africa, those people don't have broad noses. They do not.
That's
Look
when
at
you get
Mandela.
Mandela. Oh, damn it. Exactly what I said. Mandela, them people. Yep.
When you have a very limited
There's
history,
the coin.
when you have a very limited
Kosa.
Kosa, the Zulu.
Kosa.
I'm very Sawubona. I'm very familiar. I'm very familiar. Okay, I'm from HQ.
Yes.
DC.
No, I respect that, sir, but I'm just supporting you.
Name a chill. Name a land, please.
But what I'm saying is, there are so many Africans here. I grew up with them. You know what I'm saying? And I have had these debates and say, well, you think that we agreed to this? We had some kind of agreement that because you're like, why do you call us black? Man, I don't look black to me is like a treatment thing. It's like a forced hierarchy. We're just in the same kind of group together. We are different though. Yeah. There is no mistaking. Yeah, there's no doubt. When there is a 20% locked in European ancestry for basic African Americans, okay? You know what I mean? I'm gonna give you a little history about me. My people on my father's side are from Jamaica, okay? My mom's side is ADOS, right? Yeah. But if you look at my history, I have way more African in me than most of my dudes that I grew up with because they have two ADOS parents. I got a homeboy, man. He's darker than me. He has 25% European DNA. But I hear the guys in the porn that go, nah, man. You know that shit ain't real. That shit ain't real. Well, hold on. What information are you going to choose from the internet to be real then?
Yeah. Whenever they do the blood test thing, it's like, oh, I don't believe that. I don't trust that. Yeah.
Offer your evidence. Offer your counter. I don't deal with the man. Well, that ain't all. Yeah, it's not real because you don't want it to be. See, all this want to. I feel. I want it to be this way. I wish it wasn't like this. I wish it was, but it is, my nigga. It is.
I agree.
And if you look at it from that standpoint, it's easier that way. Because
brother, can I say something real quick? That's just like the people. That's like the people saying the Native American thing.
Let me stop real quick. Here's the thing, because I see black people, because that's not just here. What he did is basically a calling card to say, hey, look, I'm differentiating myself from them. Don't force me into the classification of them. But it doesn't matter to the so-called types like Mitch McConnell. You think Mitch McConnell gives a fuck about him grandstanding like that? Let's talk politics for a second. You think these Mike Pence, these white guys that care? Joe Biden, when he sees him, I mean, okay, yeah, cool, yeah, you're from other, but yeah, you're forced in the classification of black. It doesn't matter. We dominate.
DC, I need you to say one more thing again. I need you to say, because you said it.
Dominate you from somewhere.
Wait, DC, wait. Let's pause right there. You said this earlier, and I've heard you say it before, but you said it too fast. Just in case we have anybody that never heard you say this, and you said it and they didn't catch it. Say this again. Forced classification. Explain to people what you mean when you say that, because I don't think they get, like, this is not your choice as a person that's been forced into the black class. This is not your choice. Go ahead.
Let me break it down really, really simple. Okay. Slave ships. Okay, let's go with that. Or just slaves in general, right? We generally agree that so-called people that are classified as Black or Native American were slaves on this particular landmass, America, and in the Caribbean and in the Americas. We agree to that. Anybody disagree with that as being true on the panel?
No. Yeah, I agree.
Okay,
I'm not one of those that we ain't come on ships. Where's the ships?
No.
Whatever.
Okay, even if you believe in a Native American thing, when that first European stuck his peen in the so-called woman, whatever that's African or that's of native ancestry that appeared to be Black adjacent, right? When they had a baby, that created the so-called forced classification of being Black.
Yeah.
Okay. That's how you can look at it, because when it turned over, right? It used to be whatever your father was, that's what you were. All these other nation states all around the planet, right? But what happened is when you had a lower caste of people that was basically forced into a so-called group that were going to be treated a certain way, you had to change that. So it's called hypo descent. So now whatever the mother is, that's what you are.
Yeah.
So when they had children, those children were automatically put into the slave trade or basically put into the lower class system. And that's how you get the forced classification.
This is why I say race is class in America. I've said this multiple times, and nobody, even in the Black manosphere, nobody like me saying that. The people cringe when I say that. Race is class. You think you could class? I get it. We have class within the race. I get it. Within the race, we have class. We have different income levels, and the people been making money, or they were freemen in the 1840s and 1830s. So they're like, oh yeah, we've been making money, and my great granddad was one of the first people to attend Harvard and whatever the hell. But in America, race is class.
You know how we don't know. Like if you're taking this 1,000 years back, Black people that we call Black now, so-called South of the Sub-Saharan, they had no idea that you would basically group all of us together. Yeah. No, the Fulanis are not like the Dinkas. The Dinkas are not like the Zulus. We're complete, distinct, unique,
with thousands of miles between us too.
And not just that, different histories, different religion, different concepts of God. I mean, language, all of that. That's the reason why it was so confusing when you had them on the actual boat together. And they're like, yo, because the greatest illustration that I've ever seen it done is on American Gods. Remember when American Gods, all of them were speaking like differently. They trying to group together because they see they in the same predicament, right? When they
were being put on when they were on the boat.
I remember.
Well, what's the god? The spider name?
Mr. Nancy.
Mr. Nancy gave one of the best speeches ever on that show.
To them. He's telling them the future. You guys don't understand yet. You have no understanding about what you're going to become.
Yeah,
you think y'all people,
right?
You think y'all people, but
right. You're looking at it. Y'all different. Y'all no. These people don't give a fuck about none of that. You're going to get there. You're going to be child labor. You're going to be slaves. Once you get out of slavery, you're going to fall victim under Jim Crow. Native and African alike, they don't give a fuck. All right.
Can I add something really quick after DC's finished? I just want.
Let me say this one more thing.
I just wanted to get that out because I think it's very important that you understand that this is not me trying to have no kumbaya with Myron, Abba, any of the brothers that are so-called from the diaspora,
I don't see
whatever the case may be. That's not what this is with me. When I let go of my ego and what I wanted it to be, then I had an understanding about how white people orient us. You see what I'm saying? Because it's treatment at that particular point. When we talk about other people, like, well, y'all don't treat them like that. And then we talking about how treatment is, but those people are not white. Myron will never be white.
Yep.
I don't think his child will ever be classified as white. He knows that. He knows that.
You think Myron? Okay, so that's a different car. You think Myron fully grasps what we're saying here? I think maybe in the back of his mind, but I don't know how. Those things you can't deny. I don't know if he's in the can't deny part.
Well, Mr. Z.
Myron was a Fed.
Yeah,
You're right. Yeah, well, that's it. Yep.
Okay.
He's
You're putting him acceptance to different things. So
Right. I have a different understanding of Myron. He's a Fed. Okay.
Yeah. Good point.
All right.
Good point.
Fair point.
Let me read this super chat real quick. Let's do it. Let me read this super chat. I gotta make one comment and then we'll continue. Okay, so Leon says us FBA play the dozens. If you talk different, walk, dress, you stand out. It better be because of money. Otherwise, we coming for you. And I get that, and I think other people like going back to some of the childhood trauma and stuff like that, and just certain things that certain immigrants or even children of immigrants may not fully comprehend if you're coming from a different cultural context. And yes, they joke around. I'm Asian descent. We joke, we make fun of each other too. But if you don't really get ADOS culture, that joking, you will take that to heart for real. And then you're talking about kids and teenagers. Oh, you feel hurt? Oh, I'm gonna triple down. So like if you don't really get it, you will build that resentment and anger. Number one. So I wanted to say that to what Leon is saying. And number two, if y'all haven't seen American Gods, there's two scenes. There's the one that DC is talking about that's on the boat. And DC, do you remember when the African brother, the one that they were focused on really, when he realized what Mr. Nancy was saying, the look on his face, he was like, oh shit. The look on his face was like, because he was listening and he's listening and it's getting worse. You can see the look on his face is getting, he's like, oh shit, it's gonna be that bad. Oh shit, it's gonna be that bad. Like pretty much Mr. Nancy said, you're fucked for like you're fucked, right? Yeah. So there's that. And the other conversation that was really good.
Your whole concept of what you were before is now
it's done. It's severed. It's severed.
We're breaking the bond. We're breaking the chain of what you viewed yourself to be, which is very important, by the way.
And the other conversation to me that was so important, and I think this is why they fired his ass, was what he said to the other black gods in the in that room, in that office. Man, when he was like pretty much,
if you notice,
the white gods get to do whatever, and we over here bullshitting.
That was the FBA and African conversation.
Yes, it was too. Yeah. Yes, it was. And he disguised it in the, mind you, he freestyled that. So the thing that, because I watched a bunch of interviews, the screenwriters give you a script, but sometimes if you go off script and you're good enough, they'll put it in. So in certain things he was saying, he was allowed to freestyle, and he freestyled that. So going to what DC said, I guess this is not LL Cool J selling FUBU in a certain who was it, Tommy Hilfiger or whoever the fuck commercial, Gap commercial, right? We're not there anymore. White folks have picked up on certain shit. So when he did that, they were like, "Oh, nigga, you talking to them Africans? Yeah, we can't have no more." Right.
Here's the thing I wanted to add. I wanted to add really quickly. Myron, I remember watching the Sergeant Willie P video back in the day. He said there's three people you don't want to get into an argument with about race. That's Sudanese, Somalians, and Dominicans.
Right. I know black. Go ahead.
But whatchamacallit, Myron is a Sudanese Arab. He views himself as a Sudanese Arab. And if you know the history of them, they treat the Dinka people and people within South Sudan like garbage.
Right.
Okay. And he's adapted to that identity. I've heard Myron slip up and call himself white before. And who knows, he might try to classify as white because Arab people do classify as white.
So you got a white Arab black guy, because I've heard him call himself black. So you have this. You imagine.
Here's the thing, though, Mrs. Z. How do we know he's not calling himself black just to try to relate to the people?
Appease us.
If I may.
See, that's what I'm saying, because you can tell everything seems unnatural about him.
After 18th, you go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, everything seems unnatural about the way that he carries himself, and a lot of like what DC was saying. Yeah, I understand that. Yeah, everybody has their own tribes, their own cultures, and everything like that. Same thing that happened with Native Americans on different tribes, different cultures. And the funny thing is that concept of playing people against each other, Europeans are still doing to this day. How they got in good with one tribe and turned around and helped them conquer another tribe, then turn around and put them in enslavement. And they did it with the Native Americans and even the Europeans. They are not all the same. They were at war killing each other before they went out.
You got the Celts, the Saxons, the Franks, the German, the bunch of different tribes in Germany that Otto Bismarck put together. Yeah.
All of the different torture weapons.
Anybody?
All of the different torture weapons in Iraq and all of this stuff. All of those methods of violence that they was ingrained in them, they turned around and used it on Africans and natives. But the funny thing is, I guess the rest of sub-Saharan Africa, I understand, is millions. I mean, it's thousands of years with beef and different things between other tribes. But I guess everybody else didn't get the memo, because it's crazy, because you can sit there and say how different everybody is, and we right, we all different. You got your own tribe and all of that, but then you got the Asians coming in, you got the Arabs coming in.
You know what everybody see when they come in?
Welcome.
Niggalandia. They look at Africa. Oh, Niggalandia. Especially under sub-Saharan Africa. You said you're what?
Right.
When you Zulu. You're not Igbo. I don't give a fuck. What? You're Yoruba. You're not what? You're not Hausa. I don't give a fuck. Right?
Yeah, but you know what's crazy about that? Everybody got beef and hate other Africans, but they welcome the Europeans. It's sickening, man. It is so sickening.
That's true.
When you look at what, like, everybody got this desire to be adjacent to white people, and me being ADOS, of course, you know, we got our issues here in the United States with coons and different things like that. But I think black people on the mindset of understanding that we're black and we're going against something that's bigger than any of us. I think black people have had the clearest understanding that, due to the fact that we've been so adjacent to white people in the United States, and we've understand that no, it ain't even about what fucking tribe you are.
You know what it is too, 18th, and I'll give. Let me, I'm in my Haitian bag. Let me say this,
right?
Because Black Americans live in the belly of the beast, and when you live in the belly of the beast, you get to see who's really running everything, right? You're next to him. You're next to the person. You're next to the ruler. So you don't have this delusion of like, well, the people that are oppressing me are other people that look like me. That's what's going on in the Caribbean and on the continent. Is the hierarchy. It's all black up there, but you're not realizing that the president that's screwing you over, his money's in Europe, his money's in America. He's doing the bidding. He's sending his kids to school in Europe, in America, and in Canada to learn the ways, and then come back so they can rule over you when he get it out of office, or when he stepped down, or when y'all kill his ass, right? So and I think being in America and understanding, and the dynamic being so overtly in your face, when you got the I bring this up all the time, the sister at Yale studying, falling asleep in the common room, and then the white girl, and she's African descent, the white girl calling the cops on her, right? That and that's not happening in Nigeria. In Nigeria, it would have been a different African that want to flex on you, and then you just mad like, oh, you're Yoruba trying to flex on me on some Igbo shit, right?
Yeah.
So that's the thing, and so they don't really get that. Nobody give a. And let me say this again. Let me stress what DC is saying again. Outside of the Black diaspora, nobody give a fuck about this tribe shit you talking.
Yeah,
exactly.
I think I'm being misheard. Okay, like you guys can have all that. Y'all can have the history. You can have the culture.
Yeah,
all of that, whatever, man. It means something that counts, man.
Yeah.
In the grand scheme of things, of how they created hierarchies across the globe, now, okay, how they reoriented people across the globe. Africans did not agree to this.
Yep.
That's why they take offense, because they would hear people that's ADOS say, well, y'all sold us into slavery. That's not necessarily true.
Listen,
there's a select few of black people that will be classified as black that did that, but you don't know the tribes and things of that nature. And then those people, those people that sold those people, guess where they ended up at too? They ended up on the same boat,
on the same ships down the line.
Or they ended up getting their hands cut off, being used for labor, doing the Rwanda suicide and all that type of stuff, doing the Congo, the Belgian Congo. King Leopold was a motherfucker.
Yes, he was.
He was a mother. That never gets talked about.
Never.
Millions of
Leopold was a monster. Cecil
He was
Rhodes was
among them.
amongst it.
And you know what?
Don't let these people.
And you know what's
Yeah.
fucked up about it?
But the reason why I'm bringing him up is because he helped cold Africa.
Mhm.
He broke it. He broke Africa.
Yeah.
To
And
where
you know
it became civil wars around that region. It's been unstable ever since because he got ethnic groups to go up against each other and differentiate the treatment that they were receiving from Europeans. So this goes all the way back, man.
Yeah.
Where
Yeah.
black
Shout out to
people
Pakistan and
would
India.
where black people will see treatment difference because of somebody that created a hierarchy based off a false premise that we never
And
lived
gave
by.
you a few more crumbs than they gave the other
We
person.
didn't live by this.
Exactly.
We
And
didn't
the
live by
crazy
your
thing about
definitions.
and the
Same thing
crazy
with the
thing
Native
about
Americans. Go ahead.
and the same thing about
Go ahead, and then Gil Gammy, because I told Gil Gammy he was going to go afterwards.
and the crazy thing about Leopold II, he never stepped one fucking foot in the Congo, ever. And he did, and all of those resources, the money from rubber, all of the resources from the Congo went straight to Belgium. But also, what I was gonna say, Jesus, I lost my train of thought. But yeah, he pretty much Myron always saw himself as an Arab, and that's the problem. Where now you're looking at Black Americans have always led in the banner of being black, as far as on a universal group. You know, of course, you got the island of Saint Domingue, who was right there with the first Black independent nation. But now it's getting to a point where now, with a lot of other Black people coming into the United States before the 1960s, it was nothing but Europeans. But with everybody else, like what you were saying, Mr. Z, nobody sees the puppet master because the puppet master is controlling the puppets, and the puppets look like them. So they're thinking that it's the puppets that are oppressing us. But when they make it into the United States, a lot of people look at white people as opportunity. Black Americans look at white people as opposition. But when they come into the United States, they're importing the mentality of tribalism, the mentality of elitism. So they're looking at Black Americans just as another tribe. And a lot of Black Americans looking at it like, yo, wait, we all got the same uniform. When white people called us spear chucker, motherfucker, they wasn't calling us that because of different tribes and all of that. They wasn't
all you niggas over there.
Right. So like when now what you're seeing now is, since like you have groups of other Black people from the continent working against Black people to appease white people in the United States, now you're seeing the transition of Black Americans starting to revert their mindset. Like, okay, now we are our different tribe. We are ADOS. We are FBA. Since a lot of y'all don't appreciate what we fought for, or like trying to help other Black people, we are. I mean, I wonder how would people feel today if civil rights was just for Black Americans? If you go in like, we're going to sit at this restaurant, like, wait, hold up. You're a Nigerian. This is just for Black Americans. They're the only ones that fought for this shit.
I think that well, let me address this. Well, let me address what you're saying first. Okay. For me, that's what it should have always been. But I don't think that technology hadn't developed yet. What I mean is because it was just Black Americans for the most part, and a handful of Caribbeans and a handful of Africans, when affirmative action was being decided on, nobody had the concept that America was going to bring in the new hierarchy, right? They were going to bring, and by the time you start getting into the 90s, definitely by the 2000s, and definitely by the 2010s and 2020s, you would have a hierarchy within the race that much of that, the people that occupy the top would be Barack Obamas of the world, right? Like your first air quotes Black president had nothing to do with Black Americans. He married a Black American, but his lineage is white, funny enough, slave holders and slave owners and, Kenyans. Like that's his lineage, right? So like, so Black Americans didn't know that was going to happen. So if they knew, I think you would have had affirmative action a little different, maybe. But I think when you look at the heart of people like Martin Luther King, possibly not. It probably still would have went the way it went. But if they decided, if the Supreme Court they're voting on affirmative action now, actually, if they come back and say, okay, you know what, we'll do ADOS a solid. By the way, they're not going to do this shit. But if they said we'll do ADOS a solid and affirmative action is only for ADOS, I wouldn't have a problem with that as a Haitian descent person. Like affirmative, we're slimming it down for who it was originally supposed to be for the most part anyway, right? And they kick off everyone, including white women, please God, right, then I wouldn't have a problem with that. And let me read this comment and then or read a super chat. And Detroit says George Leopold III was the original Hitler before Hitler, but nobody has talked about that. Even Dr. Umar Johnson. This is where you need your historians to really push.
I just want to add
You
this
know,
really
he said,
quickly,
okay. Let me read this real quick. Let me read this real quick. And then Oliver Grace said, one time for Dade, old sap ass nigga won't throw hands though. Been saying dude is lame. He's talking about Myron and Fresh. But yeah, we were already established. Those dudes are look like I keep on saying, they're not from Dade. And before you even get to that, children of immigrants, or immigrant themselves in Fresh case, and you know, like I said, Fresh is clearly black. He has a bit of a different issue than Myron, right? Myron. So according to Uptown, we've heard Myron call himself white. We know he's some type of mixed Arab, and I've definitely heard him call himself black. So this, you know, you're dealing with, and that to me, when I used to say this, when I first let myself be known in the Black Manosphere, is like the Brazilification of America, and like you're gonna see these like kind of mixed hybrid people play this type of game in America where they hopscotch between different ethnicities and different identities for which one is for money, and which one is going to provide me the best opportunity in this very moment, right? So I might call myself indigenous right now, and then 2 seconds later I'm calling myself black, shout out to Chile, and then 2 seconds later I'm calling myself Asian or black mix, shout out to Sneeko, or I'm Eurasian, shout out to the councilman gentleman, we won't say his name here, you know, or like you're gonna see these people. Oh yeah, complication, like Tiger Woods, right? So like, you know, you have these different people that play this game, and I do think that's gonna be, initially it's gonna be very confusing for the people that's not in the know. Like, we're having this conversation, some of the black community, I would argue maybe 5% are in the know of how this is going and what it's gonna be, but for everybody else, I think they're gonna be highly confused by the Tiger Woods of the world, right? But by the Juan Williams and his son, right? Juan Williams looks kind of Latino. His first name is Juan. He kind of has the wavy hair. Have y'all ever seen Juan Williams? Yes, the Juan Williams that's on Fox News. If you ever see his son, you're like, who the hell is this? Like, kind of fair skinned, racially ambiguous, wavy hair ass person, right? But he's like under the black banner, right? Like, you know, and I have one of my cousins, his son. If you see his son look Mexican as hell, but his son is black mix clearly, and this cousin is dark skinned black man, right? So you know, but his wife is white. So there you go.
These classifications and these titles that they're giving each other, they don't matter to white people.
I agree. Exactly.
You could be callable Asian or whatever you want to call yourself, and it's like white people just see you as black. You could be you could be Garifuna and be dark skinned and get pulled over by the cops, and your license says black.
But see, not just
these classifications. You're trying to distinguish yourself amongst black.
Yeah, not just that, because I've seen and that's the thing. Like what you said, you're trying to establish yourself amongst black society. Because I've even seen that with certain biracial channels on here. They don't never got any smoke for white people, but they want to come back to the black.
They're trying to
because they're forced. Okay, let me just say this really.
No, I understand forced classification.
No, but I don't think you guys do, because you guys keep talking about culture, this and that. You got to watch. That's what I'm saying. You have to free yourself of that, because that's bondage in the sense of understanding what was done to the whole group as a whole. When you're dealing with a group that's so-called under another definition of hierarchy, or a definition of how other groups basically define you, that is a treatment-based system. So when people talk about race, they're talking about how they're being treated. We're talking about how Myron is treated within the hierarchy, how Abba, which they look like.
I'm not necessarily say that. I'm not necessarily.
Hold on.
You interrupted me, brother.
Wait, 18. Let's do this. Let's do this. DC, and then 18th, your response, and then I think somebody was going down there.
There is a different understanding, because I don't want it to get lost about what I'm saying to what you guys are saying. That's why I'm interrupting, because I'm not saying any of that. I'm not saying that it's correct, incorrect, this and that other. I'm saying this is the reality of what it is because that's been forced on you. Have you guys ever looked up the one drop rule? Like really take a look at it. I'm saying in law though, in law, like how they defined it.
No, I've never seen it in law.
1/4.
Yeah.
No, 1/32nd, bro.
Second.
1/32nd. So you had white people, because the reason why they did that was because property was being passed down. They said, and that's why I said hypo descent became a thing. They had to codify race that way. And that's why people don't talk about the one drop, but one drop rule is in law. That's a Virginia law. Virginia.
That's 5 generations too for anybody who's trying to do the math.
Yep.
All right, man.
And let me say this before you go, 18th. And to add on to what DC is saying, when you listen to some of the content creators who shall not be named, I'm gonna name them, the divestors and the swirlers, when you hear them talk, they're talking about like DC is saying, that treatment. That's where you get the myth of white womanhood. I want that treatment. I want that lifestyle. I want to be perceived as her. I want to be Karen. I want to be Karen and be able to call the cops on a poor somebody that I see as an eyesore, and the cops come here in 2 seconds and haul him away and maybe rough him up for me. I want that type of power, that social power, and I want, very importantly, I want to be perceived that way. And that, so when you hear them talk, that their anger is that you haven't put them in that position, and the state refuses to put them in that position, right? So the best they can do, the most they can hope for, is to hopefully marry that, not any other man but the white man. This is where the hierarchy come in. Marry a white man and use him as the passport in this society to be treated the way that she feels that white women are treated, which is very, very select, maybe top 20% white women. Right. So going back to the forced classification, the forced classification is what got everybody that's not white pretty much running around, and even white folks within the white classification. Believe it or not, Italians still ain't balling out of control. The Irish are still, they're white. They're still not balling out of control in that Northeast region. Believe it or not. Right. The WASP still run things, and they at war with the small hat. It's the small hats and the WASP fighting each other at the top, and then you get all the other just got into the white club whites, right? But this is something that on the outside, as a black person who has your own tribal issues, you don't know. Some of us know about the South Asian beef between the Pakistanis and the Indians and the Sri Lankans and the Bangladeshis, and then the caste system within the Hindu religion, and even if you're not, it's still a caste system with shade. Some of us know about that, but you talk to your average black person, they don't know that. They know about the internal colorism in the black community. They don't even know about they go to school with the Latinos and don't even know about the colorism in the Latino community.
Right.
And the fact that, quite frankly, the indigenous looking Latinos are all the way at the bottom with you. They might have a centimeter above you in the racial hierarchy, and that all depends on the country. They don't know. Right? So, when we talk about this, that's why we call it white supremacy. Right? Other brothers, I get it, especially some of the conservative brothers, part of the Black Manosphere, they don't want to have this conversation because they just see black women and their effery and what they doing and saying in the hierarchy. But understand, black women are acting the way they acted because they're trying to get out of it, right? They're inappropriately acting to the pressure that's being put on them, right? And all they want to do, I just want to be seen, and this is where ain't I a woman come in. I just want to be seen as read white women. I just want to be seen as a woman. I just want to be a woman, God.
Yeah. Hey,
right?
hey, Mr. Z.
Go ahead, 18. Yeah, because I interrupted you. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, like what you were just saying a minute ago, because have you noticed how like it's ramped down? Because in the beginning, you had so many women that was using neo-Nazi language, like including like some and she was doing it coded, but including Chrissy and Paris Milan and all of this. Now it's kind of ramped. I think it's come to that realization. They're like, damn, no matter how much we try, we really not gonna get out of.
That's why some of them are resigning
Yeah,
themselves to being single, like Yanni, like
But
or yeah,
but
F you pay me, buy
they're
me. Yeah,
resigning
go ahead.
themselves to be single, but at the same
Mhm.
time, it's just another form of a double down, because
yeah.
it's like, instead of you just being yourself, you know,
Throwing a temper tantrum, fine, I'll be
yeah,
single.
yeah, and it's like, yo, you know, it's you, instead of you just being yourself, you get with the man from your own community, and you make it work like everybody else does in their community. You just say, all right, it's like your theory of scorched earth. It's like,
Yeah.
fuck it, I can't have my way. You know, something. It's like something that Professor Scott Galloway said the other day. He said that you know, everybody wants everything all at once, and it's like, you can't. You can have everything you want, just not all at once. But
Yeah.
it's like, if I can't have everything, if I can't have white womanhood and respect as a woman and all these other things, you know, all at once, I'd rather have nothing at all. And then, you know,
Yeah.
the other half, you know, the black men in the community are like, you know what, it is what it is. Like, we'll give you what you want. You know, it's like, if you don't, that's what you want, then it is what it is. It's like, I don't think any of us have the time to kind of be catering to that. But it's the double down.
Yeah,
It's the same double
it.
down that it's the same double down
I
that
get it.
Myron does, and people like him do.
Yeah.
It's like, it's this
Well,
fear of, I want to
you're
be accepted by
trying.
the higher. I want to be
Yes.
accepted by
Yes.
the dominant class. I'm
Mhm.
afraid, because I know there's a high chance that I'm not going to be accepted. I'm not Italian. I'm not Eastern European. You know, I'm not Irish. I don't have the complexion for the protection. But let me just double down on the
Of
BS.
the collection.
Yeah, exactly. Let me just double down on the BS in hopes that they accept me, even though I know there's a great chance they won't, because they've never accepted me or anybody like me in the last, you know, in all the centuries beforehand.
It look, and I get it. So that's why I was saying what I was saying earlier. I get the pressure. Look, I'm black too, and I, unlike Myron, I don't got no wavy hair. I don't. Myron's more copper toned. He got me by a couple shades, right? So I'm a clearly black man, right? So I get the pressure. My biggest issue with black people is the way we're responding to the anti-blackness and the white supremacy. But I even understand why we're responding the way we do. It's actually pretty damn predictable. I still have an issue with it, right? That's why I'm able to explain exactly what the women are on, and exactly what the brothers are on, and what other people of other races and ethnicities that are closer to white, or at least white people see them as closer to them. I mean, like, you know, and this is probably gonna turn on DC. With Dr. Frances Cress Welsing, when she gives the whole color hierarchy, right? If you're yellow, then you're mellow. If you're brown, stick around, and all that. Like, she's telling you something. And even some of us that seen the meme that floats around IG once or twice a year with Peter Griffin pretending like he's a cop, and he's holding up the binder with the different shades, and it's telling you like, this is straight to jail, this is that, and like, people know, right? And we're all playing our positions very predictably in the hierarchy, right? The Asians are fighting to be considered white. The Asian women are busting down for every white dude they could touch, right? Black women wish they could be in that position. That's why they're the loudest about it, right? The South Asians are pretending like they don't care, but they really care too.
But I think the other groups of women, they know how to play the game. They know how to act accordingly.
I think they're allowed to play the game that way. I agree. Let me put it. I agree with you.
Attitude and disposition.
Yeah. No, I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm saying that if they were the bottom caste, if they would consider the bottom caste, their actions would be more like black women's actions, because they would feel more defeated like black women do. So I'm not completely disagreeing with what you're saying. I'm saying, yes, they're responding slightly better, but it only matters because the system allows them to have that 1 or 2 notches up, right? And because if you look at certain black women are doing they're running through hoops, they're doing everything. I mean, Ebony K. Williams just showed you that whole thing was for fucking white men, bro. That whole thing was for elite men. It was, come pick me back up, y'all drop me off, come get me. I don't want to be with these niggas.
But at the same time,
it doesn't matter, right? Go ahead.
She's talking to the wrong people.
Yeah.
She should be talking. The problem is this: there are a select few black women that have a good disposition, that are pleasant to be around, but they are outshined by the ones that are in the media. So it's like, all right, if you're talking, she's talking to the wrong people. She needs to be talking to women like her and saying, look, we need to, like seriously, we want these white men to be with us. We need to start talking out against the loud, the Sukihanas and the loud, angry black women, and start talking against the, start boycotting the world stars that post all these videos of us fighting each other in Dollar Tree and all this other BS that goes on. But at the same time, women don't do that because they're afraid of each other, because they know that, I remember Kevin used to say that on his show. It's like, yo, y'all don't check each other because y'all are afraid of each other, because it's 0 to 100. There's no ramp up. It's straight ludicrous mode, So I think that's, some of these people need to know their audience and know who they're talking to, and kind of get everybody on the same page in order for everybody to get, it's like the Nash equilibrium. You don't just do what's in your best interest. You do what's in your best interest in the interest of others, so everybody can win.
I don't even know if most people, I don't know if we're thinking that far. And understand, when I'm talking, I'm not excusing the behavior. I am saying that I understand the behavior.
Yeah.
And so I don't think we're thinking that far, and I understand why, because the pressure feels so immediate. Right? There's a certain level of urgency. It's funny how we work as humans, because certain things it's a feeling of urgency, right? And it's so immediate. It's like, it gotta happen right now. I gotta do this right now. And then other things,
we do the most when it's too late. That's human nature. My cousin told me that years ago. I remember questioning him about something, I think it was in the middle of the pandemic. And I'm like, everybody's trying, not all of a sudden, everybody, the world is shut down, and everybody's looking for toilet paper and water, and then now all of a sudden everybody wants to buy up all the Bowflex equipment and all the the adjustable barbells, and it's like, yo, you had your whole life to do this. But he told me that people do the most when it's too late.
Yeah, that's just the procrastination and everything like that. So okay, let's do it.
Can you
go
share
ahead.
the screen for me?
I don't know how to do that. Okay, let me see. But I was trying to do that before. Okay, let's see.
It's going to be real quick. I just want to read the first couple of sentences of the Racial Integrity Act, because I think that this would kind of explain a little bit about how I view it, because this helped me kind of orient the idea of what they believed, or how they actually viewed people, in a sense.
Boom. I know how to do it, I think. There we go. All right, there you go, DC.
No, he sent you a link.
Okay. Let me see.
Like, not me.
DC trying to show the beard.
My ugly mug,
DC trying to show the beard. Why you trying to thirst trap on my channel? Is what I'm saying. Okay, let's go back to.
You do not need to see me.
You gotta go underneath to, like, I think present or something like that. It's okay. And when you click on it, it say share. And
I'm looking, because I'm using my phone. I think that might be another reason.
Because I think people hear about the one drop rule, they don't have a full understanding about how this was done in court cases, property being taken from so-called people that that looked white. They were white people, but they just passed on from being classified, being looked upon as being kind of like black or black adjacent, to being full-blown white people, and that happened a lot. That happened a lot in Maryland, Virginia, North Carolina, South Carolina, in the Mid-Atlantic states, because of the mixture that took place during that time period. It wasn't that many black people that got transported here to the United States.
So only 5% or something like that.
Yeah, just keep that in reference. And then if you call most of the Native Americans, and then you mix in with them, they force everybody into this particular same definition. It was really, it's really devastating to what they did. I mean, I'm basically trying to argue it, but I'm arguing it from a point of, they already had this discussion. There was a argument on the floor about what they're going to do with black people. 3/5 of a human being, compromise, the Atlanta Compromise, Booker T. Washington, the reason why he was looked in to make a deals bargain. And when W. Du Bois said, you know what, man, I'm out. People never talk about that. W. Du Bois said, you can't fix this. This is so embedded into the racial thing is so embedded that the Harvard scholar, which is probably one of the greatest minds America ever produced, W. Du Bois, he's very smart because he studied racism from a mental standpoint, not all the other stuff. He basically studied the psychological effects of it. And he said, you know what, man, I'm going ahead. I'm gonna move to Africa and spend the rest of my days there. It's fixing this.
Hey, DC, can I ask you a question? I was gonna ask, brother, when, because what you were saying, man, and to all of the brothers on the panel, when you research the system, when was y'all epiphany moment? Because like when I look at the welfare system and what they did with black people after the welfare system and different things like that, and the things that we're fighting with with the whole family, the way that the families are broken up and everything. And when you look at the situation with the welfare system, we're going to give the women government incentives and we're going to get them crumbs on the table to make them think they don't need their own men. They're going to raise these boys. And these boys are going to have emotions like women. And then, of course, there's no economic opportunities in the neighborhood. So they're going to go out and they're going to react in an emotional way, which is going to resort to violence. And we're going to send them to the prisons, or, they're going to, lose their lives out here. And then on top of it, we're going to promote that image as far as women being independent in the black community, don't need their men, and the men are just screw ups, and that's why they're in this position. When you look at a lot of that stuff, you like, man, these people was truly evil, man, to like create a system.
Think about who you're talking about, though.
Right.
Think about you're talking about the people that transported the hierarchy they had in Europe to America and then added to it, right? Like when you look at Benjamin Franklin was a fucking smart ass man. Alexander Hamilton was a smart. These are not. They're evil, but they're not dumb.
Yeah, the secret societies. Those are secret societies. Masons, Elks of the European class. Yeah.
So you're talking about groups of people who understood that they needed a black bottom class to keep the white people in America from doing to each other what they did to each other in Europe. You needed the permanent underclass.
Bacon's rebellion was a warning.
That was exactly.
Because what you would have is what happened in Europe. You would have basically a bottom caste of people that would sooner or later they're going to revolt against the small class of people that
the aristocracy and
it just repeats itself. It always repeats itself around the world. If you notice, if you don't have a racial hierarchy in place.
And this is, by the way, this is why you have every once in a while that the ebb and flow between elites, capturing pretty much all the wealth and killing the hope, and then giving you just a few crumbs back. This is where you get Keynesianism type of economics and what it allowing you to accumulate more crumbs so that you don't blow the whole thing up, and then they get selfish again, overtly selfish again, and it kind of ebbs and flows. I agree with DC on this, but what I'm saying is you needed the black permanent, and that's why even during slavery, Asians were able to move in a way blacks weren't able to move.
Right.
Would it help
Jim Crow Asians? Go ahead.
Would it help if I send you the link?
Maybe. But let me read this while you're doing that, and okay. we'll get to that in like a minute. Yes. Okay. So Mike V says 12% of Africans made it to North America. 88% went to the Caribbean and South America. Thank you very much. I always thought it was 5%. I don't know why.
No. Wait, it was 5%. It was 5%. I'm talking about like 5% in total.
Okay.
Like 5% of the only like 5%, because even then the whole transatlantic slave trade with Africans itself in and of itself has been greatly exaggerated. But of the people who were shipped here, only like 5%. The reason being is because African slaves were actually super expensive, contrary to popular belief. They were super expensive. They didn't know the land, and they had to be taught like basically how to work a lot of these like cash crops, like tobacco. And
buying
like
a car.
So,
you were buying a car.
Exactly. And that's exactly that. Like how you said it. Yeah, basically buying like 3 Africans was like basically buying a brand new car. So what they did was that they mostly relied on first, from like the first colonies like 1607 to like Bacon's Rebellion. Most of those people were basically other Europeans, other white people, and then from Bacon's Rebellion and the Yamasee Wars onward, from like the 1670s onward, all the way up till the end of the 1865. Then it switched over to mostly like Indian slaves You know what I mean? And like the small percentage of African slaves that were brought. So yeah, like and then going back to when you talk about DC, even if you look at the Negro Act of South Carolina in 1740, it literally says it right then and there. It says that they define the word Negro, legally define Negro as anybody that being an African, and then they said that anybody
Say that again for me, Big Kev. Wait, pause right there. Say that again for me for the people in the back that still don't get what me and DC are saying. They define Negro as what?
Negro. Negro was legally, and a keyword legally defined as anybody being an African. So
they said anybody. Doesn't matter your tribe or your language or your skin tone or your what they call your nose rotational, whatever the hell they call that, or the bridge of your forehead, or how far or close your eyebrows are. Shout out to Drake. It doesn't matter. None of that matters, right?
Exactly.
You were from this continent, so you were black. You were a Negro.
Exactly. That and then also too, they defined under the Negro Act of South Carolina, they said that any Indian tribe that wasn't basically in alliance with the South Carolina government was hereby declared extinct.
Yep, and they forced them into the black classification also. That is absolutely true.
Yeah,
absolutely
this is how
true.
tribes like the Yamasee people could be labeled as extinct, despite the fact that they never actually went extinct. You know what I mean?
It's devastating. You know? It's devastating what happened here. All the way up into 1960. It's stuff that's happened on these shores that's just it's unforgivable.
And now you know why Texas. Now you know why Texas and other states in the union, mainly southern states, but other states in the union, why they want to play down slavery as much as humanly possible and make it a footnote, if even that, and in your children's history books.
Even speaking on that, you have a whole class of black Mexicans that people don't even know nothing about.
Yeah, that's
right.
Black Mexicans. People that look like
know about that.
Like us, that were slaves, escaped and got Native American, escaped and got over to the south of the border.
I want to
of them.
I want to give two
cultures and all that type of stuff. It is.
Let me give these two examples of something. I keep on referencing this debate. I'm gonna probably have to do Black Minister Show the Week on this one segment of a debate between Ezra Klein and Ben Shapiro, right? And when Ezra Klein finally got Ben Shapiro to shut the hell up, he backed him into a corner. And if anybody remember that debate from what it was like 4 or 5 years ago now, and Ezra Klein finally pretty much got Ben Shapiro to say, "Nigga, I'm just trying to protect my position. Fuck all that."
Right.
All of everything Ben Shapiro does is about protecting that class position, and the fact that he's a small hat and he know white wasps are chomping at the bit to murk people like him. Don't ever think Ben Shapiro doesn't know who he is in America.
He's on a sliding scale. Same thing with Nikki Fuentes. Same thing.
Yeah. They know it. And when you look at him, you got to think white small hat male Candace Owens, smarter, but still. And they know their position. I'm saying all that to say there's that part of a conversation, and then there's the more recent conversation that what's his name, Patrick PBD, whatever his name is, Patrick David had with Roland Martin, and when they were talking about the housing thing, when he finally had to sit down with what Roland was saying. Essentially, he was like, "Why would you want black people to know that anyway?" I'm putting way more words to it, but why would black people need to know that they're being redlined anyway? Why would you want to teach them that? In other words, what many right and left non-black people want, let's just teach the black kids it ain't systemic, it's you, right? This is where you get that like straight Ayn Rand bullshit. And straight Margaret Thatcher bullshit is that there's no society, there's individuals and families, there's no such thing as society. So as that pressure of being black in America is being applied to your shoulders, you will see, and this is what I'm predicting, and I think this shit's get really dark. I want everybody to hold on to your hats. That's why I made the video I made about this upcoming wealth transfer. The people that's going to get real money in our age group from about DC's age down to, let's say, 28 years old, 27 years old. I'm telling you, because I worked with one of these people, right? But right now he's probably more like 24, 25 years old. They're gonna be talking out of their ass They're gonna tell you how hard they worked. They're not gonna tell you that mommy and daddy or granddaddy left them $300,000. They're not gonna tell you that part. They're not
Right.
gonna tell you the $250,000. And so what's gonna happen is, because you don't know that, you think that investors sound crazy now when they're competing against Sally, who's the only child of her parents and the only grandchild of 2 sets of grandparents, and she's getting $500,000.
Mm-hmm.
Is the girl you trying to date, the woman you trying to date? Yeah, she might make her little 50 grand a year, but that's it. And actually, a couple of those dollars, she's passing back to her mom to help her mom out with a couple of bills. And she's working next to a woman who is married, so that she fucked up there, but she's not. She's working next to a woman who's married, and her husband just got $1 million. You see what I'm saying? So like, I'm tying that to the racial hierarchy by saying like, this is one of the reasons why you hear people talking about reparations in the ADOS community, because they kind of see this shit coming. They saw this shit coming. But also, if you don't nip this shit in the bud, if you don't close that gap, that growing chasm, I argue, this shit recreates itself for like damn their eternity. We mentioned the Zanj rebellion a little while ago. That's after the Arabs had been enslaving Africans for hundreds of years. Hundreds of years before you get that. Right? Like, so, you know, I don't see it happening like that in Black America, but what I am saying is, don't think Hunger Games can't happen here.
Oh, absolutely.
Right? Don't think these people, especially with the technology now, like
Mm-hmm.
what we're mentioning, Leopold never set foot in Africa. He was screwing over the Congo without ever setting foot in. Don't think that these people can't be in DC screwing you over in Florida, in Cali, in New York. Exactly. They're doing it now, but with the technology, it's just going to make it so much more, you know, so much more accessible. So that oppression, and I'm tying all of that to say, until you get a hold on the forced classification and why you're there, and the fact that the system feel like it needs to have that, and you breaking that, somebody else got to be on the bottom, or just an amalgamation of people on the bottom, which I think is more likely, right? Because no group of people is going to be forced back there once Black people break that whole thing. But poor people just be poor people of different races, equally distributed, right? Until you break this thing, the whole system is okay with Black people being the permanent underclass. They just don't like the way it looks sometimes. They don't like to see George Floyd situation that happened for damn near 10 minutes, because it looks bad on camera. But they're perfectly okay with that, and they know that's the cost of doing business. And Eric Garner chokeout is the cost of doing business, right? Alton Sterling is the cost of doing business. Philando Castile minding his own goddamn business with his girlfriend. That's the cost of doing business. Trayvon Martin is the cost of doing business. Jordan Russell Davis, Michael Brown, that's the cost of doing Davis. What's my girl name that they killed in? Sandra Bland is the cost of doing business. Renisha McBoyd is the cost of doing business. Breonna Taylor is the cost of doing business. They realized that the brother in the Carolinas that was running from the cop with his back turned to the cop.
Scott.
Yeah, Scott. That's the cost of doing business, right? Now people just don't like the way it look on camera.
Yeah, property is
everybody else is okay with the hierarchy though.
Another thing I just wanted to say to Pete.
Oh, yeah, let me read this. I'm sorry, because Karine done had this up forever. Thank you, Karine, for the super sticker. Thank you very much, sis. And go ahead, yo.
Okay, another thing I wanted to say, Mrs. E, and like what you were saying, the wealth transfer, and then of course you got other non-Blacks that are getting like different loans and all types of benefits coming here, and then you throw in, you know, let's say you got people from the continent and certain people from the Caribbean coming to the United States, and they already with the elitism, tribalism mindset. You give them a few more crumbs than Black Americans, and then you turn around and you say, well, it's everybody's doing well. It's just you guys because you're not working hard enough. And
all these conservative Indians coming from India.
And then before you know it, you have all of these. You have Black Americans, particularly, regurgitating those talking points, and who are they taking that anger and frustration out on? Other people that look like them, and they're and then that's what we're seeing.
That's
right
DC's
now.
point. Yeah.
I was about to say, Dr. Thunder calls that being a bootstrap bro. And he's the guy, like I said, his dad, had 160 IQ, you know what I mean? And he came from like poverty, being raised by a single mom, and didn't meet his dad until like he was like a full-grown adult. It's like even somebody like him and his dad, Dr. Thunder and his dad, they'll be the first ones to tell you, it's like, listen, bro, I don't believe in that bootstrap theory bullshit. Listen, if you want these brothers to do well, you got to invest in them, period. You can't just be sitting there.
And understand, Big Kev, pause for the cause right there. Big Kev, say, who are you talking about again? Say his name for me, please.
Dr. Thunder.
Dr. Thunder is telling you that bootstrap bros bullshit is bullshit. Okay?
Exactly.
Dr. Thunder. Okay? Go ahead, Barry.
Exactly.
Big Cat finish up, and I think Better You was trying to go, and then I think 18 Letter was trying to finish up also. So yeah, go ahead, Big Cat, finish up.
Like you said, don't believe in that bootstrap theory of BS, and that's why I think sometimes we need to kind of even out. That's why sometimes I get pushback against BGS2 with this octane scale. I'm like, listen, this whole social stratification based purely off of like arbitrary white collar, this is just coping. This is just a coping mechanism. The only so-called class, the whole so-called class or social stratification should be the so-called Black people that want to see other Black people do better for themselves, okay, regardless if they're blue collar or white collar, or the people who want to see us basically stuck as the permanent underclass, whether it's people, basically what you call, the quote-unquote dusties, or people that want to serve as like a buffer class, to the tyrants. I'm like, to me, it's like both of them are in the same camp, but we keep trying to make a distinction between, it's one versus the other.
You're saying there's a distinction without a difference.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. So
I tend to agree with that.
Yeah. So like my thing is, we should separate, but it shouldn't be off of arbitrary bullshit. It should be like, hey, listen, I want to see, people like us, people who look like us doing better for themselves, and you don't. You want to be on some fuckery, or
but
you want
I
to
think
be
those
like a buffer class
people,
house Negro, and you got to stay away from them.
I think those. So to Big Kev. So what you're saying, I think those people that attempt their hardest to say, they really think they can be like a gated community on themselves, right? Like it just be us 5% of us Black Americans spread out around the country, mainly on the West Coast and in the Northeast, maybe a couple in the South, maybe a couple in that Chicago kind of area, and it'll be like 5 or maybe 10, but 5% of us that are like doing extremely well, and all of our kids are gonna marry each other, and we'll just continue to do this, and we'll close ourselves off from those other Negroes. And every once in a while, when one of them elevate themselves to our level, we'll haze them and then we'll let them in. And I really think like that. They really think that. They really think they can just be them, just 5% of the Black. And when I say Black American, I'm not even just talking about ADOS at this point. All Black people in America, you think you just gonna close yourself? It's just gonna be 5% of us that have some shit, and our kids are just gonna not deal with all the other, riffraff on the bottom, not deal with the white supremacy, not have to deal with. We'll just sequester ourselves off from the rest of Black America and the cost of being Black. Yeah, right. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, a nation within a nation. Yeah, let me know. Wait a minute, it hasn't worked yet. Y'all been trying already, but yeah, let me know how that worked for y'all.
Exactly.
That
out of here.
That or on the opposite end, where it's like it's a situation where basically the quote unquote riffraff, they try to present themselves as, or should I say, the people who are like hyper dysfunctional, and poor. They want to present themselves as the air quotes, the real Black people, and
real
everybody who isn't right, the real niggas.
Shout out to Gorillas though.
Exactly, and everybody who isn't super dysfunctional with a fucked up family structure, and who is the dirt poor is quote unquote acting white. That's what I'm saying. Like extremes. Like you need to stay away from either one of them.
And then the rest of us are somewhere in the middle trying to be like, what the
exactly. I'm saying is that I'm like, listen, people should make money, but it shouldn't be like, don't try to stratify yourself just based off of like your income or your occupation.
Right.
It should be based off of like, hey, listen, are you functional Are you willing to see us do better? Are you willing to help us reclaim like our tribal heritages, whatnot, wherever we come from? If so, hey, you're on the team, and if not, hey, bro, I'm gonna have to step away from you, dog. You know,
I
like
agree.
we
And
don't gotta
let me
all
make this
be
last comment. Let me
yeah.
make this last comment before you. I'm gonna let 18 let her go after that. But like Chris Rock said, hey, I don't believe in none of this shit. I still got my bags packed in front of the door ready. Like when Chris Rock said that on a stand-up, I thought that shit was, it was so sad and so real and funny at the same time. Because he's
Uh-huh.
essentially, I'm this successful, and I'm still waiting for these folks to come and get my shit. And like that. That's a black person that was born and raised poor, worked himself to death to and talent to get to where he is, but he understands how precarious this shit is because he's black. That's what he
Right.
was saying with that bit, right? And go ahead, 18th letter, and then
No, I was
whoever
just
wants to
gonna
go after.
say,
Mhm.
I was gonna say to piggyback off of what you said, Mr. Z. It's a video that's floating around on the internet of some black elites from the 1960s who were
Seen it. I
concerned
already know where
about
you're
black
going.
coming from the South
Yep,
in over
moving to
there.
California. Yep,
Yeah, it's California,
yep,
and
yep.
it's the same thing that's been going on and on. We think that the impoverished class is not going to represent us, and we're going to be looked at as the elite, and that's
Let's
some how
pause
it's going to
right
be.
there, 18th.
Yeah,
And exactly how have the elite? Okay, let's. All right, fine. The impoverished class is making us look bad. You're right. Okay, fine. I agree. I actually do agree. Fine. They're
no,
inappropriately
no, no, no.
responding
I'm
to white
saying
supremacy.
that's what people.
No.
Yeah,
I
I
know.
said
Yeah, no.
okay.
I'm doing this on. There's a reason. I'm framing this for like this for a reason. Fine. You're right. Everybody who say that is right. Exactly how have the elite black people been doing? What y'all been
Right.
doing?
Well, I mean, I think even
It's
now the impoverished class already represents us with our music, our what's portrayed in the media, the
And
whole
it
ghetto
wouldn't be that
mentality.
easy for them to represent us with the music. I agree that white money is elevating it. So I'll put that
Yeah,
on the table. I'm gonna concede that point off
but we
top.
lean into it because there's
But
money.
we lean into it because what exactly are we producing?
Nada.
Do you see what I'm saying? No, I'm agreeing with everything everybody's saying. That like
We're producing Tyler Perry movies. We're
yeah
producing Tyler Perry.
the white elite are elevating the underclass of black people. I agree 100. The young white dudes love them. The most gangster rap music you can the most gritty gangster rap music. Your local 15-year-old white boy is listening to that shit.
Yep.
Yes,
Yep.
It's
I
not even
agree
for the
100%.
20-year-olds.
you
It's
elevating
it's
Yeah, no, you're
WA.
right. You're right. The adults too, of course. I'm agreeing. I'm agreeing. But
I live in
It,
Chicago, and I
mhm,
remember like a couple
Me
weekends
too.
ago catching an Uber somewhere, and I'm downtown,
mhm.
Gold Coast, and I see this white boy. I'm in an Uber going somewhere, and I wasn't even paying attention. I hear this loud music blasting, and I see this dude on one of those like tripod bikes,
Yeah.
and like it's a white dude, with
Mhm.
a Abercrombie and Fitch t-shirt and his Oakley's on, and he's blasting
Yep.
like NBA young boy or whoever the hell
Yep.
was,
Yeah.
and I'm just like, I wasn't expecting that.
Hey, brother,
And so
you were far
it's
away from the South Side, wasn't you? Far away from
I
the
mean,
South
look,
Side.
I live on the north side, so it's like,
Mhm.
I don't, but yeah, it definitely was, you expect that on the south side, you expect,
Yeah, I'm from the South Side myself. Yeah.
yeah, like you expect to see, it's always a Chevy Impala,
Mhm.
with the
Or
girl, with
Caprice.
the
Or
or Capri,
Caprice.
but it always be a girl driving it. The dude is laid up in the passenger seat with his feet up on the dash, and they blasting some music,
Yeah.
and but it's like you go downtown and it's like it be these white boys blasting this music, and it's
Yeah.
like, yo, these guys are either coming from the golf course or whatever, or going
This
to,
is this is the
yeah.
argument I was trying to make, and because I'm sorry to interrupt, but this is the argument I was trying to make. I agree. Okay, fine. If black elites and black people that are near elites and black people that are under the near elites, if we have an issue with the underbelly of the black community, I'm not just talking about their income level. I'm talking about the way they portray themselves and the way they act. If we have a problem with them being the face of Black America, and we have a problem with their inappropriate response to white supremacy, what I'm asking us is, what are we forwarding that's enticing and that's marketable that we can use to shut that down? And I submit to you, nothing. I submit to you that in a weird way, not maybe us on the panel, I got to say it again, maybe not us on the panel or in the chat. I submit to you that those of us that have our head on our shoulders, we low key through action and sometimes through words are telling the underbelly of the black community to be white. That's how you get out of this. Imitate white folks. I'm not saying we saying that. I'm saying we saying that though. I know that didn't make any sense.
I
saying,
agree wholeheartedly.
I'm saying is that we try to make a false conflation between not being dysfunctional and acting white. No,
I agree with that. I agree with that. I agree with that.
Yeah, like,
I agree with that.
I'm saying that we try to make this insinuation, and unfortunately, Mr. Z, I gotta put a lot of this sometimes on like the leftists, you know, because I was watching a video by like what if the artist talking about how communism is like a failed religion. What happens is that part of the fuckery that goes on is that a lot of so-called black people on the left try to insinuate that if you're not worshiping like dysfunction amongst so-called black people, if you're not worshiping the dysfunctional behavior, then that's quote unquote
and the gunocracy
itself is acting white. Exactly. If you're not bound to the gunocracy, worshiping the country, that's acting white. It's like no, acting white is being Christian pampered and trying to be like a European aristocracy. That's acting white. Well, but me not
acting white. Acting white is Candace Owens. Acting. I'll give you a left and a right example. Acting white is Candace Owens, and acting white is Kim Clay not Kim Clay Kim Foster. Left supposed left, but Kim Foster's man. Those are two examples of attempting to act white. But go ahead.
Are you equating acting white with having decorum and knowing how to act in certain rooms? Like, you know.
No. I'm saying
no.
Let me give the examples. I'm the one who said it. Let me say it. Why is the sister from Alabama imitating a white Valley Girl voice? That's what I'm saying. You know what she's attempting to portray when she does that. You're not even from a nice area. You from wherever, Montgomery, Alabama, right? Your people them is regular working class people, but you're because you're attempting to show something. When I say acting white, I'm talking about
still speak proper English, but
exactly. Okay, you know what the difference is? Michelle Obama sounds like a black woman. Maxine Waters sound like a black woman. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like when you hear them speak, they're not attempting to change up they're not adopting a vocal fry, and they don't speak like that so they can show, oh no, I'm a pampered ass white girl. No, you're not.
Yeah.
And you never been. So when I say acting white, and you see it with certain brothers, I can look. None of us here are dumb. Mr. Z's iPod is a smorgasbord of a whole bunch of music. But when I see the brother with the relaxed hair blasting his rock music with his windows down, I know what signal he's trying to show. And it's insulting to me when other brothers is like, no, he ain't trying to be white. He just listen to rock music. Bro, I got rock music. I have classical, dubstep, house, techno. Like, bruh. Well, you know what he's trying. You know the signal he's trying to show. You know, so when I say acting white, it's not about being educated. It's not about comporting yourself a certain way, right? It's a behavior because you're trying to signal to this society that you're not like them Negroes.
And to receive what? To receive
better treatment. Yes.
There you go.
It's funny.
That's what all this is about at the end of the day.
Well, and I would say, and I would just add in on that. It's you know, anybody. I don't know how many people on the panel. You know, you work in corporate America. You have these trainings, these DEI trainings, and part of the training is always about showing up as your authentic self. And this
bullshit.
And and that's the funny thing about it. It's like you're not being your authentic self because you know that who you are is not accepted.
By the way, that's some sister ass shit if I ever heard of it. Who let the black women in the back room? Because you know that was a black woman that pinned that shit. Yeah, I started hearing that shit a few years ago too. Showing up as your authentic self, I was like, that's a black woman.
Like,
who's the black woman?
You know you have to. You know when you walk in. You know, I had a professor in undergrad say it. He said,
Kareen, you left? Damn, I wanted to. Damn, Kareen was up here. I was about to flame Kareen. But Kareen, that's your people's. That's your XX chromosome. Go ahead.
I had a sociology professor in undergrad who he said that the reason why black people are the best actors and actresses is because we have to act a certain way.
the double consciousness shit. Yep.
You know, and like when I used to go into before the pandemic, I was going into the office every day. I would kind of like. I'm on the bus, I'm listening to Wu-Tang or whatever I'm listening to, and it's like, all right, let me get my mind right. You know, I'm listening to Flesh in My Flesh, Blood in My Blood. And well, I gotta get my mind right to prepare to act a certain way when I get in here. But it's like you can't preach your authentic self and then not be your authentic self, because you know that how you are makes white people uncomfortable.
Yeah.
But it's like it's a weird, you're it's just disingenuous. It's just practicing being disingenuous, and it's like, it's a
Bro, the
putting on a
whole
mask.
system is that. Wait, let me say this, and then name it. Let me say this.
Thank you.
The whole system is that you notice even the white folks. It's a theme in movies that they taking these antidepressants, they taking these psych meds, because even them who created the system, and more importantly perpetuate the system, even they can't eat the shit that they helped to perpetuate.
And I just want to
You
say
see what I'm
one
saying?
last thing.
So imagine a poor black kid. You go ahead.
I would say one last thing, and the same sociology professor, he had us watching some real stuff in class, stuff that made people. He had us watching, Goodbye Uncle Tom, and had people walk out of the classroom. He had us watch the Drop Squad, which is you can find it for free. Yeah. I don't. It's a very. I think Spike Lee executive produced it. I'm sure DC knows the film. That film is literally about not being authentic and selling out your own people for your own ill-begotten gains. Yeah. And they had.
Is it selling out if you? This is my question. Yes, and DC remember me asking this a couple nights ago, and that's why I wish BGS was here for this. Is it selling out if you never bought in?
Well, no. In this case, in the film, it's kind of a mix of both, because the main character is Eric LaSalle. He plays the main character, and he's an executive at a record label, and they're the urban department, and it's literally all the black people. He's a marketing executive at the urban department, and they're all huddled up in what used to be, it looks like a janitor closet. That's their office. And they're trying to find ways they're basically trying to find ways to market to black people. And they're marketing stuff like malt liquor and all this other stuff. Like, shout out to you, DC. You had me dying a couple weeks ago on Art's channel when you did the St. Ives commercial.
Oh yeah.
I was rolling on the playback. But and then so his family members are concerned about him, because they're like, yo, we know you're behind this advertisement. It's doing nothing to promote the positive stuff about our community. And they contract the Drop Squad. It's basically it's a group of former Black Panthers. They kidnap you, they brainwash you, and they show you the error in your ways. They kidnapped I think one of the characters they kidnapped was the local drug dealer. Another one was a Shahrazad Ali type character. Another one was the pastor, the community pastor that pulls up in the Mercedes, and everybody else is pulling up, on their Adidas, because they're walking to church and stuff. So it's sometimes you have to think where is our current Drop Squad? Because there's a lot of stuff a lot of these DEI initiatives are promoted by a few select black people.
You got a Drop Squad. It's Oprah and Gail in them. Didn't you see what they did to Snoop?
But I would say there's a lot of things that some of this. There are some creators that are showing the nonsense behind it. There was an episode of Atlanta this last season where they're they're behind closed doors, and they're supposed to be promoting black initiatives and stuff. And then he's like, the one guy's like, oh, what you got to do is you got to start your own charity, and they donate to that. And let me get the Black Panther 2 tickets. Let me get this money for this year, and all this other stuff. It's just kind of do these people have? Do they really have?
I'll give you an example. The what's the brother name? That was conservative, and now he's more kind of middle of the road. Y'all know who I'm talking about. Oh my God, his name is right there.
The amazing Lucas.
Amazing Lucas. What he told y'all about when he went to that meeting with Candace Owens and what's her face and what's his face, the one that Charles don't like, right? Was it Arthur Tatum? And he told you he got behind the scenes and see what they was on, and that changed. Now that's if he is to be believed. If he's to be believed, he was like, "Oh, this is what y'all on. Oh no, I don't want no parts of this." Right? Yeah. So
I used to go at him because he was so staunch on. I mean, he just seemed way too smart to be saying some of the stuff that he was saying.
And look at how he switched up over the past couple years, right? So and our drop. I wasn't being funny when I said that, brother. When I was like Oprah and Gail and them, and the Drop Squad is not for black people anymore. The Drop Squad is to protect the gynocracy. I wasn't joking when I said that. Exactly. So when Snoop made the comment that he made, the Drop Squad went into effect, right? They went into effect. He made the comment he made at Gail, and who came and threatened him literally with military action? Susan Rice. Bitch, who the fuck are you? You're married to a white man. And I don't care how old. And by the way, that's all black aristocracy right there. By the way, her people been connected.
Mhm.
Wait, isn't Susan Rice mixed?
Oh, say that again.
Susan Rice.
Isn't
Susan Rice.
mixed?
She's
Is she right mixed?
a light skinned woman from
Yeah, she a
DC.
light skin. She a lighter skin.
Yeah, but she's
know.
admixture. She has some admixture. She's not mixed. But she
All
definitely
black,
have white in her.
all black
Yeah.
people.
Oh,
Too. All black
But
people
like
too.
I would
Oh,
say,
Kareem, you still
maybe
up here? Oh,
three
okay, yeah, yeah.
generation. Yeah,
I'm sorry,
maybe
say
maybe
that
like
again.
great grandmother, not far back, but great grandmother maybe.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
mean,
yeah.
it's most black people here are admixed up to 20% European. If you're ADOS.
Oh, let me read this this super chat because it's been up forever. Leon said Walter Francis White, let it sink in, he was black. And Will AR says W.E.B. Du Bois had flaws too. He pushed a colorism system until Plessy forced him to change. Plus, he helped the government push out Marcus Garvey. Whenever y'all bring that up, I don't really know what to say because I like that's effed up and it's kind of true. But this is when I step back as a non-ADOS person and be like, okay, I can't.
I mean, nobody's perfect.
No, but here's the thing. I mean, what gets confused is that when you reach the Annals of Power, and I guess the same thing with the so-called episode that they were showing on Atlanta. The reason why it becomes kind of tedious is because, oh yeah, you're still talking about grassroots. It's almost like the sister Tamika Mallory. Your intentions are good,
yeah,
but then you end up getting that check, and you end up walking in front of a Escalade Cadillac commercial, and now everybody know that you sold out to the program.
It's the Batman.
I would argue people like Tamika Mallory never had good intentions. That was the point.
What I'm saying is that very seldom, right? Very seldom anybody that's heightened or get any kind of exposure, most of those people are brought in to some kind of way. So your opposition is always basically working at a deficit. You're not going to have a true grassroots movement that's going to knock down the hierarchy. Why would they do that? Why would they put you on to knock them down?
Yeah,
that's a bad chess move. But what you will do, you'll put a compromised person that's basically broadcasting that kind of message, but they will only go so far. That's the reason why we have the same kind of politics that we have now. It's a zero-sum game. So a lot of people don't like the small movements or the small kind of gestures or political gestures that the Democrats give. They rather basically vote opposition to just basically crashing that down. But here's the thing: neither one is doing enough. So when you try to go left of that and go progressive, that's where you get into the grassroots. You start getting investigated, things starting to fall apart. People start to kind of disintegrate, and people get compromised. It doesn't matter who the person is. Any black person, now you can name the person. When you reach a certain level, not unless they're going to delete you if you're not basically optional, that's what happens to most black people. Either you get bought out or you get basically compromised. Period.
This is the one time, like I as a person who's on the left, y'all gotta admit, like I'll give conservative brothers free reign. I do my little jabs here and there, but I don't be really going in. This is the one thing I always say though. Yeah, they might marginalize the conservative brothers and push them to the side and whatever. Left brothers get murdered. Okay, all the black socialists, whatever the hell, you either get there's no pushing you to the side. They get completely shut down or offed. Like they don't play with left brothers. All those socialists, whatever the hell, nigga, are you talking? Oh, you're not just talking about, family structure. You talking about this money. Oh, okay, watch this.
Because that leads to revolution. That leads to revolting. That leads to violence.
Because I think
the
what
Black
it is,
Panthers have to be dismantled.
And I want to say this before.
No, but let me just finish. What happened to the Drop Squad? Was basically COINTELPRO. Yeah. So that's why I say to people, when you speak like you're speaking to the enemy. When there's 10, there's 1. When there's 100, there's 10. When there's 1,000, there is 100. Yeah. That you have to think that way, because you can't think that just because we're all here that we're all in agreement. It doesn't work that way. It never has in black circles. And when you start to orient yourself that way, then you can basically have your speech kind of go covert to what people are saying, because you get to figure out who's really for and who's really against. That's all.
Okay, let's do this. Let's do it because we have Kareen in here and a lady. So I'm gonna push Naima back and Big Kev back because I know they want to. So let's let Kareen talk for a little bit and then say what she got to say, and then Naima because Naima was supposed to go, and then Big Kev because I know Big Kev wanted to say something also. So Kareen, go ahead.
Good. Hello, everyone. How are you guys doing? Yeah, I just came up because the immigrant conversation, and I just wanted to kind of push back a little bit on the immigrant talk. I get it. You know, a lot of immigrants are very like elitist. They do have that elitist mentality, but then it has to be a nuanced conversation when it comes to immigrants because we have to remember that a lot of immigrants that come here, the poor ones, they're coming from like poverty, like a real poverty. And when they come here come from their countries from real poverty, and they come to America and they make it, you know, they're seeing other people who's been here for generations and generation. Yes, some of them don't understand that there's a systemic push down of a lot of Black people, but some people are, well, we come here and from worse, they seem is worse, and they elevate themselves and get to another level. I mean, like financially, they're gonna see just from their life experience that, you know, they're gonna have that kind of negativity and the propaganda that has been pushed that Black people are lazy and stuff like that. They're gonna have that because they see it for themselves, which I know it's not that, because I've been, you know, in America for all these years. I've read the books, I've seen everything. I see what they do is like a systematic thing. But I'm just say the conversation is nuanced. It's not they're only elitists. They're coming from their experience, so they see, they're like, okay, no, you know, I came from nothing, and remember, poor in America and poor in other countries is not the same thing. Okay, so
Yeah, she's talking about Shaq. She's talking about like
yeah, you know,
when
so
I went to Haiti,
I'm not
like
saying
yeah.
that and listen to what I'm saying, because I don't want people to say that I'm, you know, I'm saying I understand the systemic push down of ADOS Black people in this country. I understand it 100%, but I'm saying when we have the conversations about immigrants, we always say that immigrants are just elitists. They're elitists, and they're buying into. Some of them are buying into the propaganda, but you know, not all of them are, because a lot of people, believe it or not, a lot of immigrants is just trying to survive. They come here and it's a survival thing for them. They just want to take care of their family, take care of their people back home if they can, and live their life and live a decent life than what they came from. So it's not all elitism. It's like just living your life. They just want to live their life. So when we have the conversations, I just want it to be a little bit more nuanced. Like I said, I understand the systemic racism, but it's just that when you say you guys don't include that when you talk about the immigrant like perspective, and me as an
I'll say
immigrant,
this.
I want to put that in the conversation so it could be well rounded instead
Let
of
me
just like
say this to what you're saying, Kareen. So the thing for me is whenever we have these conversations, and this is how I had to check a couple of family members and even a couple of because I grew up with Jamaicans, so like super close friends and their family. Like I told you, I like getting invited to get-togethers because somebody know I'm Mr. Z gonna go off. And like my friends invite me just for that, right? So we all have been that friend. Like everybody know that you the Black Manosphere guy. So like they invite you to something because they want you to go off on this because they know they're like, Z gonna go off in 1 minute, right? So I'll be at these get-togethers, and somebody will say something reckless about AEOS. It's inevitable. And my statement always is, but we got poor Haitians here, or we have poor Jamaicans here. Your son just got arrested like last week, right? Like or like such and such just got in trouble. Like, and these are like Haitian children, children of immigrants, Jamaicans, right? Bahamians, like that. That's a large part of South Florida. Like older Black families are Bahamians, right? So, and you'll say that, and then that's when oh crap, we are on some fake elitist stuff. We talking like, why can we make it and they can't? Because they're not all. When these people make these comments, they're not just speaking about them individually, right? Or their immediate family. They're talking like Jamaicans come here and kill the game, or Haitians come here and kill the game. It's like, yeah, no, though, but no, like not really. Like maybe slightly better than ADOS, but like not really, right? And especially for me being of Haitian descent, like trust me, not really, right? Like you go to certain neighborhoods and you could tell. You know how much some of your family members are making, your relatives. No, not really, right? So yes, you do have a disproportionate amount of black immigrants that have more than ADOS, but it is just a disproportionate amount. It's not most, it's not all, it's not even a significant minority, right?
Right. I
It's
agree.
just yeah.
And I agree, and that's why I said it's systemic. I understand the systemic part
Hmm.
of the putting down of black people and black
Yeah.
AUS. That's what I'm saying. Black people too, because
No, I agree.
generally,
I'm agreeing with you. I'm
generally
good.
the system see everybody as black. I know
Yep.
everybody
Yeah.
separate
Yep.
and all of that, and that's why I said. That's why I said it's a nuanced conversation. It's not just immigrants. All immigrants think they better and da da da. Like I said, I think the majority of immigrants, yes, there are elitist people. Come on, we all have them. We even
Hmm.
black AWS have elitists, black AWS.
Yeah.
Everybody, every culture, everything have people who think they're better than everybody else. That's just how it is. But I'm just saying, for the vast majority, I think they're not operating on that. They're operating on survival and just making a better way. At least first generation, second generation, different story. But first generation, speaking from just I guess I'm speaking a bias because I'm an immigrant too.
Hmm.
But I'm first generation. But from the people I know, white, black, Polish, whatever immigrants that I work with, being in New York, you speak to them, and when I speak to them, I hear what they're saying, like one-on-one conversations, not no, um, you know, um, like how people speak.
Specifics, yeah, but but you talking when you actually are speaking to them. Go ahead. Yeah,
Yeah, when
I
I'm
get what you're
actually
saying.
speaking to them like candidly, not like how people are fake when you're in the
Hmm.
office amongst each other. Candidly, when we're speaking to each other, you hear their stories. It's just people basically just trying to take care of their families. There's a lot of people who are here and they have family back home, and they on this just survival mentality. And that's a part of the conversation that I think people need to acknowledge when we having that. Like that part I don't hear people saying that at all. I just hear, oh, they think they're better, they this, they. Some of them do, but not all. That's it.
The goal is to and being Haitian descent, and I'll and Karina back me up on this as being Jamaican. The goal is your parents come here. They might have you and maybe a couple of siblings here, or they might have had maybe your older brother or older sister back in the home country. They come here, they have a clock in their head, and once they get established, they start sending money back home because they're trying to build a house. The clock is ticking. They trying to be out of here by 65, 60, 65, 67. They try to be out of here and live the rest of their days back home. The question then becomes, between when they first get here at 25, 27, 22 years old to when they really leave at or they because they're still going to be visiting, but when they really leave at 62, 65, 67, whatever, what did they say and do, and how did they act, and how did they comport themselves amongst ADOS, who they probably lived amongst when they were here, right? So for that, let's say 40 years that they were in America, how was their relationship with it? Did they cause more harm, right? And I think when ADOS speak, I think that's what they're saying. As a matter of fact, for many of ADOS, they try to get their money and dip off to somewhere, right? And go build something in Africa or go start a business in the Caribbean or in Africa if they can't here, right? For a lot of ADOS, I think what they're saying is just do no harm, and I think that should be at the foundation for the Black diaspora when it comes to we're gonna have our differences because we're coming from different backgrounds and slightly different experiences, right? But I think at the foundation of, if we could just establish for the Black diaspora, do no harm, right? We could disagree, we could have our disagreements, we could have our knockout, drag out fights, but do no harm, especially when it comes to non-black people, because they want to find reasons to justify why you're on the bottom. That's the name of the game,
And I
right?
think,
Go ahead.
what the sister was saying was very important to remember. And I'm just going to say a couple of names because I think there's a misnomer that there hasn't been an understanding of this before, especially with ADOS and Caribbean people or people that's from the other parts of Americas, right? So you have Sidney Poitier, Harry Belafonte, Shirley Chisholm, Louis Farrakhan,
all Caribbean.
all
Colin Powell.
Caribbean. Caribbean descent, first generational. Stokely Carmichael, Kwame Toure. You know, very, very powerful brother. I met with Kwame Toure, you know, and here's the thing that you would begin to notice is that the ties that bind, the Caribbean is intricately linked to the United States, because there are a lot of people when you have families that's like from the Caribbean that were basically already here and basically being moved forward from back and forth. So you have slave trades that's going back and forth from Barbados to Jamaica to all the islands, basically, that was really, really close. So that relationship has always been kind of intricately linked. It gets a little bit more confusing for people that's coming over brand new. Like if you're an immigrant that came over from, like, say, like post Civil Rights Act, your understanding of ADOS may be a little bit more skewed, because now you're dealing with the whole integration piece. You're not dealing with the systemic kind of forced segregation that was basically there when Belafonte got here, Sidney Poitier. They have a full understanding about what ADOS went through, because they knew that they were basically treated.
They didn't get to move to America with a little bit of money and go move into a white neighborhood.
So they have a different understanding. You know, they can be friends, and they can sympathize and be empathetic to the struggle, even though their parents didn't come from chattel slavery in the United States.
Yes.
And this is then they were freedom fighters. They were civil rights activists. So I mean that goes without saying. The history part, the reason why history is so integral, especially for people that are forced into the classification of Black, is because everybody has a different beginning. So if you don't teach that, and you don't really reiterate where everybody's coming from, when you speak to people, you don't have any idea what their story is. So especially you go to a place like New York, most of the people that you're going to see in New York are going to have either a immigrant parent or a foreign parent that's from somewhere else, even if they are ADOS. So you can't just make the assumption that every Black person you see in New York City or Boston, for that matter, have people that are from the South. That's not necessarily true. For the most part, it's not true. If you look at most rappers, Busta Rhymes, all these dudes, they're Caribbean.
Big, Busta, all of them.
Red Alert, Cool Herc, Potter. I mean, the list goes on and on. You're talking about Caribbean brothers, first
Shine, all of them. Shine, not Caribbean, but yes, he'll same to Believe.
No, Caribbean parent. Even Diddy.
Belize is considered part of the Caribbean.
You know?
Oh, it is? Okay.
Yeah. So when you talk about this, it's a very nuanced conversation, but this still doesn't have anything to do with the classification. And that was the only reason why I came up here, because what ends up happening is when we talk inside baseball, inside the group dynamics, we're still talking about, we still try to kind of orient it like, yeah, I'm not them, but no, you are them, because you're going to be in that classification. Your treatment is the same.
Let me say this.
So that's
jersey color is your jersey color.
Agreed.
The problem, and I think everybody talking about the position you play in, but other people see you as part of that team.
Right.
So you can talk, but I'm the quarterback. No, I'm the I kick field goals. I do this, and I don't follow sports, so I don't know positions. But right, so like, but still, it's like, but you're part of the brown team, right? Or you're part of the Black team. That's you're the Black team. And everybody talking about the position they play in the Black team, and some people are trying to take off their jersey, right, and go play for other team, but they're like, yeah, nah, but you still part of the Black team. And it's like, and I think where Black people struggle the most is thinking you get to decide whether you're part of the Black team.
Right.
It's the one thing in the world, like, and especially growing up as an American, and you get told about all these freedoms and liberties, and then you walk down the cereal aisle, and it's a couple dozen different cereals, and you walk down the juice and soda aisle, and so you see all this choice, and then for this one thing in your life is out of your control. It's not your choice whether you're perceived as Black or not.
Right.
Yeah. No matter how. Go ahead. Go ahead. Yeah.
I'm gonna drop down. I'm gonna let you guys have it. Thanks for letting me up, Mr. Z. I appreciate it.
Definitely, DC. I needed you here for this combo.
No, cool.
Thank you, brother.
What I want to share to people that's in the audience, if you don't have an idea about what the Racial Integrity Act is, that's the standpoint that I come from when I talk about it for being a forced classification. If you read the document, it was passed in the Senate 1924. Virginia law, it was disbanded during the Lovin versus Virginia case. and that's what that whole brouhaha was about, the interracial pairing of that particular group of that pair. So when people talk about it and the one drop rule, it kind of gets thrown here and there, like it wasn't something that was passed into law. The racial integrity act was what it's called.
And when you hear me say forced classification,
what the whole deal is. So
when you hear me say forced classification, I'm referring to what once I heard the ask DC, once I heard him say it the first time, I was like, oh yeah, I'm still in that. And so when I say it, I got it from DC.
Right,
but I think that's the best way to say it. All right, DC, thank you for being here. All right. All right.
DC?
He gone. DC's good. Now he gone.
Okay. Good. All right, now I gotta break out your teddy. So
wait, name because I think Barry was trying to go. We're gonna bring you up. Was that better? You just trying to go, Big Kev?
Yeah, that was me.
Okay, and then name you, and then I think was it Kareem and then Big Kev? I don't remember who. Yeah, because I did push Kareem and Big Kev further back. I mean push Big Kev further back. So go ahead, better you, Big Kev. I'm sorry, Namer. I gotta push you further back because Big Kev. Then Namer. Then we'll get back to Kareem. Okay, yeah. Go ahead, better you.
So when we're talking about this dynamic, I think there's, at least in my opinion, there's two things at the heart of it. You have this, for lack of better terminology, this myth of white ascension, in which a lot of otherized Europeans come to America and they're automatically in a higher caste simply because a Pole, a Serb, a Croat. In terms of Western European hierarchy, you ain't the right kind of white.
Yeah.
And over here, because of that, there's a level of acceptance and buy-in that they get from those foreign-born. And in a similar sense, to me, it makes sense why some foreign-born people with black skin can buy into that same ideology. It's because for lack of a better term, like we most people around the world see race in a similar way. Like it's not they're Poles or English or Brits or whatever. Like in Africa, whatever their ethnicity or tribal affiliation is, or whatever people group affiliation it is, and they take that. No, they take that, and a lot of folks come, and for whatever reason, it's like they don't really see how it works in America, or they think that they can insulate themselves from it, which is the other side of it, which is I'm not like those Negroes. And the other part of that is there's a nigga wake up call at some point. Like you said it so many times. I feel like a lot of times people reach a certain level of success and they think they transcend their blackness or they insulate themselves from their blackness. And because of that, they start to move as if they are the exception when politically or whatever, something will always kind of remind you and bring you back down to earth. Like you could say, I'm not black, I'm OJ. Okay.
Right.
Like
you can't reach terminal velocity out of your blackness. You can't. That doesn't mean you didn't work hard. It doesn't mean you're not talented. It doesn't mean you shouldn't be acknowledged for your accomplishments. It doesn't mean. I think that's our ego talking when we get into like, but I did all this work. Yes, you did. But not only, I think your problem, and I'm not you, Barry, but I'm saying these people that we're describing, you actually bought into meritocracy on top of that. You actually think that shit fucking matters, right? And like as a black, I think it's so dehumanizing. I get it. Like as a black person, it's dehumanizing to see you did all this work and to see you even have the baubles. You have some of the accolades. You have a nicer car, you live in a nicer neighborhood, your kids go to a nicer school, whether it's a really dope public school or a private school that you pay, 20, 30, 40 grand a kid, right? 50 grand a kid. And so you see that for yourself. And in the grand scheme of things, you're still running into some of that ceiling that you're black. And I understand how that's dehumanizing as a black person to see that there's still this kind of limitation. And
Yeah.
people are going to ask you, so what do you think about this as a black person, as a black man, as a black? What do you think about the Trayvon case, right? Like, I can imagine the black people that were cringing in their offices because they did not want to talk about it, or the black people that perfect. We saw this with ASAP Rocky, right? I don't know. I'll be fucking these European whores, and I'm jumping on these European whores' jaws, and and that shit sound nice. And then you, another Negro, you went to Europe, and they reminded you who you are. Now you got to come back to America all humble with your face dragging on the floor. Yeah, I get what y'all was saying now, but you got to understand, and like niggas ain't trying to hear that shit,
Yeah.
right? Like ASAP Rocky to me is the prime example. Look at how look at the energy at which he was speaking on the Breakfast Club before the fact. I'm above that shit. I don't talk about that shit. That's poor nigga shit. I make money now. I'm ASAP Rocky. I'm a
Let me
pretty
give an
nigga, right?
example of ASAP.
For lack of a better
If I may.
term, for lack of a better term, I feel like the whole sentiment and just kind of the decimation of everything I just said,
Yeah.
for whatever reason, there's a lot of people who's trapped in the system that feel like they can beat it, and they don't see that there's a glass ceiling.
Yeah. It's like you ever watch a fly or a mosquito running into a window?
Yep.
Just bet. Like when you're in your car and like say a mosquito gets trapped in your car, before you put the window down, you see it can see outside and keep on running right into it, bet and run into. Or for any of us that's ever been in a store windows and a bird comes into the store by mistake and it can see and it's trying to fly out, and until somebody can bring something in and like kind of direct the bird out the window, I mean out the door, it's running and it's up, it's flying up, right? But it keeps on running. That's many black people in particular, right? And once again, this is not something to celebrate. It's not something Mr. Z is in glee of. I don't think it's fair or right? I understand how constraining that feels to somebody's spirit, right? I understand that. But until you grapple with that, you or your loved one, your child, is gonna run right into that wall. Bah! And now what? The problem is, if you would have told them different, doesn't mean you don't. Hey, no matter what you do, you ain't gonna go nowhere. That's not what we're saying. There's this weird dichotomy. Like, oh, can you guys hear me better now? No.
You're okay now.
No.
Good.
You're good now.
Okay.
What is it? Delay on my
Yeah,
end?
there's this weird. I don't know what's going on. I've been in the same place for the past couple hours, but I don't know what it is where people have this difficulty when you say the things you say. You're not telling them to be defeated. Like I'm glad that I have people like Better You that listen to me, or like DC, or like BG. Like these people are accomplished in their own right. Like Better You, I said Better You already. I mean to say Black Uru. Like these people are accomplished in their own right. Kareem as an immigrant, right? Toya, Kareem, Toya, black women. Because what Mr. Z, I'm not indicting black women. I'm not indicting black people to be the permanent underclass forever, right? I'm saying if you don't acknowledge these things, there is no moving forward. Barely individually by yourself, let alone as a group. Big Kev is a college graduate. I talk about how some brothers and sisters take this shit and they think like they done won the lottery. Like nigga, no, right? My younger sister graduated law school. She's studying for the bar right now. But I still tell y'all that some of these black female attorneys are like the worst thing to ever happen to the earth because you can't tell them shit. Because she's black and she's a woman, and now she's an attorney and she's doing battle with white folks and occasionally winning, right? It's the acknowledgement of what is before we can talk about what should be, or what you aspire to, or what's fair and not fair. It's what is first. What DC just did was give black pill truths about what is, what this country was established on, what the laws are, what the statutes are, how we interpret these things, how you black if people perceive you as black, right? and there you go. I'll end with this. A law office I used to work at in 2010, and it was a Arab woman, and she had a very black, like hood black name. This lady don't. She's nowhere near that, right? Just nowhere near any of that. She don't talk like nothing you would think. No stereotypical nothing. This is a Arab attorney, but her actual name, it was like some. What was it? It was like it was a Shaquilla. It started with a T, but it was like if you heard it, you would have thought you was gonna walk into a hood sister that went to law school, got her her JD, and now she practicing law. But no, this is a Arab lady, and she lamented to me one time randomly in a conversation. We weren't even talking about that, about her name, because the way before people even meet her, the way they're perceiving her because of her name, right? And that goes to what we're saying about this forced classification and the way people perceive you because of your skin color, your skin tone, right? And what they think of you. There's even, the zip code map for any of us that ever saw it before, the zip code map that shows they could damn near predict your trajectory in life in America based off of your zip code. And that's a real thing, right? And I'll pause right there. Let me read these super chats. And so Oliver the Great said, "Get the dancing, get the dancing," and he's just talking about the coons and the stepping fetches and the people that's like doing way too much, right? For the approval of non-black folks, primarily white folks. And Leon said, "Mr. Z, we had this conversation. Michelle Obama roots go somewhere else. The only blacks with black rabbis in America they talk about ain't black." And there you go. Like, look,
Yeah, I was about to say,
yeah.
that goes
Go
back to
ahead,
my
bro.
point
Go ahead.
of Mr. Z, when I was
And
talking
name it
about
you after Big
how,
Kev. Go ahead.
when I talk about how the problem with a lot of these conversations about being a quote unquote collective is that most of the people that talk about this idea of unity, they're either delusional or they're disingenuous. Because as I said before, most of the people talking about what so-called black folks need to do.
Big Kev is apparently jogging right now, so he can lose a couple of pounds while he's talking. I'm messing with you. Say that last part again, Big Kev, because I didn't hear you. Say that last part again.
I said most of the people talk about so-called black unity fall into two categories. I call them ball hogs and bench warmers. The ball hogs, think of it like I said, the people that are either elitist, or they're rich and successful, but they're basically fucking insufferable. Like you can't work with them. Think like Antonio Brown, Ebony K. Williams, Boulay, etc. Then there's what I call the bench warmers. Okay, this is like you said. These are the people that are. Their idea of so-called black unity is basically they want other so-called black people to make all the hard sacrifices for them, and then for everybody else to get the credit by saying, "I'm black, you black, your mama black."
Look at what we did. Who's we?
Exactly. Like I said, think of it like you said, a lot of these women who talk about being they'll see a so-called black woman becoming successful, and they'll say, "Look at what we did," versus like, "Oh, I should be doing more myself." Or think of these think of people like you said who they try to say that everybody who isn't super dysfunctional and poor or trying to appeal to super dysfunctional poor so-called black people is basically acting white. That type of mindset. You know what I mean? And that's why I'm saying why most of these conversations on unity fall apart, because most of these people that say this, these people have never played team sports or served in the military, because I promise you, if they actually played in the actual successful team, most successful teams and most successful military units don't have this ball hog / bench warmer mentality. They have a mindset similar to use a sports analogy. They have a mindset similar to the bad boy Pistons or the 2014 Spurs. You know what I mean? It's no, everybody's contributing, everybody's hustling, everybody's doing their part. And if somebody just so happens to dominate, well, hey, that's just, you know what I mean? Let it be what it is. But everybody's basically busting their ass and being an active contributor. In order to have real so-called unity, you need a group of people that are active contributors. Yeah, they understand that they're individuals and they respect that, but they're willing to work together. That's the reason why Neely Fuller said
teamwork make the dream work.
Exactly. That's the reason why Neely Fuller Jr. said for a lot of so-called black people, what we need to do is we need to, because of the level of toxicity, that we've been indoctrinated with, a lot of us need to stay stay away from each other unless it's to come together for a constructive purpose. What I would tweak it is to say, listen, the best thing you could do for niggas that are toxic and dysfunctional is to not be one of them. You don't got to be perfect. You just got to just be functional. You know what I mean? As long as you're functional and willing to work together, or at the very least, not get in the way of other so-called black people's spiritual and economic progress, I think that's more effective than waiting on this great so-called consensus that's never going to come. You know what I mean?
Low key, black people look like they waiting for Mao to come and give us the great leap forward. Murk a couple of people, right? And just start us all over. Like, I'm like, bro, that's not. First of all, America's not gonna allow that. Secondly, you don't
Even
want
if
that.
it did,
you don't. Yeah,
right,
you don't
like
want that. Exactly. Yeah.
Exactly. Even if it did happen, that would just make our quality of life actually go down tremendously. So it's like,
I would like to direct you to China right now. A bunch of rich folks and a whole lot of poor people that y'all don't know about. Go ahead.
Exactly. So, like you said, it's like, that's why I was, trying to tell Rael on the Black Brain Trust when it comes down to business. I'm like, listen, bro, the best thing to do is if you have a good idea, especially as a brother, if you have a good idea, and like what Keep Out 100 says, the best thing you could do is to do what's in your own self-interest and just don't basically get in the way of other brothers, you know what I mean, success. And then if you have a good idea, be it, again, for health, health and fitness, spirituality, economics, business, etc. If it's a good idea and if it's in your own self-interest, I'm like, don't wait on a group consensus, fucking go for it. Like, I'm not going to tell you not to.
Yeah,
if you got a good business idea, go for it. If you say, oh, I don't necessarily want to appeal to any religion, but I do understand that humanity and other people are still respected, I'm like, fuck it, go for it. Like, if it works, and if it's not gonna basically collectively set us back, my thing is go for it. Like, don't wait on a group that's never gonna come. Just do it. So.
But but the anger though, Big Kev, I'm mad at you Negroes. I'm still holding on to you making fun of my nose when I was I don't know, 12 years old, or for Mr. Z, y'all making fun of my hair because I started losing it at like 22 years old. I'm still mad at you. I'm like 36, so like 14 years ago. I'm still mad at you Negroes for the jokes from 14 and 13 years ago. Like that literally.
Right.
It goes back to what me and you were both saying, like, whether you're on the socioeconomic bottom of the black community or towards the top, the do no harm part of being black, I think black people really struggle with that shit. All of what we're saying, and tying that right back to Myron, the do no harm, but he can't do it because I'm still mad that I was the weird, awkward kid.
Yeah, exactly.
Right?
Exactly. Versus like, again, and what I say is that again, it's like, especially if you live in the hood to go to the barbershop, you know what I mean? It's like, listen, bro, listen. The fact that 65% of brothers are making at least $40,000 a year in and of itself is an economic miracle, and we're not even operating at our full capacity. You know what I mean? The fact that we're able to, despite all these like dysfunctional family structures and the casual misandry and stuff like that, the fact that we're still able to at least will ourselves enough to be able to work a job so we can be able to make that much money in and of itself is an economic miracle, man. So I think what happens is that because we're not because we haven't fully overcome a lot of these like at least a systematic discrimination, we think we don't like to count our W's, and I think because of that, we end up stressing ourselves out, and it's like, as the saying goes, I can eat an elephant if I take small bites. You know what I mean? And I think that's the reason why a lot of this space gets so much pushback.
I've never heard that one before. That's good. I could eat an elephant if I take small bites. I'm gonna use that.
Yeah, like part of the reason why a lot of this space gets so much controversy is, I mean, despite our like caustic critiques of women, especially so-called black women, I'm like, most of us are not advocating for things that are not practical. We're like, hey, that's the reason why there's not a whole lot of political extremists or white people who try to come in with like far left and far right ideologies kind of get pushed out the face, because it's like, bro, we're living the boots on the ground reality. We don't got time for that idealistic bullshit. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like,
Yep.
If it's,
you know what you're saying. So I had this conversation with a white coworker, maybe 2015 or so, 2014, 2015, somewhere around there. And I was like, like, and I stole some of this. I want to say I heard Patrice O'Neal say this before. I've thought it and I've said similar, but I think Patrice O'Neal might have said it, and then I started saying it too. I was like, y'all lucky we ain't flying planes in the buildings. Do y'all even know the history of this? Yeah. So like, okay, so he did, yeah. So so I did still those exact words, but I used to say something a little different, when I was younger. But I'm like, the history of America concerning Black people, particularly ADOS FBA, but Black people, y'all are lucky we ain't flying. Like, bruh, like, and it's once again it ties back to they don't know because they're not taught. They understand the hierarchy, but they don't know the particulars. And then many Black people, when we're finding out more and more, they don't even, not even just the particulars, they're not even taught more and more the generalities of white supremacy, racism. Tie that to what you're saying about stressing ourselves out. The propaganda is some weird ass, like when you put hip hop music mixed with like some Blackish, mixed with Cosby, mixed with reality TV shows, mixed with like not even Good Times, because there's no show like the closest we got to Good Times over the past 20 years is Chris Rock show that he had
Everybody Hates Chris.
Everybody Hates Chris is the closest we got to Good Times over the past 20 30 years maybe. So when you put all of that in a pot, and you mix Fresh Prince in there, you mix like it, I think Black people sound schizophrenic about this because you're supposed to be, because that's what this system needs you to be. It doesn't need you to fully grasp your position and then move forward from there. It needs you to be scattered, and it needs the infighting. It needs the ADOS infighting, like internal ADOS tribalism. Then it needs the Black diaspora tribalism in America, right? It needs that. Because how do you maintain the hierarchy when the bottom class now has an understanding of what's going on, and they may not be in complete unison, but at least they have a foundation. Once you establish do no harm, everything from there, you just scale up from there, and you scale up in no time. So you need them infighting so that the whole entire pyramid scheme maintains itself, right? So I'll pause right there. Let me read this next comment from Indigo Flow, and then Namer, you're up next. And Indigo Flow says, "I say it like I always say, radicalization." And I think that that's what better that's what Big Kev was speaking to with the extreme far left and the extreme far right. Look, y'all have seen me. I've spoken to conservative, Rael. I can have these conversations without going off the deep end as a left-leaning brother, because I don't subscribe like I'm not a communist, because ain't no philosopher king, nobody's that uber wise. I don't believe in none of that shit, right? Like none of that, right? And that's why, right? I don't like you can see what China's rise, right? You had Mao, then you had a succession of other Chinese leaders, and now you have Xi. What is Xi doing in China right now? That's a one-man army right now. What is Xi doing in China right now? There you go, right? He consolidated all the power. He often marginalized his competition, threw some of them in jail off of trying to end corruption. What China look like right now, right? So there you go. Dao Xiaoping was able to do shit after Mao died, right? So that's why I'm not full on, off the table left communist shit. On the right, you have Trump, who's not even really a goddamn conservative. That's the crazy part, right? You have Trump, who was able to inspire people to run up on the Capitol building. That cult of personality. Incite people to run up on the Capitol building. So, it's. I would argue the vast majority of Americans are somewhere in the middle, but we have that loud 10, 15% on left, 10, 50% on right, barking at each other, and then people feel like they have to choose sides. Right? Like you could do Democrat or Republican, but feel like you have to choose sides on the extreme of either side. Yeah, no, right? And go ahead, name it. Actually, let me see. Yeah, go ahead. I'll read Will AR's comment afterward. Go ahead.
You know, I'll just read at Will AR for you. You know, I'll read it for you. Will AR, thank you for the $5. It said, I think the wake-up call statement is overstated. America will always maintain a buffer class, and as such, there will always be chumps to buy into it.
I agree with the chumps to buy into it, and to the give me like 60 seconds. Name it. The whole thing about karma. This is going to what Will AR is saying. I do think that to a certain extent Will AR is right. We do overstate sometimes the wake up call, because I can definitely see people that live their life kissing white ass, and they get little taps of the wake up, but it's never a Mack truck 18-wheeler wake up call, right? Hit you, side swipe you from going a million, and that's your wake up call. I do agree with Will AR that there are people that live well until they die of old age in their 80-something night.
You're Borgen. Oh, Mr. Z, oh man,
I think he dropped.
He dropped. He'll be back. In the meantime, I got everything covered. But one thing I gotta mention is like what Kareem said earlier about a lot of like folks coming from other parts of the Black diaspora coming here, not being well versed, and some of them, like she said, is coming from the poor, because some of them come from marginalized groups in their home countries. But I can see the parallel because I live in Europe, and there's a lot of us Africans in Europe, in various countries in Europe, and a lot of them. Let me put it this way: a lot of Africans, unfortunately, are drawing parallels with Latinos, because if you go to certain places, like the ones who came in and whose paperwork are kind of messed up and whatnot, were like at the very bottom. A lot of them are like like migrant Latinos that come to the U.S. to work as fruit pickers and such, whether or not their paperwork is legit or not. And all they want to do is just take care of themselves, feed their families back home, because they know that and many of them also came into Europe through human trafficking.
You guys
they know that the human traffickers
should be able to hear me now. I don't know. Okay, there I go. Okay. Yeah. I got kicked. How do you get kicked off your own stream? Goddamn. But I was like, wait a minute. I looked down and I'm like, my screen's black. And I'm like, okay, I thought I was on the wrong window, because sometimes my phone will lock when I'm on the wrong window and whatever. And I look and I'm like, oh no, I got dropped from my own stream. Wow, that happened.
But clear now.
Yeah. But go ahead, Naaman. You have to say so. Screw whatever I was saying. I guess God was like, yeah, no, you don't need to say all that.
By the way, I want to pick up that few things. I mean, like I said earlier about Myron, like he crapped on when he crapped on Preach. I told you, I grew up in the Middle East. He could get just as abused as the rest of us at the hands of Arabs. And people forget Arabs. They get called sand niggers by white people.
Yes.
So I had a good friend of mine. He was Palestinian, and he wanted to talk about the N-word with me, because he said, I think I could say the N-word. I said, why? Because, well, white people call us sand niggers. What do you think? I said, I know, but at the same time, Arabs kind of
look down on black folks. Yeah.
Because there are words you guys use towards us behind our backs, and I have to mention right here, there's a word for black people. Even in Islamic history, they talk about
abid,
like
abid,
slave. No, abud. No. The word is abud. Abid is Arabic for white.
Abud is black. Abid is white.
No. Hold up. The word abud means slave. In fact, if you notice some of the certain names, certain names like Abdul or Abdul such and such, it means servant of, but they say slave of.
Okay.
Like Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, his last name Abdul-Jabbar. Abdul, that means and servant or slave. They use it interchangeably.
Mm-hmm.
Aswad means black, and
Oh,
Bilal, who was a slave who became a companion of the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him. Alayhi salam to Bilal. He was called Ibn Suwada, means son of a black woman. It was meant to say his mother was a whore and he had no daddy, because they were insulting black people, saying black culture, despite the fact he came from my people, the ancestors of my people, the Axumites.
Mm-hmm.
They even called him Suwada. Sudan, and when the Arabs talk about Sudan, they're not just talking about modern day Sudan. South Sudan, as far west as Chad, even further, they call all that Sudan. That's what they consider Sudan. That's why Chad was referred to as French Sudan. But they're not the only ones who had derogatory terms for us. Ben Shapiro and his ilk.
Mm-hmm.
You know what they call people, especially the Ethiopian Jews?
No.
A word that the ancient Egyptians referred to everybody north up the Nile from them, Kush or Kushi, which is where the kingdom of Kush was. Means Kushite.
Yep.
Kushite means burnt face. But when they call an Ethiopian Jew a burnt face, they're saying you are not a Semite. You are your ancestor Kushites who converted to Judaism. Your people were never true Jews. But they also say that
in actuality, if we got to start talking about who's the one who converted, we got to leave that one there. I don't feel like I don't feel like I ain't trying to get my channel sanctioned forever. But if we got to talk about
I'm stopping there.
Yeah.
But it's
shout out to the Ashkenazis. Go ahead. Anyway.
I got more respect for the Mizrahis and the Yemenites, because they are not too far from one others. But the Persians, they have words because people forget there are black Persians, descendants of slaves who came from Ethiopia mostly. Like their ancestors Braga and Oromo. Afro Turks. But in modern day Turkey right now, when they see Afro Turks, they don't look at them as people who are descended from slaves during the times of the Turkish of the Ottoman Empire. They think that they keep mistaking them for African immigrants, for recent African immigrants, despite the fact that these people have lighter complexion, only speak Turkish and whatnot. In Israel, in the occupied West Bank in Gaza, there are black Palestinians. But the local Palestinians don't recognize them as black Palestinians. They see them as Sudanese. Despite the fact that no, we're not Sudanese. We are actually descendants of slaves who've been in Palestine for good Lord knows how long. Same thing with all black Arabs, all of them who are descended from slaves. And some of these places didn't stop slavery until, like, in the case of the Arabian Peninsula in the 1950s and 60s. In the case of the Levant under Saxe-Picot, they ended slavery just after World War I. Because if you ever seen the picture of Prince Faisal of Hashemi with Lawrence of Arabia when he went to go talk with the English and everybody regarding peace talks, one of the people in there with him over his shoulder was a black slave, a black man in that photo with him and Lawrence of Arabia, with T.E. Lawrence in traditional Arab clothes. That was a black slave. So when I think about all this stuff, I'm like, nothing new to me. I mean, even here, up here, there's a story I gotta tell y'all. And like what I told you about what happened to me when I was 12, when I was about 10, 11, when I was like 9, 10, regarding my hair at the hands of the Edos folks.
Yes,
they used to mock me about it. When I came here, though, when I grew my hair out, people wanted to touch my hair. But I always insisted, have you washed your hands? They always they were kind enough to ask if they could touch my hair, though. But the story I want to tell is like, I met this one. I remember meeting this one young man. He was he's Albanian. He lived here in Norway for most of his life, but he befriended one Eritrean kid who's the son of somebody I know, and he was telling me he was an aspiring hip hop artist. So he tried to play some of his stuff that he had on Spotify. Listen to it. And then I heard him use the N-word. I said, yo, I gotta stop you right there. You can't use that N-word. He said, I know. Wait a minute, my friend, he gave me the pass on. I said, yes, I know, but with him, maybe you could get that pass. With me, you cannot. And that boy, he doesn't know because he's a recent immigrant himself. So he doesn't really understand the whole thing about racism, like, you know, some of us older cats do. So that's not surprising me. And, you know, just, you know, just that mess.
It, you know, let me read this. And better uses, when you gonna stop procrastinating and become Dr. Z? Why better you condemning me to another like 8-9 years of school and a book?
Sounds like you need to get started, bro.
No. We already got a nickname for Mr. Z.
Look, he trying for me to be in school until I'm like 45. God damn.
Wait a minute. Better you forgot something, man. I don't know if you know this, but on Charles's hangouts, we got a nickname for him. We got a nickname for Mr. Z. We call him MC Air Quotes because he always doing the air quotes.
Right. I think you know what? And shout out to A.L. Evans, because he's the one who gave me that. But yeah.
MC Air Quotes. And there was one person in the chat. I forgot his name. I forgot their name. I think it's Snuggle 668.
Yeah, Snuggles. Yeah.
We keep referring to that person as DJ No Static because it has the
Snuggle bear. Yeah.
Snuggle.
And so so this is crap. I gotta hurry up, you guys. I'm about to have to close out in a minute. But okay, because it's drizzling and I have to run to the front of the house, which is like a good little distance away. What I was gonna say? No, it's me and my girl have spoken. My mom and my sister got on me because my sister came down and I went to go chill with my mom with my sister a couple nights ago, and they both got on me about going back to school. I mean, yeah, you got a whole attorney as is it the law people know, like it's attorney and then lawyer, I think, or is it lawyer then attorney? It's lawyer when they graduate school, and then it's attorney when they pass the bar, something like that, or is it vice versa? Either way. Yeah, and so because we use it interchangeably, but it's actually a difference. I think it's lawyer and then attorney when they pass the bar, or something like that. Yeah, and she's like, bro, what are you doing? And mind you, like, this is same mom, same dad, same house, same everything. Like, we were inseparable up until like maybe a few years ago, maybe like 5-6 years ago, 5 years ago, maybe. And like, she's like, bro, what are you doing? Right? So yeah. So with better you were saying, I'm starting to get it from all over. So it's
What about your dad?
Second.
What about your dad? Is he on your case about this?
He's given up. You know how dads are. You know how dads are, man. They're like, mind you, it's not that he's not annoyed that I'm not finished with school. Oh, definitely. Every once in a while, you get a little sideways comment, but it's definitely one of those. I don't even want to talk about it. You know, they're gonna be mad. So they're like, I don't even want to talk about this shit. Go ahead.
Hey, listen, my thing is this, man. When it comes to the school thing, listen, I'm like, fuck the social status, man. It's about getting paid, man. Like, fuck all the social status, man.
Right?
My thing is, listen, like, if you can be a blue collar, is this why I say, like, why we need to, like, stay away from, like white collar worship, man. Listen, whatever job you do, as long as it's, like, legitimate, man, I'm like, yo, you know what I mean? Don't knock it. Like, if you're somebody making $80,000 a year, being like a pipe fitter or, like, working HVAC, that's every bit as good as, you know, being like a professor. You know what I mean? Because you're making an income for yourself. I think and ironically, this is a white dude that said it. Aaron Clary said it best. If you can do something, especially on your own, okay, which can help you pay all your bills consistently, you know what I mean, and leave you some disposable income every month, that's a success story. You're a success story.
Yeah,
you know.
I agree. So, but better you. This is the thing. You got to remember, you talking about an old school Haitian dad, and he wants to be able to brag about his one son, who's avocat, that's attorney, avocat Z, right? Like, yeah, my sister, he gets to brag about my sister, but that's his daughter. And it ain't the same thing as his son, right? So, like, yeah, so he really want to be like, you know, PT Moise avocat. He gets to say it now, PT Moise avocat, which is like, my kid is an attorney. He can say that about my sister.
but it ain't the same as saying "Petit muese avocat" and he's talking about his son. You
Yeah,
know, and yes,
I,
that, yeah.
yeah,
I get it, man. Like I'm the
and that's
youngest
what
of
I'm.
three. Oh, I'm
Yeah.
sorry.
Go ahead,
Yeah,
better
no,
you,
I'm saying like,
and then. Oh, well, go ahead, Big Cap, as you were talking, and then better you. Go ahead, go ahead.
yeah, but that's what I mean as far as like as long as you have any type of legitimate, as long as you can like you said, pay your own bills, man, and you can make some good money. To me, that's what's more important. Making good
True.
money and not being basically not getting in the way of other so-called black people getting their money and being successful and getting in front of their alignment. As long as you're doing that, that's something worth bragging about, man. Because I think, like I said, it's like
Can
we
I
need to
add
get it,
something
like I
after
said,
that?
away from
After,
this
Yeah, yeah.
obsession with elitism, man. Like, yeah, it's okay. Like somebody like Dr. T, shout out to Dr. T. Yeah, we should celebrate, those of us that are successful, but
Oh,
it's more
definitely.
about the success, not fuck the status. It's about the success. You know what I mean? And the
True.
stability, not about the actual social status. Because that don't mean anything once you die, man. That means nothing. You know.
True.
So
So
True. Go
so
ahead.
yeah, I just wanted to
Better
say,
you, and then 18th. Better you, and then 18th. Let better you go, and then 18th.
so I'm just saying I get it a whole lot. Like my dad is a perfectionist. I'm the
Mm-hmm.
youngest of three, and
Mm-hmm.
up until recently, I was probably like the fuck up of us. So uh, I very much get it. And
Man, it's
the
just
whole
real, bro.
yeah, and the whole college thing, man. Like real talk. I really feel like you should go back. I like Big Kev just mentioned like Dr. T is
Mm-hmm.
some of the other guys that's in the community. Like I'll be honest, I think it was on one of Shay Shardae's panels like a year or two ago.
Mm-hmm.
Like we were talking, and she was like, yeah, like such and such, like asked like who's educated or
Mm-hmm.
who has a degree. You like you don't have a degree? I was like, what the fuck? I was like, ain't no fucking way.
Bro, when I was working for the Florida Democratic Party, I promise you, like there was one night we went. We, by the way, if you're gonna work, if you have the ability to, you're gonna volunteer first, and they're gonna pay you shit, and then either party, they both do this. You volunteer, they don't pay you anything, and if you're good enough, they actually hire you and then pay you. This is for the young folks. For all of us in our late 20s and 30s, you might have fucked yourself. You too old. But I only got in because I got lucky because of who I knew. But it's definitely an experience. So one night after registering people to vote the whole goddamn day, and logging in all of our information, we went to my pretty much supervisors. They do this, what do they call it? Donor housing or donor room. So if you work for a party, well, if you're part of the party, you can donate your whole entire house, your beach house, your summer house, your house, or a room for 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 people to kind of camp out on or stay in during the election season. And so my supervisor at the time, they got a beach house. So it's him and other supervisors from other parts of the county that I was working in. And they got a beach house, and so they shared a 4-bedroom beach house. And we had a get together there one time. And after everything, like, we were talking about school and everything like that, and I said the same thing I told y'all. I was like, yeah, I didn't graduate college, and like I could have swore you had a master's, Z. I could have swore, and like I feel I feel a certain way about that because I'm always like, thank you for the compliment, and I'm always like, damn, I done fucked up. Right, so like, I always have that like dual kind of way of thinking about it whenever people compliment me about it. First of all, like, I'm weird about compliments in general. It feels kind of weird. um and me and my lady have had that conversation. She was like, people say this type of stuff to
You're
you
a
and about you
Virgo. It
all the
comes with the
time. And
territory.
it always, yeah, it's one of those things where you're like, you're thankful, right? And you pat yourself on the back. You're there like, okay, I appreciate, the compliment, and you genuinely do. But at the other end, it's like, damn, I done fucked up. And then and but I definitely wanna put some letters behind the way I speak, because I think I go so hard about these type of things because I don't have the degree, right? And like, y'all see me slip up sometimes. My number's a little off here, or I might say a word wrong there. But I go so hard about this because I don't have the degree, and it's so easy to slip into conspiracy
You know,
theory
flip
land,
flop, I
right?
remember.
And that's why I always say, Like that's why when I'm going to conspiracy land, I say I put it on my tinfoil hat, right? I say it clear so we can know. Like I don't care what the facts say. This is how I feel, or this is what I believe, right? But if I don't say that, and I say think, or I just make a statement, I want to be backed by something, and not having a degree only, I would argue, only makes me like that even more, right? Because I know when you don't have the formal education, it's so easy for people to just write you off as some that self-taught freaking autodidact loser over there, conspiracy theorist over there that's just talking out of his ass. And believe it or not, like Kim Foster has kind of walked around that a little bit, describing people like me and people like Obsidian. She's hinted towards that. She's gone in that direction, speaking about brothers like us. So, that's why I sound the way I do and I speak the way I do when I talk about these type of things, right? I want to make sure that I'm kind of making sense. And you're gonna get it wrong, but you know that there's gonna be people that they're trying to like dismiss what you're saying outright. So you have to be very on it. That's why I reference. I'm like this quote, this author, this like this event, this date, these people. This, because you if it is, and by the way, it is an appeal to authority. So, but for all the college educated people, better you, Big Kev, all of y'all. When you don't have a college degree, you're gonna fall on appeal of authority all the time. Like that's your fallback plan, because niggas ain't listening to you, so you're like, well, that author said it. So you can disagree with me all you want, but this scholar said it, right? Or this professor said it, or they wrote this, or here's this data, or here's this. And it's lightweight appeal to authority, because sometimes you're actually saying a person's name, or sometimes you're referencing some data or some statistic or some like facts. And so you are appealing to authority because you know that because you lack this. And people are not just going around saying where's your degree all the time. So there's that. But when you are speaking to a college educated person, particularly women, obviously, then you definitely gotta engage in some appeal to authority, because they ain't trying to listen to what you're saying anyway. So you gotta have to pull out something else. But go ahead, y'all. That was my little ramble, and thank you very much. Better you.
No worries.
Oh, by the way,
go ahead, Gil Gabby. You've been wait, Naaman, because Gil Gabby been super quiet. I gotta let him skip you because you've been super duper quiet. Go ahead, Gil Gabby.
The top de la merde, as they always say in French. But anyway, go ahead. Sorry, I'm sorry.
Okay. I did not manage to finish my opening statement.
Oh yeah, go ahead. Yeah, that was like, go ahead, brother, go ahead. Hey, Gil Gabby done fell asleep on y'all, woke up and said, "Wait a minute."
No. I don't like to interrupt the flow, so I just
no,
wait
man, no, go ahead, go ahead. Okay. Yeah, definitely.
Okay, so DC has left, but I will still say it. I'm not unaware of the large phenotypes that are on the continent. It's well known that Black people have the most great span of variation on the phenotypes. But it doesn't change the fact still that Amrou is still an Arab and calls himself an Arab. One of the times on the panel when the porn star Sterling Cooper was talking about the Moroccan people, he said that Moroccans women stand high in the hierarchy of Arab. But Myron had to correct him. Said no. Moroccan women are more on the lower side, and he described the hierarchy of the Arabs. He said the Saudi, the Yemeni, the Syrians were at the top. Then you would find, and then the closer you went to Africa, then the lower it was on the hierarchy. There was the Egyptians, and then there was the Moroccan, and then he says, and then there's us, the Arabs of Sudan. He did not consider himself as a Black Sudanese or as a Black mixed. He said the Black of Sudan, because even in Sudan, they are the Arabs, they are the mixed Nubians Arabs, they are the proper Kushites and everything. And when I was even on the Blacklight Revelations channel, Blacklight said something important. He said Myron himself said that one of his parents was from the United Arab Emirates. In other words, you're talking about someone
The
who has
UAE.
UAE. So you're talking about someone who is part of the Arab of Sudan and the Arabs of the Peninsula.
Yep.
And historically, the Arabs were not friends with those people. The history, so that people may understand. Sometimes some people think that there's a classification, a recent classification between only the Europeans and the blacks and so forth that is from maybe 500 years ago. No. We have been at war with those people of Asia in Europe since millennia.
That's fact.
That's why even you observe in the description of people, the description of races on Egyptian temples, they are
the Akkadians, the Assyrians. Yep. They show the different shades. Yep.
Those are called Kamit or Kemit. Yeah. You will find the Remetu, Egyptians, and the Nehesu, the Sudanese, the Ethiopians, all the rest of the blacks. And then among the Desheryu, the Reds, the whites, the Reds, you will find the Tameu, in other words, all the Europeans, the white Berbers, and then the Amu, the Asiatics, the Semites who are not the Semites like Neymar, the Semites who are actually descendants of white people from Central Asia who came into the Middle East around the fourth millennium BC. The racism that you find into the Arabs is old. So what Myron is doing is combining the racism of the Arabs, synchronizes it with the racism of the whites to be better accepted amongst the white population of the United States. He doesn't have to play the game because it's already in his culture.
Yeah.
It's already, so he doesn't have to invent something.
Yeah.
Because he already have that cultural background and he's already disdain towards the black, it's easy for him to say everything. And because it's more easier to pass for black in the United States because of the broad classification, he's actually putting what Dolezal was doing. When I look at Myron, I understood what he was doing. I said, he's doing what Dolezal is doing.
Okay.
And as an immigrant, the first time I looked at Dolezal, I said, I did not understand how she managed to pass as a black woman. I did not understand. I was looking at it and I said, how? Because in my perception, you can find the black people, you can find the close mulatto, you can put it inside the same category. But Dolezal, I did not understand. The same way I don't understand.
Pause for the cause right there, Gilgam.
Yeah.
She did an interview, and I'm answering your question not just for Rachel Dolezal, but that group of white folks that if they got a tan and they put on a certain wig or went and got their hair kinky and curly, that could pass. And she did an interview with what's her name, Melissa Harris, Lacewell Perry, around the world, whatever. Shout out to Professor Black Truth. She did an interview with her after the whole situation, and Melissa Harris Perry was like, "There's something very familiar about you. There's something," and it just spoke to me on your class of black people are the reasons why Rachel Dolezal got to where she is. Y'all the ones who gave her a pass. This certain class of black people, they want to be white folks. So a white person imitating a black woman could walk right under their noses, where we in the hood would be like, wait a minute. Oh no, right? But the Melissa Harris Perry, that there's a certain class, and then remember they're over there in Washington, they're in the Pacific Northwest, and like that, she gets to fly under the radar over there. She's not in the South. She would have got smelled out, right? She would have got smelled out. She was in the South. She would have got smelled out if she was in the Northeast. Maybe if she was in California and LA, definitely she would have got smelled out. But if she's in the Pacific Northwest, right? So yeah, so I could definitely see with Rachel Dolezal, it's a little different than Myron, but your point is still proven, but it's a little different, right? Because you're dealing with that's a certain class of black people that keep on giving. She's invited to the cookout. You know, the black people that once a white person know how to do a little two-step, they invite them to the cookout. They don't care about nothing else. Those are the type of people that were okay with Rachel Dolezal. The people that are okay with Myron, I think those are the brothers that took their anger too far, and they want to see a brother troll not just black women but black people. The brothers that are giving Myron a pass Not just, oh, he's black because he presents as black, but like they want him to troll. They want him to go that far because that's how they feel. And they can't do that around their friends and families because they get stomped out or cursed out or damn near exiled. So they're living vicariously through Myron, who's doing this, because even if they're ADOS, even if they're truly legitimately black or black diasporan, they want Myron to do all that because that's how they feel. Imagine if Donovan was a nobody, he would be okay with Myron doing that because nigga, I want to do that shit too. Right, so you know, and I'll pause right there. Go ahead and finish up.
Yeah. So that's what I said. If he himself classify himself among the Arabs, and the Arabs are known, but for those who don't know, Arabs are really racist. Each time, for example, there's a World Cup of football, but you call it soccer. Every Arab countries in North Africa say, no, we're playing for the Arabs. No, we're not Africans. They always say that every single time. You will hear them on the French in France. You will hear it in Canada and everywhere. Another something interesting that Mr. Z said last time we met, but during his last stream, he said, white people, the legislation decide who's black and who classifies as white and everything. Yeah. So what did I do after his stream was over? I went into the United States Census Bureau and I looked where do Arabs classify. Arabs fall into the white category.
Do I like that? Yep.
This is something that 18th did mention. Yeah, that's why you might have heard Myron said sleeping, or he's calling himself white.
Yep.
And Myron Amrou is a federal agent. Amrou is a federal agent working for the Department of Homeland Security.
Yeah.
Not only is he working for that department, he was also a member of the task force responsible for illegal entries into the United States. He was filtering, he was, in other words, as a guard against illegal immigrants, into illegal drugs, into entry, and so forth. So he already has, he was accepted into the department right out of college. I'm not sure if...
I'm careful to say was.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Because... You see where I'm going. I don't let's not be so overt. I'm a
yeah. But
you know,
I understand.
It puts a whole different light on this conversation. I mean, like I've been thinking about that since when I first found out that he was doing that, where he came from. I'm not talking about background here. I'm talking about like who he was working for last year or the year before. And I was like, wait a minute, bro.
Yeah, and not only
that,
what is actually strange, Mr. Z, what is actually strange is that Abba had the same suspicion at the very beginning when he started interacting with them. He said the same thing. He said, and then he said, I think he got in to disrupt the manosphere. And I said, yeah. And then what is strange today? What is strange today is that now Abba is actually accusing
Myron,
the Fresh and Fit, to be the face of the manosphere. Sometimes they do this, which I find to be hypocritical. That's what it is. I like Abba and Preach. I'm a subscriber, but there's hypocrisy on their side because they try to label everything they don't like about the manosphere. They say the Fresh and Fit,
Fresh and Fit, or the manosphere. I don't like. And it's very interesting because, like, at one point, because you know, being black and then being Haitian. Preach is very expressive, so all the white dudes that were following them thought Preach was gay, right? And then with Abba, they just thought Abba, they felt a connection to Abba because Abba's really witty, and Abba's younger than what people think he is, right? He's younger than what people think he is. So you know,
he's mid-30s, but
real quick, wait a minute. Let me land with this. So what you know, it's very, and I agree with Gil Gami. They're associating everything these figures do with the manosphere, and because they're black, people are just gonna assume black manosphere, right? Or they're black presenting from in Myron's case, you know. And yes, Arabs are considered white, but they're not Caucasian.
Indeed. And
that's the important. Once again, in the white race, there's a hierarchy to this. You're white, but you ain't one of us. You're not even Western European, right? So there's a hierarchy to this. Yeah, you're white, but you're not Western European, and then you're not WASP. WASP is at the height of right now. It's at the top of the white hierarchy and the small hats are doing battle with them. And under that is a bunch of whatever the hell's in Western Europe. And then under that is the Arabs, right? So even the Irish and the Italians come in above the Arabs. The further east you go, the lower they go, right? So just keep that in mind. When you look at the white folks, or the people that are considered white on the census forms, but nobody outside of the census office. Once you walk out of that census office, they're not white no more, right? They're white on the census forms, but everything else outside of maybe legal shit is not. But go ahead, Nema, and then we're gonna let Gilgami finish up.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, Quadon7, thank you for the Cash App to $5.50 Canadian. However, I gotta correct you on something. You said Somalia, Eritrea, Sudan are part of the Arab League. No, Eritrea is not part of the Arab League. Djibouti is, however. Eritrea is not. They don't. They are predominantly. Eritrea, just like Ethiopia, is predominantly Christian, so they have nothing to do with the Arab League. They may have some affiliation as observers, but they're not members, and they want nothing. And they want nothing to do with the Arab League. But like I said, like I said, Myron is an Arab. Like
read the whole comment, Nema, if you're gonna read it because you didn't. Yeah, read the whole comment.
Yeah, Eritrea. Actually, he meant to say Djibouti and Sudan are a part of the Arab League. Not to mention the other North African countries. Charge Myron to the game. He's a goddamn Arab. In fact, there's a couple other African countries that are part of the Arab League, like Mauritania, the Comoro Islands. They are, because they're predominantly Muslim, and they identify with the Arabs.
Yeah.
Even
thank you, Trell. Wait. Let me read this comment, because Trell just said, so WASP, Germanic tribes, Irish, Italian, Slavs, Arabs. And there you go for the hierarchy. Maybe you can add a couple of, maybe Trell missed one or two or whatever, can slot in, but this is pretty accurate right now. This is pretty damn, yes. In America, at least, this is the hierarchy, right? Maybe your white Latinos could slot in somewhere after the Slavs, in front of the Arabs, maybe, right? Or that depends. White folks are gonna let me know. Maybe the white Latinos slot in after the Arabs or before the Arabs. But that hierarchy generally, yeah, I agree with Trell on that. That from what I've observed at least, the white hierarchy in America, it's something like what Trell is saying here. Exactly, Trell. Exactly.
Yeah, because if you look at the...
I'm sorry, Gilgami, if I may.
Go for it.
I have to interject with Trell Bentley, because you got to consider, first and foremost, he said Irish, but Irish are Celts. You know who else are Celts? The Welsh, the Scots, and a few other folks in parts of Western Europe, like during the times of the Romans. But the Welsh have been like pretty much undermined, so but they maintain that they're Celtic, but nobody says anything about them, so they're accepted. The Scots, however, even though they're actually direct cousins of the Irish, they were considered WASP because many of them became Protestants. The Irish were considered, were disregarded because they're predominantly Catholic. So Catholicism has a place in that. So sorry, Gilgami, s'il vous plaît.
Yeah, I was actually to continue on what Trell Bentley said. If you look into because you were mentioning earlier that they kept the hierarchy in Europe back in the United States. And the hierarchy in Europe is all those who are Germanic stand on top. In other words, all those who defeated the Roman Empire, they're the ones who are on top. Because they actually, and even the majority of the rurality, even in Europe, is still Germanic or Teutonic. In other words, the Germans, the Scandinavians, the Anglo-Saxon in the British, and even the British. And then you have underneath, you have the Celtics, and then underneath you would have the Latins. In other words, part of the French, the Spanish, the Portuguese, the Italians, and then all that's part of the West, the Eastern Europe, the Slav, because that's where they were picking up the slaves, literally, because there was a trade between the Western Europeans who were attacking the Eastern Europeans to pick up slaves. And if when you mention, for example, when the Myron says he doesn't dabble into the dark,
the Night Rider,
since Myron's ancestors are basically descendants of invaders during the Arabo-Islamic intrusion into Africa, you would observe, for example, in the Northern Africa, some of them mixed with the local population, but during the slave exchange in Europe, a lot of white women were taken from Western Europe and taken back into Northern Africa. They did it because they didn't want to keep into their descendants the mark of mixing with native blacks. That's why, for example, you would observe that Algeria is the whitest country in North Africa. In other words, they have more white-looking people in between. Algeria is between Morocco and Libya. But you will find more whitish-looking people in Algeria and Tunisia than you would find in Morocco, than in Mauritania, and in Libya. It becomes strange when it ceased to become strange when you learn that they were importing white women from Europe during the Middle Ages. In other words, that is something that Myron is. It concords what was doing. He tries to mix with the pale-skinned people to evacuate the mark of the dark-skinned Arabs that we would have to integrate more easily within the white society of the United States. In other words, all racism can essentially be reduced to biological competition between people. The origin of economic competition is biological competition. There is no economy without biology. You see, and then within the interaction between the different species, they establish hierarchies depending to the benefits of the in-group males and females of the group. That's what you observe. And parenthesis, a shout out to Brother Charles Irby. You would observe that in the Arabic country, when you would find a lot of historically black people living there, their women, despite their racism, tend to have an eye for brother, especially the Moroccans.
So hey, Gilgami sound like he know that from experience. I'm just saying. So
from experience.
No. And I didn't get that last bit. What did he say?
He said, you'll observe the Arabs, their men, pretty much the same thing we always know. The men are on our ass, but the women, especially the Moroccan women, they be checking.
It's not. Arab. I'm gonna tell you something. A lot of them be checking white dudes mostly.
That's the hierarchy speaking.
That's something that's different. When they check the women check for white, they look for the social hierarchy. When they check for black, it's like it's a visceral
thing. That's something else.
That's visceral.
And I will just like to direct y'all to the picture. I would like to direct y'all to the picture with Jeff Bezos and Leonardo DiCaprio, and who Jeff Bezos still proposed to that chick. I can't believe that he still proposed to her. Oh my God. They're about to get married, by the way. Bro, how are you so rich and lame at the same time is beyond me. But he proposed to the chick. But y'all, if y'all ever, it wasn't Mackenzie Bezos. It's the Latina he's with right now. If y'all ever seen the picture, she's like drooling over Leonardo DiCaprio, right? And so that's what Gilgami is describing right now, right? Just replace Leonardo DiCaprio with a black dude, and like that's the difference. She's with the money, she's with the status, but that visceral response to this specimen of a man, that's what you get oftentimes from these non-black women who sometimes come from very racist ethnicities and backgrounds and cultures and even families, but there's something about that black man. Yeah, I might marry the white man, right? But it's something about the black man. And white guys hate that. It drives them up the wall that their money and status can't make up for that visceral response. Especially your extra average looking ass white dude. The chisel chin Brads, they could work out, they could, compete in that way. But your everyday white dude, that what's really grinds my gears? It really grinds their gears. Yeah. I agree with Gabby on that. But go ahead, Neyman. You were gonna say something. We're about to close out, you guys, because I gotta before it's getting late.
And
I think Karine was trying to say something too. We gotta interrupt for the ladies. Karine, you was trying to say something earlier. Wait, is she still up here? No, she's gone. Well, I feel like I heard Karine's voice earlier. Oh no, I guess not. Okay, go ahead, Neyman.
I mean, like Yogami was talking about earlier, is like we also forget that they come near us. It's on if they try to interact with a white dude, the family will encourage them to marry that dude because they know they can use him as connection to help the rest of the family get entry visas into whatever country that white dude is from.
I literally have a story where my cousin was with his lady who was mixed white and Asian, and that cousin was showing an Asian friend a home, showing an Asian friend a home, apartment in or condo, apartment or condo in that kind of Cambridge area, and the Asian mom, Chinese mom, came out her mouth literally, "Oh, I hope you get a house here or get something here so that you could meet you a good white man," and and I'm like, when he told me she said that, he's like, this is what ZB talking about, because you when you're that one like flying the ointment family member, when you're that one family member that everybody's like, oh, they're always talking that depressive shit, right? Like always talking that like, and but then something happens or they hear something or they're witness to something and they're like, oh crap, that's what he be talking about, right? So that's what he says. And so he called me a couple days later to tell me the story, and I was like, but cuz I told you this already. And rest in peace to my cousin, but yeah, I was like, I told you, like, this the hierarchy. I told you they're not marrying these dudes for love. They be plotting on these dudes. They want a status. And homegirl had money herself. If you Cambridge, that shit ain't cheap. You're gonna attend Harvard. You're living in Cambridge. You're gonna attend Harvard. None of this shit is cheap. She's getting this apartment by her mom and her dad are paying for this, right? They got money, but she's still that white dude for the status. And her mom came out the mouth like that. Not even her mom came out the mouth like that. So that lets you know what that is. Yeah.
Maybe offline, but what I want to say is, like, I remember it's like, I get that, having lived here for so long up here, over a decade. When I first came here, when I was interacting with people, especially like the white women, Norwegian women in particular, the immigrant women, they were okay with me because they understand, we're all outsiders, but we were just being cordial. They didn't get any assumptions. I wasn't doing anything. When I talked to Norwegians, I just was being cordial, but I could see it in their eyes. Is for some women, they were like, look at me strangely, and I was like, oh, you must think I'm trying to use you just to stay in the country, right? Despite the fact I already have my citizenship. They always got that assumption. It's like, why? What's your story and everything? Oh, by the way, when you're talking about, people riding your ass about going to school, anytime I meet up with any of my old buddies, my fellow Eritreans, whatnot, you know what the first question is, whether it's relatives or friends? They say, so, man, what you doing, man? Are you in school? Are you working right now? And I'm like, because it annoys me, that question. Despite the
It doesn't
fact I
annoy
got hate
me.
issues.
It doesn't annoy me. It actually it's a bit encouraging.
It gets too much when they get asking the questions. You working? You should. I'm like, yeah, but I'm working, but this, that, and the third. Why you always want to go there? Are you trying
Well,
to compare me?
it's people worry about you, and people they want to see you do good, and also, let's be clear, like, so we want bragging rights too. Like, maybe even if we're doing good, you still want to be like, yeah, oh, you need help for what? Oh yeah, I know somebody I could do that. Oh, I know that, like, oh, I know him, or like, I know her. People want to be able to do that too. So it's multiple reasons, right? They want to see you do good. People, especially if it's somebody you care about, a loved one, someone you grew up with. You just want to you want to see them do well, right? And also you want to be able to brag, right? And
Oh man, you have no idea how many families in Africa brag about their children and grandchildren who are overseas, be it
Yes.
Europe or in Africa, because they're sending them home. They're sending money home. But in African countries, they don't care about most of the people whether they go there legally or illegally, because they're making money off them sending money in the form of remittance, because they tax that, or they get a service charge on that shit.
One of the only things that I was going to say a little bit earlier, I just wanted to say, like, man, shout out to you, Mr. Z. This has been a lit live stream, man. But I just wanted to say it's important as well with us having these conversations that Black men especially have to understand, man. No matter if you part of the continent or you the diaspora, if you know the game, you have to stick together. Period. Point blank. I don't care who your spouse is. You have to stick together, network with each other, build with each other to establish something. If you have any connections and you can help another brother out, like I say, I'm not talking about the off code Black people. I'm talking about Black people that are on code that understand. Work with each other. Like, because I'm in the trucking industry, man, and when I come past other brothers, it don't matter if they ADOS, If they Caribbean, African, always give them the game. And because I'm like, we in the majority business with these white folks, you know, they don't like us.
Yeah.
So
I have people that's in the trucking game, and yeah, y'all got your own competition over there with that too. That's a whole different. I need to do a panel for blue collar brothers, yeah, because that trucking game is different.
You got to remember, Mrs. Z, we are few we're a few dark faces in the industry that's mostly full of vanilla faces. Yep. So some of them, especially if they at the bottom of the hierarchy, within that they feeling like we're imposing on their, on their positions.
Yeah.
So like that's how it goes. And these corporate white people use blue collar white people. I mean, use black people against blue collar white people.
Yep.
And they have a innate fear of that. So you can tell, I'm from Chicago, man. I was born and raised in Chicago. So once I got into trucking, some of these places I ain't never been, where these cornfields is at, and all of these other areas where it's a majority. I had to take a load to Lincoln, Illinois. I was like, where the hell is Lincoln, Illinois? I ain't never been down there before. And Chicago is pretty much the New York of the Midwest. So that's like, I'm like, what the hell is
What's that again, Nemo?
You gotta check. You gotta put up Terrell Bentley's latest quote, latest comment. Sorry.
Oh yeah. I want to brag. I want to brag that Dr. Z, my nigga. I saw it. I saw it. I was gonna read it after DC's comment, but let me read DC's comment real quick, and then 18 letter you could finish up, and then I really got to close out, you guys, because it's 4.5 hours, and my lady is going to kill me. But okay, let's do that. DC says, well, please pull up the 2020 census form. Wait, Naaman, let me read this. Well, please pull up the 2020 census form for reference. Black, African, American, Jamaican, Haitian, Nigerian, Ethiopian, Somalian, etc. Pound facts, right? Hashtag facts. I really don't care, but don't misinterpret me. So whoever misinterpreted DC. So whoever misinterpreted what DC was saying, but hopefully I
wanted to say, Mrs. Z, man, I know you're a busy brother. You go to these different live streams, and of course you got a lot of
Indigo. Okay, wait. I'm sorry, NT letter. And Indigo said DC racialization in plain language. Oh, I said radicalization. My bad, Indigo. Okay, correction. So let's read that again. I know, right? I thought, yeah. And so he said DC racialization in plain language and in real life. I'm mad Mr. Z misread my comment as radicalization. LOL. My bad, Indigo. So let me see. Is that comment still here somewhere? If you made that comment a little while ago. So yeah, I remember reading it. I'm mad that I said that too. Let's see. Is it? Wait a minute. I think maybe because was it a? Wait a minute. Okay, there we go. Boom. Found it. Haha. Okay. I say again, like I always say. Racialization. There you go, Indigo. There you go, Indigo. You can feel vindicated now. I was like, wait a minute, I missed. So he's a racialization. Okay. And it's by the way, racialization is the process of being racialized and boiled down to nothing but your race, if I'm not mistaken. And there you go. And there you go, Indigo. My bad.
I was going to ask Mr. Z, because I know you got to get out of here. I was going to say when you're available, brother, because I'd love for you to come on my channel and us discuss things.
Starting on the 18th, I will be off every Sunday. So now I'm not off every Sunday. Y'all don't know because I work at night. So, but so I can give everybody a short story for like maybe the past 8 or 9 months now, maybe even 10 months. I've been working. No, it's not 10 months. It's not. That's a lie. More like 8 or 9 months. My schedule has been, I work every day of the week. I've worked every day. The only days I had off is when I take off, right? So between the two jobs, I worked every day of the week. Now I'm working the same hours, but I'm gonna have Sunday, Mondays off. So, but pretty much Mondays are gonna be chores and trying to catch up from the last week and doing stuff that I need to do for this upcoming week. But starting on the 18th, I will be off Sunday, Mondays. So yeah, that's some new information. I just got that information. So That's beautiful. So anything after the 18th, if you want to do something on a Sunday afternoon or anything like that, just let me know, better you, or maybe even a Monday afternoon. Let me know. I'm probably gonna pick up back really on my Sunday morning wrap ups, barring anything crazy or any event that I need to go to or something like that. But remember, for like a couple months, I was doing the Sunday morning wrap ups every Sunday religiously. I think I'm gonna probably go back to that, so that way I will have at least one day where Mr. Z streams this morning religiously. Like that's a thing, right? So, well, yeah. So, just let me know. Let me
Yeah,
know. 18th
yeah,
later,
that's
and I'll know.
definitely, man. I want to say
Mhm.
shout out to all of the brothers on the panel. I'm gonna get ready to head out of here. Shout out to Neymar. Neymar, I definitely want you on my stream as well. And also, what's the brother at the bottom that's Central African? And of course, better you, man. I like to do a stream on my channel about this and just the whole, intricate details of race and how that plays a part in America. Different things like that. And when it comes to the money and hierarchy and dealing with racism and all of this other
Mhm.
crap.
Mhm. So let's do this. Go ahead, better you. Yeah, go ahead, better you. If you want to say anything last, Gilgami, name him, because I know Naaman wants to be last, because of course he wants to be last. And they go better you, and then Gilgami if you want to say anything, and go ahead.
So I was just gonna say thank you for having me up. It's been
No problem, bro. Always, always.
been a good discussion. I feel like this is way too deep, man.
It's been
You're the
rough.
one who decided
We
to
go
bring
beyond the average
Mr.
mind.
Z's right,
We
bro.
go beyond the average mind.
Mr. Z's bullshit to the bedside ministries. I don't know why you thought Mr. Z was gonna walk up in bedside ministries and not flip over some beds and tell people they some heathens and sprinkle some holy water all over the place. I don't know what
You
you
know what's
thought was gonna
crazy?
happen.
I'm gonna just add this real quick. You know what's crazy?
Go
The things that we discuss, the average person can't even fathom. Like
yeah.
thinking about this. Like it's like some majority of people are so surface level, and I'm not saying that in a
Bro,
negative way.
me and Rogan Chef had that conversation. It's 18 letter. When I say it is scary, bro, like it is you to a certain extent, and I don't have it in me to be that exploitive. You almost see how easy it is for like
Yes,
the elite a-holes to
yes,
be who they are. But you're like, if I'm this little small fry and I could see all the holes in y'all shit, I could imagine the elites. They're like, oh, that's cake. Look,
yeah.
like I come from a family that do this, and like all I have to do is follow this script, and I will be eating off of y'all, and I could just sell y'all
And,
some bullshit lies. Oh yeah,
and I
easy.
got a quick question for y'all. I want everybody on the
Hmm.
panel because I grew up in the hood, man. I grew up around I always tell people in a minute I'm a quarter Pookie and Ray Ray myself. Not all of the
Hysterical.
not all of the babies and all of that other stuff are felonies, but I grew like it's part of my who I grew up around. But it seems like to me, man, I'm trying to understand if people have gotten more like simple in their thinking because I look back on the 90s, right? We all came up
Mm.
on 90s hip hop and we all came up on a lot. And I was very influenced by Nas. I was influenced by Jay-Z. I was influenced by, Ice Cube and different people like that. But
Hmm.
it seemed like people were more versed intellectually or on a thought process than today. Like it seems like today people have gotten a little bit more
Time
without
and culture, brother. Time, culture, environment. Shout out to BGS environment. Um, yeah. So the culture was different. You had Martin on TV. You
yeah,
had Fresh Prince of Bel Air on TV. We A Different World had just ended. Bill
right.
Cosby show was just ending, right? Like you had black TV, even though a lot of that was just entertainment and marketing, but you had black TV showing black people with other black people doing black stuff, right? Like you had black stuff going on. Where now the goal is it's even more overtly the goal is to be just a chocolate dip white person, if even that, if not just married a white person, then your child marry a white person, and then in 2 3 generations y'all over here looking like the Jackson family. Oops. Right? So like, you know, that you know, in the 90s you had that, especially once again when you talk about hip hop, right? Like Biggie saying black and ugly as ever. You got Wu-Tang Clan. You have people talking about their blackness. You have like whether good or bad, they're acknowledging it's not just, oh, I'm gonna use the money to overcome. And they're talking about coming from the struggle. Whereas the rappers are coming in the door now telling you, no, I was making street money. I don't know what y'all talking about. I was balling before I got here. Right? I'm using this to go legit. Right? Like that's just a different, it's a different thing, right? The women were different. Yeah, the women in the 90s wasn't all that either, right? Let's not over romanticize them.
Right.
But they still knew they was black though.
I
And
swear.
majority they still knew they was black though. They still had them weird ass hairstyles. They still was walking. I mean, they rocking braids now, but they, you know, and now, once again, the goal is to be a ratchet Karen.
Yeah,
No. Oh, they want to
after
be Karen, but ratchet.
I say after 08, 09, that's when things started shifting really fast. Very fast.
Yeah.
I can't.
Well, go.
I can't put my finger on like a specific time frame, but in regards to what you're talking about, I agree with a lot of what you were saying, Z. I'll just add this one caveat: the internet.
Yes, that, you know what? No, you being too nice, better you. Fuck what Mr. Z was just saying. The internet is what changed everything. Everything I just said over the past 5 minutes, just throw that out the window. Better use more, right? That's actually the high speed out. So let me make a caveat to you. What you're saying, high speed internet, because we had the internet in the 90s. It just was bullshit. It was dial up, right? So the high speed internet and internet on your phone, I agree with you. Yeah. The internet.
Don't shit on my AOL now, bro.
No, right? I mean, like, true, but we had to wait on the dial tone, and then we had to make sure mom is not on the phone, and you know mom was on the phone. And if mom wasn't on the phone, then one of your older siblings was on the phone. Like you know, so yeah.
Even when you look at gaming, you had to have a friend to come back and play Super Nintendo and
or like for me, I was playing Gran Turismo, so me and my friends, we got tired of almost killing each other racing. Like it would get heated racing each other. So we said, okay, instead of us, and I have one friend and he was bigger than all of us, so he would have been the one to kill us. But you know, I was like, okay, instead of us getting into these heated arguments, what we're gonna do is ghost race each other. So you're gonna do your time. It's a time attack for all the car people. Essentially, time attack. You do your race on the track, or you do your race on the track. Yes, you save your ghost replay. You save it on the memory card. I take your memory card, I upload it, save it on my memory card, and then I race your ghost. And when I beat the time, then I save it, and we just keep on going back and forth. And that just made life so much easier than us racing it, because we still raced, but like when we were trying to race us and against the time, and we would almost kill each other, right? And it would become really heated. So yeah, I agree. Like that, internet changed all of that, because you know, but for the good and the bad, because I'm able to talk to y'all on the internet. I have learned, bro. When I took, like, it was so bad in my Western Civ 1 and 2, but really Western Civ 2 and American History 2 in college. I was just almost damn near predicting what the professor was gonna say. It was my fellow students were like, "What the, like, Z? What, like, why are you even taking this class?" And I was like, first, I need it, but second, like, I like it. I like knowing history and you know, but yeah, the internet. That's why I knew the shit, because while everybody was watching fucking cat videos and cat daddy dances, which I still like that dance. That's a pretty cool dance. But like while everybody was doing that shit, I was over here watching Zeitgeist fucking 1 and 2 and 3 and watching documentaries and watching like angry women. Like I was watching that. I watched that shit way back on the internet. But all of these type of shit. So that's, you know, and referencing with other shit and to make sure that I wasn't, you know, the conspiracy theorist tinfoil hat guy.
Yeah. The biggest thing.
Wait. Before y'all, because y'all gotta get serious. I want to make this last joke, because Oliver the Great, thank you for the super chat, and Oliver the Great says on site cheating ass niggas. So if y'all don't know, Oliver the Great knows Mr. Z in real life, and he was, hey, I wasn't cheating, just because you couldn't pass me. I'm just saying. Look. We all know if you race cars, you know how to park your car on the apex and make a nigga not be able to pass you. And if he tried to, y'all will both die. I know. First of all, wait. Oliver Gray, I know you ain't talking because Oliver the Gray is the racer that no nigga, we both gonna die. Like Mr. Z is not the both gonna die. Mr. Z is the oh you sabotaged me this last race. I'm gonna kill us on this corner because I'm gonna take you out. I'm gonna T-bone you on this corner. Oliver the Gray is the I'm not gonna let you pass, and if you try to pass me, we both gonna die. So I know he ain't talking. Go ahead, and better you. Go ahead.
I was going to say the biggest thing with the internet is all the good things that you said, but there's a flip side of it, and it really kind of opened my eyes a couple of weeks ago with my son. There's a lot of bullshit on the internet, and in particular with our younger folks. I don't know what it is. It's like we have a critical filter, I guess, that some of the younger folks, it's a whole lot lower for them. Like they read it on the internet, and it's like it's Bible truth. And
oh gosh,
I give one of the things I do with my son, I give him a couple topics every time he come here. And I remember it was like he logged into the white supremacist internet one day.
Oh no.
I was like, yo, tell me about Carter G. Woodson and Tucson. So he started rifling off some stuff about Tucson. I was like, that's not really what I would think would come up with Tucson. I'm like, oh, okay. Then Carter G. Woodson. I was like, hold the fuck up, where'd you go? And I saw the website.
But don't you know that's the goal? That we came full circle. That is the goal, better you. That's the scary part. That's the when you look at, I brought up the Texas history books, and it's not just Texas anymore, but the Texas history books earlier, like the playing down slavery and racism, and then it's not just that era of history, it's the ramifications of that, right? That's why I brought up the debate between Ezra Klein and Ben Shapiro. It's not, I wasn't trying to make it a lefty right debate. I'm saying when Ben Shapiro essentially says, fuck y'all, I'm trying to protect my position, that protecting my position means disabusing you of your history, disabusing you of American history and the ramifications of that on you in your life, in your children's life. When what was the other thing I referenced? Patrick Bet-David and talking to Roland Martin, when he says, so what's the purpose of that? How does that do black people any good? How does telling black people about how their houses are being appraised, undervalued, how does that do them any good? What he's really saying is, no, just sell them on feel-good shit. Just sell them on striverism. Just sell them on hyper-aspirationalism. Stop telling them the truth about what it means to be black in America, because it's depressing, because they're going to feel defeated. So all of that, right? So full circle to what Better You is saying with his son, that's the goal of many of these people. We're gonna keep on fucking you. You're gonna keep on being the permanent underclass, but we need you to believe it's you as an individual or the group of people you belong to, the way you act. It's once again respectability politics, right? You're not respectable enough. You're not moving the right way. You didn't study STEM in college, right? That's the issue. It's not that you're black and in America we have a racial hierarchy. The problem is that you as an individual didn't do the things you're supposed to do, which is kiss white ass. And as a group, you're not respectable enough. You haven't, done the proper things as a group, which is submit yourself to white supremacy.
In other words,
go ahead.
In other words, pull yourself up on your bootstrap and / kiss white ass.
Yeah, but even that's not good enough, because once again, black houses, and this is what Roland Martin got Patrick Bet-David to understand, and that's why he finally, and mind you, that was after 20-30 minutes of debating, 40 minutes of debate. Like they got far into that conversation before Patrick Bet-David finally said what he said, and that's after Roland pretty much backed him into a corner and he had nowhere else to go. Which once again, why teach that? So to what AB is saying, like, yeah, kiss a white ass, but like, yeah, the people that we're referring to, they had the houses. They're looking to sell their home, and their houses that in these nice neighborhoods are being appraised for $100,000 less than what it is.
Yep.
50, 75, 100, 120. That's a lot of. That's not no $5,000 for a home.
Right.
$100,000 less than what your house is worth. You see what I'm saying? So like, and for these people to continuously say, yeah, but that's not racism, you know, or like, yeah, that's racism, but why do you want to tell your people that? Why would you want to teach them that? And that's the thing that I find enraging, because they want the crab in the bucket. All the fighting, the infighting in the black community, that's what inspires it. The fact that all of us don't look outside and be like, oh, it's them. It's them. Right? Go ahead.
I got a quick question. I just wanted to say,
yeah,
what does it look like when a person believes that and then they hit the brick wall and they realize, you know, I've been believing all the time is, you know, like when you know, those people that regurgitate that to other black people or other people, no, it's us. We need to, what does that look like 10 years from now when they realize that they at that glass ceiling?
I'll give you a prime example. The best way, when you drop a glass cup and it hits the floor and it shatters, you can't predict where all the shards are going to go. You could literally take that exact same cup, drop it exactly the same place, and the shards of glass, same temperature, same room, same angle, everything the same. The earth is exactly, you don't know how that's going to. So my way of answering you is, different people respond to hitting that wall differently. Some people hit that wall and was like, oh my God, my whole life I've been lied to. Some people hit that wall and be like, oh damn, that's what my cousins were talking about. Some people hit that wall and they get angrier at black people, right? Some people hit that wall and they're like, okay, other black people was right. All right, it's time to knuckle up. I'm going to work tomorrow. I'm going to war with these white dudes, right? I'm going to get fired off of something. Like, different black people situated and positioned differently in their life respond differently, right? Everybody respond depending on everything, their upbringing, their line of work, whether they up to here with it or not. Different people respond to hitting that Negro wake up call wall differently. Some people act like it didn't happen. Some people try to play it down. I remember, and I listen to Wiz Khalifa. I like Wiz Khalifa as a rapper, even though I don't smoke it. I never have. When he got it, when they tackled him or got on him for that, what was those boards back a few years ago that everybody was buying, the hoverboards? He had one of those hoverboard thingies, and they got on him at the airport because he was riding with one, and he was like, "Oh, this is what happened with such," and he didn't mention nothing about race. Niggas, because you fucking black. Like, I'm not saying they would have gotten on a white dude for doing the same thing in the airport, but they're doing it because you're black, right? And when he said that, I'm like, niggas began nigga wake up calls and then calling it everything else but a nigga wake up call. So did you even wake up, right? Like, you know, so there's certain people that they get the wake up call and they have enough money to go right back to sleep, right? Or they pretend like that did happen, or their pride won't let them acknowledge that happened. To answer your question, 18 letter, it's so many different ways to respond to that.
I know in particular, I'm just going to say this, and then I want to let everybody finish speaking because I'm gonna head out. I know guys right now that are like what you call like Afro Hispanics. Well, they don't really believe they
Afro Latino,
yeah, Afro Latinos, and they don't really believe that they are. These guys are felons. And they're speaking that, oh, it's about personal, like, I mean, these are guys that can't even tell you like the three branches of government, but they're telling Black Americans, they telling Black Americans it's everything is our fault, or what happened in the islands, stop complaining, and like all of this other stuff, and the islands poor is different from United States poor, and I'm like, look, man, if you ain't go to like I'm from Chicago, Cabrini Green, Robert Taylor houses, you know, people that had no warm water, people that went to school just to eat. Don't get me wrong, I understand in the islands in Latin America and in Africa it's a different type of poor, but I'm like, it ain't no walkthrough here in the United States.
It's still not no walkthrough. Yeah, no, you're right. And poor is outside of abject poverty, outside of like literally at like bottom of the bottom, no matter where you go. Poor is relative to your society, and I want us to start having a more honest conversation, bro. All it really is about a lack of access and a lack of resources dependent on your society. So when people come from third, they're like, unless you come from abject poverty,
Right.
you know, like it, once again, it's relative to the time, the place, the society you live in. So like, you know, like I'm
And I'm
careful on
gonna just say this real quick. It's like what you were just saying, Mrs. E, is like that joke that Eddie Murphy said on Raw when he was like, if you ain't used to eating and you get a cracker and you're like, well, that's the best cracker I ever had. What type of cracker was that? Was that Ritz? Like that's exactly how it is when
hey,
you're not.
all of us that ran track 18, all of us that ran, or even if any of you that played any type of sports in high school, nothing tastes better than that water after you done been outside for 2-3 hours and ain't drink nothing.
Right.
That water, especially if it's cold, especially when that water is cold, boy, that water tastes so good. The water, why do we sound? Because once again, when you don't have nothing, you know, I'm just backing up what you were saying. Go ahead.
But I was just gonna say that. So this guy, this particular, like, I'm like, bro, you a felon. You haven't really owned anything, and like, I'm like, but you know, to somebody, to the average mind, listening to some of these people online that think they know what they're talking about, that's using these Ben Shapiro talking points, that gets into people's psyche, and they think, oh man, I'm enlightened. This is, and I'm like, you heading down the wrong, you know, way of thinking.
Yeah,
the way. It's the way we feel empowered. Real quick before you go, AB, it's the way we feel empowered, especially as men. That's what we fall prey to, right? It's the way to feel empowered. You don't feel like a victim. We're not gonna do the manifest talk. That's women are on that shit, right? But for men, we're all adults here. You ignore pains. We watch our fathers and our uncles go through it, right? You know your dad feet killing him, but he's still walking and he limping. I'm good. Y'all go ahead of me. But you know he in pain.
And there's one particular individual, he tries to tell Black America, oh, this victim mindset and all of this. It's funny how a lot of these people that come like victim mindset. What do you? I'm like, we the only people that have fought against white supremacy, apart from, of course, the Haitians in Haiti and different things. I'm like, but we the only. What are you talking about? We the only group that has stood up against, like, you know, at least our government, where our government has desperately sabotaged us. So, but I'm interested to see where it's going with this guy, because I'm like, and this guy, he talks about Black people, he got this anti-Black perspective, but I'm like, your whole
put his name in the back chat. Put his name in the back chat, because I want to see.
Okay, because I'm like, your whole even your whole imagery is based off of, you from New York guy. I'm like, but your whole imagery is based off of Black Americans. Like, I'm like, from the way you talk to the way you dress, everything. So
yeah, all that shit sound that it's. First of all, you got to know, like, some of these people believe what they're saying, some of them don't. Some of them it's a grift. But all in all, to me, a lot of this comes off as, I can't even go to sleep at night if I own what this is. This, think about what we've been talking about for the past few hours. It's a hierarchy. We're talking about a structural hierarchy, and it's easy to fall into a defeated mindset when you look at how encompassing this is. Real quick, baby, I'm moving out your way in 30 seconds. Instead of that, some people go completely the opposite direction, say, white supremacy, what's that? What's this power structure? I don't know what y'all talking about. I'm good over here. That's not weak shit over there. That's not soft shit. That's not that's not snowflake shit over there. That's not, you sound like a liberal over there. And so that's the extreme other direction, right? People here, the side of the Black manosphere I occupy, we acknowledge all of that shit, and niggas will still tell you to go to school and get your education and start a business if you can and keep your head. Like, people will still, all of that, everything but if you run into a wall, we will acknowledge the wall you ran into. But we're not going to tell you to walk around here and do nothing and be living on some woman's couch or on your mother's couch. Brothers, when they hear us talk, it's like that's what they're pretending like they hear. Nobody's saying that, So yeah. Go ahead, AB.
I'm about to say, now don't you talk about FD like that.
But bruh, you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, that
I never even heard of that person before 18th letter. But yeah, go ahead. I'll check him out, but I never even heard of that person before.
Don't ask me why. I can lean conservative sometimes, but for some reason, I just don't care for Ben Shapiro. I can't get into him. I can't put my finger on it. He's an acquired taste. I can't put my finger on it.
But because he hits a certain. Ben Shapiro was supposed to be the right, quick talking, witty, smart, nuclear weapon that they pull out for pretty much younger Xers, millennials. He was going to college campuses, destroying 19 and 20-year-olds and 21-year-olds, and
Yeah,
then
he's
you
younger than
put
me,
him.
but I just don't take him seriously. I just
He's
do
not
not.
he's not appealing whatsoever to me either. But what and he really got his name off of going to college campuses, going on a college tour, and crushing 20-year-olds and 21 year
Which is
olds.
I hate to say this, but
Mm-hmm.
given how these feminists have destroyed college, I can't say that's not a feat.
You're right, but you're shooting in a you're shooting a fucking AR-15 and a barrel full of fish. It's not fair.
Yeah,
Right? And when
yeah.
you put him in a conversation with um the British dude, the conservative British dude. What's his name, Nema?
What you mean? The fruity in the booty? The supposedly gay one?
No, 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 no. The conservative British dude that Ben Shapiro went on his show, and he didn't even do it. All he did was ask Ben Shapiro a few questions, and Ben Shapiro fucking cracked. And Ben Shapiro started sounding like the 12-year-old little white girl that he actually is. He started, well, I'm more popular than you, and nobody's never heard of you. And I'm like, exactly. That's the real Ben Shapiro. All that other shit is a fuck. Is that his name?
Older man?
Yeah, older.
Is he older?
Yeah.
Was he on CNN one time?
No, not Piers Morgan. Not Piers Morgan.
Oh.
It's another dude. Look up Ben Shapiro versus or somebody's gonna say his name eventually. It's not Piers Morgan. But and so he and Ben Shapiro's the important part wasn't even the conversation. It didn't even turn into a debate until the very end when Ben Shapiro got frustrated and thought that the guy. See, the thing is, Ben Shapiro didn't do his homework that day. He thought that the guy was a British liberal, right? And the guy's really a British conservative, but he just was asking basic questions. Ben Shapiro got offended by the questions, and he got into his 12-year-old little white girl bag. Right? I'm more popular than you. Ben Shapiro literally said, I'm more popular than you. I'm not making that up. No one even knows who you are.
Andrew Neil. I think you're talking about
Andrew Neil. Andrew Neil.
It was on BBC. It was on BBC.
Right?
Wasn't it?
And it's just like, and I'm like, yeah, that's the real Ben Shapiro. And I'm tying all of that to the subject matter by saying Ben Shapiro knows the lane he plays. Yeah. Right? He knows the lane he plays. He is a more articulate, more disciplined, at least that day he wasn't being disciplined though, more disciplined Candace Owens. They play their position. Most Jews still vote Democrat. We know about the anti-Semitism in the Republican Party. Most black women, we already know the vast majority of black women vote Democrat. You need Candace Owens there on the conservative Republican side, right? So that you don't seem like the flaming racist that you are. Once again, this is not Mr. Z saying the Democrats aren't racist, right? Once again.
Mm-hmm.
So Ben Shapiro is playing his role, and he knows that's the role. Remember, Ben Shapiro is a Harvard grad. He knows that's his role.
Mm-hmm.
Ben Shapiro, same thing with Candace Owens. She know her role too. That's why Brexit was a freaking joke. As a person who did not vote for president that 2020 election, Brexit was Blacksit,
whatever they call it.
Yeah. Either way, it was a joke. But once again, these people are playing their role. Ben Shapiro's playing his role. That's my long-winded way. Let me read the super chat real quick. Playing his role, y'all, and whoever said nasally voice, yeah, too, because a lot of those I swear I'm smarter than everybody else, white folks, they have that type of weird ass Ben Shapiro. Let me make y'all cringe and throw up real quick. Imagine being a woman. Imagine being Ben Shapiro's wife and that nigga orgasming while piping you. Ugh. Oh my god! And he sounds like that. Thank you. That nigga got kids. Hey, Ben Shapiro's wife, you a special breed. Ben Shapiro's wife, you are we need to give you a medal because you're married to him.
I gotta mention this before and they got his wife, please.
Yeah.
His wife, if I'm not mistaken, is Israeli national. Now he's not full blood. He's partially Jewish, from what I understand.
Yeah.
So and one's Jewry is through the matrilineal line. So he purposely married a Jewish woman in accordance with Jewish tradition.
Yeah.
But more importantly, because she is full-blooded Jewish, I think Sephardic Jew,
Oh,
which is the
begging ass
second.
nigga. I heard his. You ever heard his him talk about when they dating and then he was chasing after her. Oh, lame ass, square ass. Go ahead.
I think she must be like Moroccan Sephardic. You know,
Blue.
her family's originally from Morocco, but by marrying her, he guarantees his lineage remain Jews because one's Jewry through the maternal line.
Yep. Yeah. Oh, I get it.
By the way,
You know, Ben Shapiro, Harvard grad. I get it, but
like you said, Z, he's just doing his job. That's why I be laughing at black folk who get all up in arms about Tim Scott. Like, what y'all complaining about? He's doing his job. What's the big deal?
Oh, gummy ass teeth,
Or
small ass.
Thomas Sowell.
Thomas Sowell, another one. All them playing their role, man.
I'm like,
all
I'm
of them are playing their role.
He's to me, he's honestly not that bad of a brother, but you gotta put in context who he replaced. No one looks at who Tim Scott replaced.
In Tennessee,
yeah.
No, it wasn't Tennessee. It was South Carolina.
South Carolina.
North Carolina.
South Carolina.
South.
Yeah.
Wait a
He
minute.
replaced Jim DeMint.
Yep.
Oh, I remember DeMint's name. Yeah.
Everybody forgets.
Why do I keep on thinking Tim Scott's Tennessee? Who the fuck is Tennessee? That I keep on thinking.
I don't know.
Because I've said that more than once.
But no, Tim Scott.
I'll figure it out. No, yeah, that's neither here nor there. Go ahead. Mr. Z just was loud and wrong. Go ahead.
Tim Scott replaced Jim DeMint, one of the most racist Republican senators I've ever seen.
Yeah. Dude, well, that ain't. Yeah, that's saying a whole lot. That's saying.
I don't know, man. It's from Thurman.
No, he probably talk more contemporarily, but no, I get what AV is saying. Yeah, Strom Thurmond put the bar to the goddamn moon, bro. Dude, we can't that bar. Let me pipe these black women, get them pregnant while telling y'all no what, nigga.
Mm-hmm. Oh, you talking about Joe Biden's mentor? Oops, did I say that out loud?
Yeah, right.
Yeah, fuck boy,
And not only Joe Biden's mentor, he was calling Joe Biden's son.
Yep.
I mean, like, he was calling him son, like more like, and you know how Southern white dudes call you son. He was more in that lane with it, but still, he was calling him son.
Z.
Yeah, bro.
Excuse me, Z.
Go ahead.
I think the word we're forgetting is called reactionary abuse. As somebody who's dealt with emotional and psychological abuse, when they prod you and try to get you to react to something, and then once you react, they start to say, "Hey, it was just a joke" or something like that. That's called reactionary abuse. These folks know they're just here to antagonize people. Here's another person we forget, along with Ben Shapiro, a certain weasel with a receding hairline who had a dead stare, who was number 45's counselor. He was a member of number 45's staff.
Rudy? Who?
No.
Wait.
Younger dude. He's the same age. He's around the same age as Steven Taylor, something like that, or Tyler.
Wait, bald dude?
Receding hairline, bald, who's Jewish as well.
I think I might know who you're talking about.
Oh, I know who you're talking about. Not Mnuchin.
No.
Dude face.
Young cat.
Yeah.
Huh? He has like a dead face, bald. You got sleepy eyes.
I think I know who you're talking about. What's his name again?
Steven something. I think it's Steven. Because his family put him on blast. He's like he's a conservative. Because he idolized Robert Spencer. He tried to get
Richard Spencer. Richard.
No. Robert Spencer. The conservative Jew. Am I allowed to say that name word? Oh, fuck it.
Cohen. Lithium said Cohen. What's his name?
No, not Cohen. Steven something. He's like no, he was like I think he was like Trump's advisor of some kind. Steven something. Not Bannon, but this young guy. Suit. He wore a suit, receding hairline, kind of bald, ballsy, sleepy eyes.
He was one of his later chief of staffs. I know who you're talking about.
Yeah. Yes.
He was Steve. There's like 11 Steves in his administration, but I know who you're talking about.
Right? For real. Okay, well, chief of staff, Trump's chief of staff. Goddamn, like there's like 37. No, I'm playing. I'm exaggerating. I'm so exaggerating.
I'm looking it up right now.
Was it Baldwin?
Look at everybody doing research.
But anyway, I also gotta mention what's his name? Patrick Ben David.
Yeah.
You guys are there? Patrick Ben
No,
David.
go ahead.
This dude was born in Iran. He came to the United States later on.
That's why I thought he was Persian.
He's not Persian.
Yeah.
He's not Persian.
John Kelly?
Hold on, I'll get no.
No, that's the general. Not him.
Stephen Miller. Stephen, thank you, Trell. Yes, that's what you're talking about. Stephen Miller. I put money. That's what you're talking about.
Thank you.
Yes, Stephen Miller. That's whose face was. Yes, Stephen Miller. Thank you, Trell. I didn't even have to look up his face. Once you said it, I knew that's who you were talking about. Yes, yeah. Stephen Miller. There we go.
Man,
Stephen Miller. Thank you, him. Yes, that's who you're talking about. Yes. Thank you, Trell.
Like, somebody, because he's Weasley as hell. Like because everybody mentioned, Matt Walsh and Shapiro have that Weasley energy.
No, he got in trouble for some shit too, didn't he? Stephen Miller?
Yeah. I think he got in trouble for some shit too,
man. Yeah.
He was a shit starter at Duke.
Yeah.
He was a bit of a shit starter during his time during his scholastic years at Duke University. But anyway, Patrick Ben David, this guy is or from what I understand, he is ethnically Armenian and Assyrian. Not Syrian like the Arab nation Syrian, but Assyrian, whose native tongue is language is Arab. He's of that ilk. And they're predominantly Christians, and I would take offense to him, considering that my people, we consider those folks our ilk, our religious kin, because we have historical and religious ties with them. And him for him to say what he said about black folks, I'm like, what the fuck is wrong with you? Because Armenians. If there's one group that will big up black people, and no, I'm not talking about the Kardashians, but the hell with them. Only thing I'm reading about them is their last name. But actual Armenians, they do have an affinity for black people, and that's because they have this 2,000-year history with Ethiopians and Eritreans, Ethiopians in particular. Through really because we're all Orthodox Christians and such. I mean, if you remember like the Death March, a lot of them found refuge in the Levant and Lebanon. Others will head further south and found safety in Ethiopia. But for him to say that, it's like, but I understand where he's coming from. It's like in Persia, how black people were like out of sight, out of mind, and marginalized in a sense, and how the world has forgotten about their existence. That shouldn't surprise me.
Most people don't even know how the I don't know. Like most people, I would say they don't understand what Persian history is to America. Not America. I'm sorry, to the West. They don't understand the relationship between Persian history and the West. They don't understand Persian history to the Greeks, to the Romans. They don't understand. They look, when you're dealing with Americans in particular, you have to understand like there is no world before like, let's say 1700. No, not even 1492. I'll start the clock at 1700. They don't even count they don't count the states before they had a concept of Americanism. None of that. Pretty much about 1700. Most Americans don't count. Nothing exists. There's no 50. There's Columbus, and then the War for Independence, and then the world starts. Right? Like that's why it's a joke, but it's kind of not a joke where people think like there's like hipster Jesus riding around on a horse with like an AR-15 in his hand. Like that's a real thing. Like people like you talk to certain Americans and when you listen to them speak, they're speaking like that's the world. Hipster Jesus riding on a horse with a fucking AR-15. And in this case, it'd probably be like driving in a Chevy Corvette or a Mustang or a Hellcat with an AR-15 hanging out the window. Or probably, you know what? Rewind. Those are cars. Let's do lifted truck, dumping rolling coal, which is like dumping the black smoke for diesel. Rolling coal with an AR-15 hanging out the driver's side window. Like that's people's concept, of America. They don't care about history. They don't care about the Persians and their history and what that means to the West, which means what that means to America. Like they just look at everything in the middle, like everything from Pakistan. I don't even know that Pakistan was part of India. So let's go everything Pakistan on west up until you get to Western Turkey, they look at all of that as just sand niggas. All that's just sand niggas, right? All Yemen, Oman, up to the north, to pretty much southern Russia, all of Kazakhstan, Tajikistan, all of that shit, sand niggas.
Central Asia.
Sand niggas.
No.
No,
Central
I agree.
Asia,
No, you're not listening to what I'm saying, Neema. Sand niggas.
Oh.
I understand what I'm saying.
Okay.
I know what you're saying. You're right. But to this, sand niggas.
Sand niggas, camel
Right.
jockeys,
I just wanted to say
all
another thing that irks my nerves when people talk about the Moors, like with our people over here, they make it seem like the Moors was black. No, the Moors were Arabs that had blacks in their army because they conquered the northern Africans. They were spreading Islam over into northern Africa, and then from there they went over into Spain. You know, that kind of irks my nerves.
Look. I gotta end this stream. I gotta go, people. I got to go. Because I looked at the time again, because I was like, how long ago did I say I had to end? And I'm surprised Better You ain't counting. I know Better You over there counting. Oh, nigga, you listen that shit like 6 times now. Like,
Mr. Z, I'm gonna just say I sent you a live stream that I wanted you to check out. It was called I sent it a live stream, and I want you to really watch that live stream because I need your perspective on it.
Okay, I might even do a live on that shit. We'll see. Okay. Let's see.
Before you go,
Go ahead. I gotta read these super chats first, so I can post so I can have the other one staying up for a little long. Emerald Edge says, well said. Also, this car has no brakes. God damn, we done lost the damn context of the damn what he said, because that was like, I'm sorry, Emerald Edge. I gotta read it, right? Also, this car has no brakes. Oh, baby, does your car have no brakes, Emerald Edge? Because that's frightening. Hopefully,
no. I think he was talking about when you and Oliver was talking about the Gran Turismo and racing.
Oh yeah. What, bro? Hey, don't let you mess me up on a last race. Look, Mr. X, bro. This is the one time y'all will hear Mr. Z sound like a 12-year-old. This is where I throw my temper tantrums, playing racing games. Oh, you took me out last race. Look, I'm a throw a fit. I'm gonna throw my controller. I might break the shit. And then when I take my controller back on, it's over. Next race, player, and the race after that, and the race after that, I'm going to T-bone you. And I'm going to come in last place. And no, take that back. You're going to come in last place every race until you leave this room. I'm going to come in second to last. Ask Oliver the Grave, I'm lying. Oh, no, it's a war. If you mess me up one race, it's a war until you leave the room, player. I'm that guy.
Hold up. Wait. Mrs. Z, all right. Oh, Gilgami, thank you for the $5.50 Canadian. Thank you for having me up. Good stream and excellent conversation. Merci beaucoup. Mon frère. But anyway, you know what I realized? You look at Steve Miller. You know who he reminds me of? Trump's old mentor, Roy Cohen. The same dead eye.
Yeah. That's what. In the face. You know, no. You know who he really looks like? The actor that played in Ant-Man, the first one, the bad guy in Ant-Man, the one that got the suit. Okay. What is his name? Yeah. Scorpion? That's not Scorpion. What is his name though? And then he ended up being in Ant-Man and the Wasp in the Quantum Realm.
Yeah, you know, being the head.
Yeah, the head. Yeah, him.
Oh, you mean Douglas?
Is it MODOK? What are you talking about?
MODOK. Who played MODOK? Douglas? Yes. Yeah. Him. That guy. He in the face. I'm like, why do you look like?
That's funny.
Like, look. You tell me he don't look like MODOK in the face.
He do.
Thank you. Look, man. Look. My girl, me and her were talking one day, and I don't know what I was frustrated about, and I just was going off, and she was like, just remind me never to piss you off, because I was like, because y'all never really heard Mr. Z sound like jonesing on somebody for real, right? Like, because it's, you know, because Charles and them is just funnier to me. That I don't got shit for them. But like when I got my, you know, like I could get in my bag too, and yeah, look, he do look like him. That's my point. He looked like him in the face, and that's why he stood out to me, because he reminded me of dude from That's why when Trell finally said his name in the comments, I was like, yes, because I remember he reminded me of Homeboy from Ant-Man, the original one. And Gil Gammy says, and thank you for the super chat, Gil Gammy. Gil Gammy says, thank you for having me up. Good stream and excellent conversation. Thank you, brother. Thank you. Oh, and for everybody that was saying, oh yeah, my bad. But for everybody that was saying that we did this whole stream without talking about women or vagina or any of that mainly. And yeah,
Oh,
because like they
really?
say, yeah, I know because they think
What a
in the Black
shock.
manosphere, we have people calling us whether
SBE.
the winosphere, they say we do an SBE. They say all we do is complain about the women all day. How many goddamn 5 minutes and 5 hours and 15 minutes? How many of y'all would have a 5-hour stream and not talk about the dudes over there in the women's sphere, whatever you want to call it, BWE side or whatever the hell y'all want to call it over there?
Who?
What y'all doing exactly? They couldn't do it.
Who?
They couldn't do it exactly.
I
They
don't really concern myself. And the reason why I'm concerned myself because they still up here talking shit and sucking black dick on the side. They need to
Jesus. Wait. Better you was that you that said, "Ooh, Jesus." God, better you sounded like an old grandma. Better you sound like an old grandma.
That was this way.
I can't.
Oh man. Hey, let's just say, for all of you white dudes. Wait, real quick, Chaos. Wait, real quick. I'm gonna say this because I'm gonna let you go, and then we're gonna close out after you. For all of you white dudes who have the fear that your black girlfriend is gonna cheat on you with a black dude, maybe. Maybe.
Wait a minute. Chaos.
Maybe.
Wait a minute, Chaos. Don't talk about Chris Harrison like that. How dare
you? Maybe. If y'all think you married the black girl and she ain't gonna cheat on you just because she using the N-word around you,
Black women empowerment, all these swirlers and all this, even ones that time I say they want to see black men get these target practice and all this, they go the dick of the black man on the side. You can't fool me. And here's the weird thing about it. I see going around with Khalees and all these older washed up black women that.
Oh, I seen it. Yeah, I seen it.
These Caucasian men.
Bruh, it looks so sad when she's standing next to him. Oh.
Stop listening. Stop. That part. It's like this. It's like this, music. Hold on, let's go. It's this music. When times get tough, they know where to. And if
you're breaking up really bad, Chaos.
She's definitely gonna go find the one that's about to be in the. So when they make this go out, no matter what she is.
Is that me? Did she go out? Oh, you went out, Chaos. No, you went out. Yeah, you went out, Chaos.
Here's all I have to say about Khalees. Bill Murray gave me Ghostbuster. I don't really care. I'm like, some white dudes that get black girls, if they gave me some good shit, I'm like, okay, whatever. I don't care because I already got white in-laws anyway, so that's never been a big deal for me.
And one of my favorite quotes in the Black manosphere: "Don't be red pill for black women and blue pill for every other race."
Oh yeah,
Edward Anderson, and thank you for that for lithium. Exactly, one of my favorite quotes in the Black manosphere. But y'all do, man. These white women don't doing this, and these white women ain't doing that, and these white women are doing that. And Karen be cheating on your ass with another brother or with a white dude. Oh, the nigga. If y'all are talking crazy. And talking about how great these white and Latina and Asian women are, and then you get cheated on by the Latina she's cheating on you with the Latino nigga.
Yeah,
disappear.
You heard what I said earlier. Karen's just a white term for scrag.
Yeah, that's all she is. A proper strag.
All right,
and they come in all classes.
I hate that. I was on something. Damn. Let me switch device. I'm
about to close. I'm about to close out Chaos. You're gonna have to catch me in the next stream.
Yeah, I'll catch you later.
Yeah. Let me close out. Everyone. I know I usually give y'all a closing, but Mr. Z gotta go because it's 5 hours plus, y'all. 5 hours.
Take care. Have a good one, brother.
All right, y'all.
Yeah, we keep that.
All right. Yeah. Yep. All right. See, Oliver the Great said it. She gonna kill you, bro. Hello, go inside,
Can I at least say hi?
bro. Hey, you want to know what make it worse? I'm gonna make it
What?
worse because I gotta give her gas money now. Because I've been sitting in her car with the car on the whole time.
You know what? Let me talk to her. Maybe I'll apologize. Let her
No, I'm in the car. I'm not even by the. I'm. So we live in a complex and like I'm not even by in front of that door. I'm in the car, chilling.
Oh.
Yeah. So I'm gonna have to give her gas money right now. Yeah. So but yeah, y'all. So let's Oh, we got it echoes. We got it echoes. Chaos. I'm getting the echo. Okay. And we still can't hear you anyway. You breaking up anyway, Chaos.
Yeah, we'll talk to you. We'll catch you next time.
You sound far. You echoing and you breaking
He's
up.
gone.
He's gone.
He's gone.
But yeah.
He's gone.
So let's do this. So we'll end it out here. Love, peace, and chicken grease. Thank y'all for coming in. Say that again.
Replace that with fish grease, motherfucker, every once in a while.
Hysterical.
Hysterical.
Love, peace, and chicken grease. Fish grease, it tastes weird. But love, peace, and chicken grease. Wait. Let me do my exit. So love, peace, and chicken grease. Y'all like, share, subscribe for all the new peoples. This was a great conversation that lasted way too damn long, but it was really good. Thank you, DC, for coming up. Thank you, Gilgami, Nema, Better You, all the brothers that came up. Big Kev, thank you. Kareem, thank you. I think Toya was in the comments for a hot second. Oliver the Great telling y'all how diabolical I am in video games and racing. Yeah, thank y'all for coming up. Great convo. And yes, we went a whole stream except for the very end because we were mocking them. Not talking about the women and talking about race and politics and history and the racial hierarchy and the globe and race in other places and ethnicities and Africa and East Africa and slavery and Arab slave trade and and very important, right? Connecting the good point, name. Connecting the dots, right? So and on that,
you don't see how everything's interconnected. And I apologize for keeping interrupting. I'm sorry, OCD. You know how I get sometimes.
Yeah. So we'll just end out here and thank y'all very much for the conversation and for the people that participated. Thank you, Trell, for always being who you are in the comments. I gotta Trell, I gotta get your address and make you like a trophy that's like I don't know, what would I title Trell's trophy? Like that nigga in my comments. I'm gonna title it like that nigga in my comments. Trell Bentley. Right?
You're gonna participate trophies now? Come on, what
right? Like I gotta. That's probably gonna set me a couple $100 back, but whatever. Like one of those fake metal trophies that's really plastic with the gold like shit on it. But yeah, and it'd be like the gold wrap on it. It'd be like Trell Bentley, that nigga in Mr. Z's comments, #1 prize thing, right?
So, I have your number, but do you have WhatsApp on that number? Because I got to send you like some funny ass clips from Facebook regarding.
I'll text you my WhatsApp number because I think it's different. I think it's different.
Let me give you mine. Let me give you my number then.
Yeah, text it to me because you got my number, right?
I don't think I'm not sure because no. Let me put it in the back chat for you so you can see it.
Okay. All right. And on that note, everybody, Mr. Z out. Y'all have a great rest of y'all day. Like I said, love, peace, and chicken grease. Go check out other Black Manosphere content, other non-Manosphere content. All right, and thank you for all the people that have been riding with me from the beginning of the stream. God damn. The whole day. All right, everybody. Mr. Z out.
Yeah.